Chapter 241. After hearing the doctor's words, Shin Qiushan shook his head gently, then reached out and rubbed Su Pipa's small mushroom-shaped head. Go ahead. I wait here. Su Pipa nodded, silently walked over to stand beside her father, but said nothing. In fact, she had long been accustomed to her father's various forms. Whenever she came, she would spend some time with him. She would only continue the conversation if he initiated it, because initiating a conversation would most likely be ignored. Dr. Wu, how long have you been working here? Shin Qiushan, who remained in the hallway, spoke to the doctor named Wu. More than 10 years. Dr. Wu, a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, said, speaking of which, old Su and I have a connection. He was brought here the day after I arrived. Then you should be familiar with his condition? Yes. In his case, is there any chance of recovery? Shin Qiushan asked again. It's hard to say. Dr. Wu shook his head, his face strained. The causes of mental illness vary, and each person's situation is unique. The probability of a cure is extremely low. In all my years at the hospital, I can count on one hand the number of patients who have truly recovered. Mainly, the damage to the brain nerves is almost always irreversible, so it's usually difficult to cure. Did those who recovered rely on medication? Shin Qiushan pressed. Medication only plays a partial role. Recoverable mental illness patients usually meet 3 criteria. First, no family history of mental illness. Second, no damage to the prefrontal cortex or hippocampus. And third, they are mild cases with acquired onset. Dr. Wu pointed at Su Yunzhou, who was standing by the flower bed. Actually, when old Su was first brought in, he met the criteria for recovery. The old dean even said he might be able to recover. I didn't expect old Su's condition to worsen. Dr. Wu sighed, then added, however, neurological problems remain a medical mystery, and even now, our understanding of the brain is limited. Shin Qiushan nodded slightly, and didn't press the issue. However, at this moment, he remembered the advanced attributes within his personal attributes. Shin Qiushan's 6 primary attributes had already been maxed out. The 4 advanced attributes were still at their initial levels. Lifespan, 84. Martial arts, 9. Medicine, 1. Metaphysics, 0. Medicine was one of the advanced attributes, and Shin Qiushan had been thinking about finding an opportunity to gain some attribute points, and then improve his advanced attributes as well. With his primary attributes maxed out, he'd be nothing more than a souped-up version of an ordinary person. But if all the advanced attributes were maxed out, he'd have a bit of a Shin Banxian vibe. On the other side, Su Loquat imitated her father, stretching her arms out and gazing upwards at the sky. But after standing for a while, her arms began to feel a little sore. She glanced at her father from the corner of her eye. His arms were still stretched straight, seemingly tireless. Just then, Su Yunzhou suddenly spoke. When did your little tree grow? Today. Su Loquat paused for a moment, then replied. Then you need to get more sun, otherwise it won't grow tall. Oh, I see. Su Loquat sniffed softly, feeling the care and love from her father. She stood for a moment longer, her arms unable to support themselves anymore. Dashu, I'm going back now. Take care of yourself. Su Piwa muttered softly, then lowered her aching arm, glanced at her unresponsive father, and turned back to the ward. Every time she came here to see her father, Su Piwa would always feel down for a long time. But today, perhaps because Shin Qiushan was by her side, after leaving the mental hospital, Su Piwa's mood lifted. Old Shin, thank you for coming here with me. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Piwa tentatively called out Old Shin. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. The little mushroom-headed man was always so polite. No, what did you call me? Although many people called Shin Qiushan Old Shin, Su Piwa seemed to have always called him Uncle Shin. Why did he suddenly change his name today? Don't all my classmates call you Old Shin? If I keep calling you Uncle Shin, I seem a generation younger than them. Su Piwa gave a reason for changing his name. Yeah, it seems so. It was just a name. Shin Qiushan didn't really mind. The Lin family. Everyone was there today. Sisters Lin Xiaoma and Lin Jiayu were there. Qin Qingju was busy in the kitchen, humming a little tune, looking very happy. Momo, Qiushan, Xiao Xiao, when will Yanren arrive? I just called. Xiao Xiao went to Xiangjiang. Yanren is busy at the pub. She said she won't be coming. These 2 little ones are so busy. Chen Qingju grumbled, asking, Xiao Xiao, are you going on a trip to Xiangjiang? It's not a trip. It's a trip to his girlfriend's house. Wow. This kid's meeting his parents so early. Chen Qingju couldn't help but sigh. Yufei has been to Sanjiang before, and met both me and Old Shin. It's normal for Xiao Xiao to go to Xiangjiang. In fact, he met Yufei's parents when he was in Beijing. Lin Xiaoma explained. I haven't met Yufei yet. Why don't you tell Xiao Xiao to bring Yufei over when he comes back? Chen Qingju was naturally curious about what kind of girlfriend his grandson had found. Just let Jiayu tell him about it. Okay, I tell him later. Lin Jiayu, munching on potato chips, added. Where's Qiushan? When will he arrive? Chen Qingju's concern for her son-in-law returned. He's on his way. Should be soon. Lin Xiaomo had just called Shen Qiushan and learned that he was accompanying Su Piba to the mental hospital. While the mother and daughter were talking, Lin Moshwan returned home from get off work. What day is it today? Why did you cook so many dishes? Cups and plates were stacked on the kitchen island. Lin Moshwan asked curiously. You know in a minute. Chen Qingyu kept it a secret. She did have good news to announce, otherwise she wouldn't have summoned her daughter and son-in-law. Quite mysterious. Is Qiushan coming too? Lin Moshwan asked casually. He'd be there in a minute. That's perfect. I have good news too. Lin Moshwan hummed a little tune as he went to the study. Have you told your dad? Seeing her husband in such a good mood, Chen Qingju glanced at Lin Xiaomo with suspicion. No. Didn't you say you were going to give everyone a surprise? Lin Xiaomo shook her head. What's going on? Does he have good news too? Chen Qingju became curious about the good news her husband, Lin Moshwan, had mentioned. Mother and daughter busied themselves in the kitchen for a while longer. Shen Qiushan arrived. Wow, it smells so good. Looks like I arrived just in time. After changing into his slippers, Shen Qiushan headed straight for the kitchen, seeking the scent. Yes, dinner's about to start. Wait in the dining room. Chen Qingju's fondness for her son-in-law, Shen Qiushan, grew stronger and stronger. She couldn't wait for him and Lin Xiaoma to get their marriage certificate and lock herself into their family forever. Otherwise, such an outstanding son-in-law would be snatched away by some other young shrew. Okay. Then I go wash my hands first. Shen Qiushan didn't hesitate, smiling as he went to wash his hands. Soon, a sumptuous feast filled the table. The family sat down. Lin Moshwan smiled at his wife. Don't you have good news? You can announce it now, right? Yes. Chen Qingju nodded, then cleared his throat and said seriously, just today, Momo and I received an invitation from the Spring Festival Gala production team. They've invited us to sing the most dazzling national style on the show. Wow! On the Spring Festival Gala! Lin Jiayu exclaimed in delight. Her sister, Lin Xiaoma, had indeed kept this news secret from her. Although the Spring Festival Gala's popularity has declined significantly in recent years, it remains the most watched annual gala. For artists, being able to perform on the Spring Festival Gala stage is the highest honor, especially for singers from the art troupe like Chen Qingju. Appearing on the Spring Festival Gala stage is undoubtedly the pinnacle of their careers. Lin Moshwan was also shocked upon hearing the news. As someone within the system, he naturally understood the significance of the Spring Festival Gala. This wasn't just a simple gala, it also held certain political significance. Being on the Spring Festival Gala stage meant official recognition. Is this true? Have you verified the other party's identity? Lin Moshwan's first reaction was that his wife had been scammed. Scammers are rampant these days, using all sorts of tactics. His doubts stemmed from his lack of understanding of the entertainment industry. He had no idea how popular his wife and daughter were. He only knew that the most dazzling national style had become a popular square dance anthem, heard everywhere. But the idea of such a song being on the Spring Festival Gala stage still seemed a bit unbelievable to him. How could I be a scammer? The Spring Festival Gala production team contacted me through the leadership of our art troupe. Chen Qingju replied. Then, beaming, he looked at Shen Qiushan. Qiushan, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. Mom, you're flattering me. It's obviously you who have the talent. Shen Qiushan quickly waved his hand, then flattered. Only you could make the most dazzling national style so popular. No one else could do it. Although he knew Shen Qiushan was complimenting him, Chen Qingyu still beamed. Who wouldn't want a son-in-law who's so articulate and so modest? That's truly wonderful. You've finally fulfilled your dream. Lin Moshwan nodded, happy for his wife. As a singer in the art troupe, Chen Qingju had participated in numerous evening parties in her youth, including auditions for the Spring Festival Gala. But the closest she ever gotten to the Spring Festival Gala stage was a rehearsal, a large chorus performance. But that performance was ultimately cancelled. I never imagined that after all these years, my wife, Chen Qingju, would actually be on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Where's your good news? Can I tell you now? Chen Qingju asked Lin Moshwan again. Ahem. At the mention of his good news, Lin Moshwan instinctively raised his head and puffed out his chest before speaking. My boss spoke to me today, and I'm about to be transferred to a new job. A transfer? To where? Chen Qingju inquired curiously. The Merchant's Bureau. That's secondary. The important thing is... Lin Moshwan paused briefly, then raised his voice, and can currently serve as deputy mayor. Wow! That's impressive. Lin Jiayu was once again the first to speak out in support. He got a promotion. That's such great news. Chen Qingyu had never expected his wife's good news to be so exciting. Under normal circumstances, a cadre of Lin Moshwan's age would hardly be promoted and would most likely retire in their current position. But now he's actually made it a step further. This is truly a great event. Dad, congratulations. I toast you. Shen Qiushan raised the glass in front of him with a smile. Lin Moshwan nodded slightly, raising his glass and clinking it with Shen Qiushan's. In reality, his position transfer was only possible thanks to the help of his son-in-law, Shen Qiushan. Because of the little blue bottle, Lin Moshwan had become a trusted confidant of a high-ranking official. To delay his retirement, the latter used his connections to get him a promotion. In Sanjiang City, the provincial capital, Lin Moshwan's retirement age could be extended to between 63 and 65 after his promotion. This effectively extended his political career. For Lin Moshwan, a lifelong official, this was naturally a tremendous joy. Today is a double blessing. Qiushan, drink more with your dad. Chen Qingju said with a smile. Yes, we should drink more today. Shen Qiushan agreed, raising his glass again. The two drank for a while. Lin Xiaomao, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Dad, I have something to tell you too. What is it? Lin Moshwan put down his glass and glanced at his daughter. I've resigned from the school. Lin Xiaomao didn't keep her in suspense and spoke directly. What? Resigned? Lin Moshwan frowned. Didn't you say you were just taking a leave of absence? Although Lin Xiaomao won the championship of Yan Guizhiyang, Lin Moshwan believed that singing should be just a hobby. There was no need to become a professional singer. I've resigned a long time ago and never told you. In fact, Lin Xiaomao had wanted to tell her father about her resignation for a long time, but she had never found the right time. Today, Lin Moshwan was in a good mood, so she took the opportunity to tell him about her resignation. Nonsense! Lin Moshwan slammed the table angrily. He opened his mouth, about to scold her, but in the end, he said nothing. The matter is settled, no more words are needed. However, Lin Moshwan turned to look at Shen Qiushan. Did you know this all along? Yes. After a brief hesitation, Shen Qiushan nodded. I knew it was you, kid, who instigated it. Lin Moshwan glared at Shen Qiushan angrily, then slapped the table in front of him. This thing can't be solved with 5 little blue bottles. Chapter 242. Shen Qiushan looked at Lin Moshwan speechlessly. He was trying to indirectly bring this matter up on him, and that was all he was after? As expected, the little blue bottle is the real currency among men. What is the little blue bottle? Lin Jiayu looked at her father and brother-in-law Shen Qiushan with suspicion. Chen Qingju and Lin Xiaomao, mother and daughter, silently lowered their heads to eat. Don't ask nonsense, little kid. Lin Moshwan replied sternly. I'm 20 years old. You're not a kid anymore. Lin Jiayu curled her lips slightly. Lin Moshwan naturally wouldn't explain this to his daughter. He turned to Shen Qiushan. Is there a problem? Well, 3 bottles at most. Shen Qiushan hasn't been doing lotteries very often lately, so he doesn't have much stock on hand. He needs to be frugal. Okay, deal. Lin Moshwan nodded immediately. He was just trying to make a play for it. Although he disagreed with Lin Xiaomao's resignation, the matter was settled and couldn't be changed. Besides, Lin Xiaomao had even gotten the chance to perform on the Spring Festival Gala stage, which was a real honor for the family, Red Rose Tavern. Although the weather was already freezing, there was a constant stream of customers checking in, and the waiting area at the entrance was still long. Returning to Sanjiang for winter break, Luo Yao met up with her high school friend Lu Meiyu, who had been accepted into the Sanjiang Conservatory of Music. They even chatted during Lu Xingchen's last concert in Sanjiang, where Shinichio had appeared on the big screen. I didn't expect it to be so popular. Want to queue? Looking at the long line, Lu Meiyu frowned. Let's get in line now, since we're here. Luo Yao had 2 purposes for coming to the Red Rose Tavern. One was to repair her relationship with Shen Yanran, and the other was to see if there was any chance of reconciliation with Shinichio. After returning to Sanjiang after winter break, her mother scolded her harshly. After all, Luo Yao was just this close to marrying into a wealthy family. Luo Yao herself was, of course, filled with regret. After breaking up with Shinichio, she discovered that her future father-in-law, Shinchoshan, had become increasingly powerful. She couldn't even imagine how much money he had made, or how terrifying his current net worth would be. Why don't I call Yan Ran? Looking at her friends, she seems to be helping out at the tavern lately. Lu Meiyu and Shen Yanran also knew each other. In high school, she, Luo Yao, and both Shen Yanran were friends. It's just that Shen Yanran and Luo Yao were closer back then. Yeah, that's fine. Luo Yao nodded. Shen Yanran had blocked all her contact information, so she couldn't reach her. Lu Meiyu immediately called Shen Yanran. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Meiyu, what's up? Yanran, are you at the Red Rose Tavern? Yes. I'm waiting in line outside. Can I cut in? Lu Meiyu asked with a smile. Huh? You're outside. I'm leaving now. Although Shen Yanran had broken up with Luo Yao, she still cherished her high school friends. Yanran, she said she'd be out now. You didn't say I was? Before I could elaborate, Yanran hung up. Lu Meiyu shrugged. As the two were talking, Shen Yanran, wearing an apron with the Red Rose Tavern logo, hurried out of the restaurant. She glanced at the crowd waiting for a table and immediately spotted Lu Meiyu and Luo Yao. Shen Yanran raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly not expecting Luo Yao to be there. However, since she had already left, it was impossible for her to ignore Lu Meiyu just because Luo Yao was there. Yanran, this way. Lu Meiyu waved at Shen Yanran with a broad smile. Shen Yanran took a deep breath and walked over quickly. Yanran, long time no see. Luo Yao took the initiative. Yes, long time no see. Shen Yanran nodded slightly. When she had blocked Luo Yao, she had also been in a state of anger. Thinking back, she realized there was no need to be so extreme. After all, they had once been friends. She just needed to calm down. Only children act impulsively. Adults' farewells are often silent. You used to be close friends, but your contact becomes less and less frequent. 1 month, 2 months. One day, you suddenly realize that it seems like you haven't spoken in a year or two. Once close friends, slowly drifting apart over the years, have quietly drifted apart. Yanran, I hope our relationship won't be affected by my breakup with Shinichio. If anything I've done has hurt you, I apologize now. Luo Yao said sincerely. Let's talk inside. Shen Yanran waved her hand casually. She knew her relationship with Luo Yao would never return to what it was before. However, as classmates, there would still be opportunities to meet, like at this winter break reunion. Even before the holiday, class monitor Zhou, you had already organized a class reunion in the class group chat. The chubby boy who had pursued Shen Yanran for 3 years had been accepted to Shanghai University. Although separated from Shen Yanran, he still harbored ulterior motives. He still occasionally sent WeChat messages to Shen Yanran, and this time, he was organizing a winter break reunion for other reasons. He knew it was unlikely he asked Shen Yanran out alone, so he organized the reunion. Actually, these high school reunions were quite common, especially during the first 1 or 2 years of college. Every holiday, someone would organize a high school reunion. The first 1 or 2 reunions were usually very enthusiastic, but as they progressed, the attendance dwindled. Gradually, these reunions faded. It was an inevitable trend, as most people's social circles shrink with age. Shen Yanran probably didn't realize yet that the high school classmates she thought she always interacted with might, after many years, be forgotten. But at her age, she still valued her schoolmates' friendships. Entering the pub, Shen Yanran led the 2 of them behind the bar. Su Loquat was busy mixing drinks. She naturally knew Luo Yao, but she also knew that Shen Yanran and Luo Yao no longer interacted because of Shinichio. So, she was quite surprised to see Luo Yao, but she still greeted her politely. Loquat, you can actually mix drinks? Luo Yao was stunned. She had always thought of Su Loquat as an introverted, quiet girl. She would never connect the art of cocktail making with Su Pipa. I only know a few simple ones, Su Pipa replied modestly. Pipa, do you remember me? Lu Meiyu naturally knew Su Pipa, the school's top student, but they hadn't interacted much during high school. Yes, you're Lu Meiyu. As a key figure in the school's arts and cultural scene, Lu Meiyu frequently appeared in various performances, and Su Pipa had a strong impression of her. Haha, it seems those activities I participated in high school were useful after all. Lu Meiyu smiled. Su Pipa nodded slightly, and returned to his work. Yinran, I saw a notice at the entrance of the pub recruiting resident singers. What do you think of me? Lu Meiyu turned to look at Shen Yanran. With winter break approaching, many of the students in the pop music club were returning home. Naturally, there were fewer singers during the daytime resident performance period, so Hu Tingting posted an advertisement for resident singers on the small blackboard at the entrance of the bar. Are you looking for a part-time job? Shen Yanran glanced at Lu Meiyu with surprise. Have you forgotten that I studied at Sanjiang Conservatory of Music? I'm a semi-professional singer, after all. Before coming here, Lu Meiyu hadn't considered working part-time. However, after seeing the job posting at the Red Rose Tavern, she decided to come part-time. First, it would allow her to gain performance experience and hone her singing skills. Second, the Red Rose Tavern was very popular, and she could take advantage of its popularity. And most importantly, working part-time at the Red Rose Tavern might give her the opportunity to meet Shen Qiushan. In the eyes of most people, Shen Qiushan is known as a famous writer. However, in the eyes of music professionals, Shen Qiushan is a renowned musician. Although he has only composed 3 songs so far, all 3 have gone viral. Each song has a unique style, making him a true musical prodigy. For music students like Lu Meiyu, the ultimate goal is naturally to become a renowned singer. The best way to achieve this is to have a signature song. Such a signature song is hard to come by, and if you're lucky enough to get a song by Shen Qiushan, that's even better. Try it out later. Shen Yanran pointed to the stage. It wasn't even evening yet, and performing on stage were Chung Yuan and Yao Shutong from the pop music club. Both were core members of the club, both attractive and talented singers. Coupled with their recent training at the Red Rose Tavern, they were already established resident singers. Currently, the two were singing a classic duet, and the atmosphere in the tavern was quite pleasant. Okay. Having participated in countless cultural events since childhood, Lu Meiyu was certainly not one for stage fright. She happily agreed. Then I tell Aunt Tingting. Shen Yanran picked up the intercom under the bar and spoke to Hu Tingting, who was busy in the pub. Okay. Lu Meiyu smiled and responded. She hadn't expected such an unexpected reward from her visit. When the next performance began, Lu Meiyu actually took the stage. After all, she was a student at the conservatory and a semi-professional singer. Lu Meiyu's performance was very impressive, comparable to Chung Yuan and Yao Shutong's earlier performances. Meiyu sings so well. Luo Yao sighed, making small talk. Shen Yanran remained silent, still feeling a bit awkward facing her former friend. Yanran, I really know I was wrong. Can we still be friends? Against the backdrop of the song, Luo Yao turned to Shen Yanran and said, To be honest, with you and Shenixia in this situation, as his older sister, I can't stand on your side. Shen Yanran shook her head at first, but I don't want us to be strangers either. Let's just be classmates again. That kind of relationship is better. In truth, Shen Yanran had no idea how to handle this situation. She figured they meet again someday, so she had to maintain some composure, and didn't want things to get too awkward. Okay. Luo Yao nodded. She knew it wouldn't be possible to mend her relationship with Shen Yanran all at once. She had to take it slow. Still, it was a good start. So, after hearing Shen Yanran's words, Luo Yao was still in a very good mood. I heard Shenixio has a new girlfriend? Luo Yao asked again. Yes, one. Shen Yanran didn't hide the fact that when Shenixio and Lin Yufei confirmed their relationship, Shenixio had posted about it on WeChat Moments. His high school classmates all knew about it, so there was no way Luo Yao wouldn't have heard about it. How are they doing? Are they doing well? Luo Yao pressed. They should be doing well. Shen Yanran nodded. Shenixio went to meet her parents right after her break. Luo Yao, I think since you've broken up with Shenixio, it's best to avoid any further entanglement. After all, you all have your own lives. Yeah, I know. Luo Yao nodded glumly, adding, but I still want to say, I deeply regret breaking up with Shenixio. It's probably the stupidest decision I've ever made. Ah. Luo Yao sighed, wanting to continue. Shen Yanran waved her hand. Let bygones be bygones. As they were talking, Xiao Xinyan arrived at the bar with a tray. Loquat, 2 blue impressions. Thanks to his frequent part-time jobs, Xiao Xinyan quickly adapted to the pub's working environment and became a very qualified waiter. Shen Yanran's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Xinyan. Senior Xiao, how are you? All right. Shen Yanran took the initiative. I'm adapting quite well. It's easier than I thought. Xiao Xinyan may seem like an aloof, cool man, but he's not. His situation was somewhat similar to Su Pihua's. His family's financial difficulties indirectly contributed to his introversion. Once they got to know each other better, Xiao Xinian was quite chatty. He didn't know Shen Yanran's feelings at the moment, but he had some feelings for this beautiful junior, who was also the boss's daughter. That's good. Shen Yanran nodded with a smile, then whispered, Senior Xiao, you can slack off a bit. Xiao Xinian looked at Shen Yanran in surprise, thinking, isn't this your family's business? Shen Yanran giggled, just kidding. I took it seriously. Xiao Xinian spread his hands as Su Pihua placed 2 glasses of mixed wine on a tray. I get busy now. He nodded at Shen Yanran and carried the tray to serve the guests. Yanran, this isn't your boyfriend, is it? Luo Yao keenly noticed that Shen Yanran's attitude towards the boy was unusual. Not yet. Shen Yanran blurted out. Chapter 243. Not yet? So there's potential for further development? Luo Yao pressed with a smile, winking at Shen Yanran, trying to recapture the feeling of close friends they once had. But Shen Yanran felt only awkwardness. Just then, the food delivery bell rang, and she used it as an excuse to go back to work. She had once believed that she and Luo Yao were best friends, their bond unbreakable. But friendship proved to be fragile, and once a rift formed, it was difficult to repair. Luo Yao could certainly sense Shen Yanran's apathy, but she didn't expect to repair her relationship with her immediately. In fact, her primary target wasn't Shen Yanran, but Shen Yixu. In her view, as long as she could win Shen Yixu back, then her relationship with Shen Yanran wouldn't matter all that much. To put it another way, if she could truly reunite with Shen Yixu and get married, Shen Yanran might even become her competitor. Because Shen Yanran is also Shen Qiushan's child, she shared the property. There are countless examples of children falling out over property distribution. Therefore, from Luo Yao's perspective, her initiative to repair her relationship with Shen Yanran is merely a necessary prelude to winning back Shen Yixu. Looking towards the stage, Lu Meiyu sang with great passion. Coupled with her good image, some male customers even offered her a wreath. The wreaths at the Red Rose Tavern are quite affordable, 50 yuan each. Resident singers receive a 30 yuan share of each wreath. Since the Red Rose Tavern has been packed lately, singers with a good image and good interaction can earn a considerable amount of money just from the tips. Luo Yao regretted not studying music. Otherwise, she could have applied for the resident singer position. But if she couldn't become a singer, she thought she could be a waitress. A sudden inspiration struck Luo Yao. She quickly turned to Su Pipa and asked with a smile, Pipa, are you still looking for a part-time waitress? Su Pipa glanced at Luo Yao and, as clever as she was, immediately guessed what she was looking for. She shook her head and said, I don't know about that either. You have to ask manager Hu. Luo Yao knew Su Pipa was talking about Hu Tingting, a member of the band Red Rose. Her hair was dyed a striking blue, and her bust was impressive. Her fans nicknamed her Di Ting. Luo Yao searched the pub and soon found Hu Tingting, who was watching Lu Meiyu's performance near the stage. She quickly approached her. Hello, Sister Tingting. I'm Yanran's friend. My name is Luo Yao. Hello. Hu Tingting naturally didn't recognize Luo Yao, who had approached her, but since she claimed to be Shen Yanran's friend, she was quite polite. By the way, if you're Yanran's friend, you should call me Aunt Tingting. Theoretically you should, but Sister Tingting is so young, I really can't say Auntie. Luo Yao was quite good at chatting, and her words immediately put Hu Tingting into a state of wide smiles. You're quite the talker, little girl. Do you want a photo? Yes, but if you're posting on WeChat moments, remember to use beauty filters. Hu Tingting instinctively assumed Luo Yao had approached her for a photo, as she encountered similar situations many times a day. It couldn't be helped, the Red Rose Band was incredibly popular. Yeah, Sister Tingting, I love you so much. Luo Yao took out her phone and took a few selfies with Hu Tingting. After the photos, she asked with a smile, Sister Tingting, are you still hiring part-time waiters? It's winter break, so I have nothing to do. You want to work part-time? Hu Tingting glanced at Luo Yao with surprise. The girl's attire, and the way she gave off the impression of someone from a poor family, didn't seem at all like she came from a poor family. During her time working at the tavern, Hu Tingting met many students who came part-time. While many of them were there for clubs and organizations, most of them came for the novelty of the atmosphere, and only a few stayed long-term. Because the Red Rose Tavern was so popular, the workload for waiters was quite heavy and tiring. Thus, only a few of the students who actually stayed did so because of Shen Qiushan. The rest genuinely needed the part-time job. Because the tavern was so popular, the salary was higher than elsewhere. For example, a typical part-time job at a fast food restaurant pays around 15 yuan per hour, while at the Red Rose Tavern it's 20 yuan, with a potential increase to 25 yuan if performance is good. For students who need a part-time job to earn a living, it's undoubtedly the top choice. Through long-term interaction, Hu Tingting can easily discern which students truly need the part-time job and which are just playing around or have other motives. In her opinion, Luo Yao is the type who takes a part-time job for other reasons. From a management perspective, Hu Tingting certainly doesn't want a waiter like that. Sister Tingting, Yanran Meiyu, and I are all high school classmates. They're all at the tavern during the holidays, so I wanted to come and get some practice. Yanran probably hasn't told you yet, but we're best friends. Seeing Hu Tingting hesitate, Luo Yao immediately brought up Shen Yanran. What Luo Yao didn't know was that it would have been better if she hadn't mentioned that they were best friends. Her mention immediately reminded Hu Tingting of Shen Yixiao's trip to Beijing to find a girlfriend, and the incident where he broke his leg. It said that Shen Yixiao's girlfriend was a good friend of Shen Yanran's. We already have a full waiter position, but we're still looking for a resident singer. Can you sing? Hu Tingting didn't directly refuse, but instead posed the question to Luo Yao, knowing she couldn't sing. Otherwise, Luo Yao would have likely brought it up when Lu Meiyu auditioned on stage. As Hu Tingting had expected, Luo Yao shook her head rather glumly. Sister Tingting, I'm an art student, and my singing is only at KTD level, not ready for the stage. Is that so? Then I call you when we have a waiter position available. Hu Tingting didn't say anything final, thinking she'd check in with Shen Yanran later. Sister Tingting, remember to call me when you need someone. I'm free on holidays, so I'm always available. Luo Yao quickly declared her commitment. Okay, sure. Hu Tingting nodded. Just then, a customer approached her for a photo, and Luo Yao tactfully returned to the bar. After taking her photo with the customer, Hu Tingting found Shen Yanran, who had retreated to the kitchen. Yanran, are you close to Luo Yao? She said. She wants to work part-time at the restaurant. Huh? Hearing this, Shen Yanran was speechless. Auntie Tingting, you didn't agree, did you? No. Is she Xiao's ex-girlfriend? Hu Tingting asked, speculating. Yes. Shen Yanran replied in the affirmative, then immediately added, our relationship is quite awkward right now. Please don't let her come part-time at the store. Yeah, I thought about it, so I didn't let her come. Hu Tingting just wanted to give herself a pat on the back. If she hadn't been so clever, she could have easily caused unnecessary trouble. The next day, after finishing his last exam, Shen Qiushan began his first winter break. This winter break, Shen Qiushan set a small goal for himself, to earn a 10 million academic master index. Currently, there are 3 main known ways to earn academic master index: attending classes, taking exams, and competing. Of course, there's also the most basic way to earn academic master index: studying or doing tests. But this is the slowest way. Taking exams and competing is faster. However, with fewer large-scale exams, there are more opportunities to compete. Shen Qiushan searched online for recent Go or Xiangqi tournaments and quickly discovered 2 national competitions. They were the 12th National Amateur Go Grand Prix and the Qingyang Cup National Xiangqi Tournament. Both competitions were national, had been held for many years, and had a strong community base. Registration for both events was open online, and Shen Qiushan filled out the registration form directly. The preliminary round of the Qingyang Cup National Xiangqi Tournament would begin in Beijing in a week. Shen Qiushan was traveling to Beijing with Gao Ruihai and other members of the Sanjiang University Electronic Technology competition team to receive their awards, so he could easily participate in the competition. Just as Shen Qiushan was pondering how to improve his academic stats, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Qingwu, the class assistant counselor. Since Shen Qiushan had been staying home more often recently and visiting the staff dormitory less frequently, he hadn't seen this often motivated counselor for a few days. Teacher Lu, do you have any instructions? Shen Qiushan held the position of class monitor, and Lu Qingwu often sought him out under the guise of class matters. Mr. Shen, are you at school? Would it be convenient for us to meet? Lu Qingwu didn't elaborate on the topic, but simply extended the invitation. However, her voice was different than usual, nasal and almost sobbing. I'm at the Red Rose Tavern. Can you come to the staff dormitory? Oh, okay. Shen Qiushan hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Whatever the reason, Lu Qingwu, the class assistant counselor, had been very caring towards him this semester. Since she was clearly not feeling well, Shen Qiushan couldn't ignore her. The drive from the pub to the staff quarters took only a few minutes, and Shen Qiushan soon arrived at Lu Qingwu's door. He reached out and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. Lu Qingwu was dressed exquisitely as usual. Perhaps because she was on vacation, her outfit was even more daring than usual. A red, strapless, hip-hugging skirt clearly revealed her slender figure. The white area below her neck revealed a faint ravine. But her mental state was clearly not good. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her once delicate eye makeup was smudged. It was obvious that she had been crying. "Teacher Lu, what's wrong with you?" Shin Qiushan asked directly after entering the room. "Something happened at home. My brother was tricked into going to northern Myanmar. They contacted my family and demanded a ransom of 500,000 yuan. My parents can't afford it. They only gave us 3 days, saying that if they didn't get the money after that, my brother would never come back. It's already been a day. Just now, they cut off my brother's finger while video chatting with my parents. My mother fainted and has been rushed to the hospital. We can't raise the money. We borrowed from all our relatives and friends. We've gathered over 200,000 yuan, but we're still short 280,000 yuan." By the time Lu Qingwu finished speaking, Shin Qiushan understood her intentions. It was simply a loan. "Send me your bank card number." To Shin Qiushan, 280,000 yuan was a drop in the bucket. No, it wasn't even a drop in the bucket. Shin Qiushan was now worth hundreds of millions, and with the added bonus of cheats, 280,000 yuan was truly nothing to him, and yet, this sum of money had pushed Lu Qingwu's family to the brink. Such is the chasm of life. To the wealthy, a few 100,000 yuan might mean nothing, just enough to buy a bag. But to ordinary people, it's an unattainable mountain, potentially even life-threatening. Old Shinyu. Lu Qingwu knew Shin Qiushan was wealthy, but she hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming, even without any conditions. In fact, before turning to Shin Qiushan, Lu Qingwu had already sought help from several of her in-the-pond lapdogs. In truth, Lu Qingwu didn't want to show her most embarrassing side to Shin Qiushan, especially since this matter involved her family. But when Lu Qingwu went to those lickspitless for help, she discovered that while sweet talk and small favors were fine, they were extra cautious when it came to large sums of money. Some claimed they had no money, while others directly negotiated terms. One man, seemingly honest, even offered Lu Qingwu 280,000 yuan in exchange for 3 years of serving as a lapdog. Unsuccessful, Lu Qingwu had no choice but to bite the bullet and find Shin Qiushan. What she didn't expect was that Shin Qiushan didn't hesitate at all. "Send me the card number." "Aren't you anxious?" Seeing Lu Qingwu staring at him intently without any reaction, Shin Qiushan spoke again. "Oh, okay." Recovering from her reverie, Lu Qingwu quickly sent the card number to Shin Qiushan. "It's my mother's bank card. The name is Li Guilian." As she sent the card number, Lu Qingwu added, "Yes." Shin Qiushan nodded slightly, and made the call directly on his phone. "The money has been transferred. Have your mother check it." After the transfer was complete, Shin Qiushan showed Lu Qingwu the page showing the successful transfer. Yes. I call right away." Lu Qingwu quickly called her mother. On the other side, Li Guilian had already seen the bank text message announcing the 280,000 yuan deposit. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingwu, her mother, Li Guilian, wasn't in the hospital at the moment. She was comfortably lying on the sofa at home. Lu Xiujia, the younger brother, who had been deceived and taken to northern Myanmar, was sitting next to her. After seeing the bank text message, his smile curled up harder than a smudge. Li Guilian quickly hung up the phone with her daughter, and said to her son beside her, "Your sister keeps crying poor. How could a university professor be so broke?" Lu Xiujia chuckled, "I knew this method would work. Mom, now we have money. Can we buy a house for our wedding?" Chapter 244. "How much did you pay for that house you're interested in?" Li Guilian looked at the bank balance in the text message on her phone, her face beaming with smiles. She was a typical patriarchal person. To her, her daughter was an outsider. She would marry sooner or later, and while she still hadn't, she wanted to squeeze out as much of her remaining value as possible. Her son, Lu Xiujia, had a girlfriend, but without a wedding house, there was no way they could get married. To buy Lu Xiujia a wedding house, mother and son had orchestrated this self-inflicted self-torture scheme, hoping to get money from Lu Qingwu. Even though Li Guilian knew her daughter probably had little savings, she felt that with her beauty and the many suitors around her, raising money shouldn't be difficult. As she had expected, her daughter had raised over 400,000 yuan in just one day. Li Guilian even regretted setting a low target of 500,000 yuan. "If I had known my daughter had such a strong fundraising ability, I should have asked for 1 million. That house is 320,000, and the remaining money is just enough for the betrothal gift." The 500,000 yuan figure actually has a story. Lu Xiujia had his eye on a house for 320,000 yuan, and his girlfriend's family wanted 180,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. That adds up to exactly 500,000 yuan. House prices are all dropping now. Let's go to the real estate agency tomorrow and bargain with the landlord. Maybe we can even get a few tens of thousands off. Lu Qingwu's hometown is a small county town with a population of only 300,000 to 400,000 people. Housing is relatively affordable, and with a recent price slump in the past 2 years, a little over 300,000 yuan can buy a small, fully renovated, 3-bedroom apartment of over 90 square meters. Okay, I tell Shelly the good news. Lu Xijie happily went to call his girlfriend. Staff dormitory. Lu Qingwu grasped Shen Qiushan's hand with gratitude. Old Shen, thank you. Without your help, I really don't know what I would have done. Saving people is more important. Shen Qiushan waved his hand gently. But I think you better go back. I heard the transaction will take place at the border. Your parents are old, and they might not be able to handle it. If you have any cousins at home, it would be best to bring them along. Yes. I've asked for leave from the school, and will be back tomorrow morning. Lu Qingwu nodded repeatedly, then said weakly, Old Shen, I don't know when I'll be able to pay back this much money. You know, our teachers' salaries are quite low, especially since I'm still an intern. There's no rush for the money. Let's talk about it when you have it. Shen Qiushan shrugged nonchalantly. To him, 280,000 yuan was like 28 yuan. It's just an expensive cup of milk tea. Old Shen, I know you're not short of money. But that's 280,000 yuan. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Lu Qingwu had been struggling to find an excuse to offer herself, but now the opportunity presented itself. He lent her 280,000 yuan. She couldn't pay it back immediately. Why not just pay it back with her body and let their relationship transform? It was for this reason that Lu Qingwu uttered such suggestive words. As she spoke, she even deliberately pulled the neckline of her strapless dress down. Shen Qiushan knew of Lu Qingwu's ulterior motives, so he immediately waved his hand. Teacher Lu, if you really want to repay me, come help out at the Red Rose Tavern during winter break. The Red Rose Band had many performances coming up, including a Spring Festival gala appearance. So, Hu Tingting couldn't continue managing the tavern, and Lu Qingwu could fill in for the time being. Sure. Seeing that Shen Qiushan didn't make any further requests, Lu Qingwu was a bit disappointed. However, helping out at the Red Rose Tavern would naturally provide more opportunities for interaction with Shen Qiushan, making it a good option. Teacher Lu, if there's nothing else, I'd be off to my work. It wasn't advisable to linger in a place of controversy for long. Shen Qiushan said goodbye and made his way out. After a semester of interacting with her, he had a good idea of Lu Qingwu's character. This teacher Lu was obsessed with marrying a wealthy man, and she was working very hard to achieve that goal. What's noticeable is her consistent fitness. Lu Qingwu is always seen in the school gym, and she's likely making no shortage of other hidden efforts. Shen Qiushan understands her drive to marry a wealthy man. After all, she's not the only woman with this desire. There are countless women with similar ideals. But few truly commit to this goal. Most little fairies daydream of a domineering CEO falling in love with them. They don't focus on self-improvement, simply hoping that the domineering CEO will one day appear out of nowhere. Women with a higher IQ, on the other hand, strive to be the type of person a wealthy man would like. Appearance and figure naturally come first, followed by temperament and personal development. While most of the so-called socialite classes in society are just trying to exploit people, their underlying logic is actually sound. Rich people aren't fools. If they're willing to spend money on you, then you must provide the value they need. This value is multifaceted, including emotional value and so on. Lu Qingwu is the type who is clear-headed, which is why she strives to improve herself. In Shen Qiushan's view, there's no need to condemn women like Lu Qingwu. What's wrong with striving for your ideals? It's just that the direction of effort is different. Some women choose to work hard on their careers, while others choose to work hard on men. The end result for both types of women is usually not too bad. The worst is for those little fairies lying in bed daydreaming. They have a 5-point appearance, but after using the beauty filter, they feel no one is worthy of them. They have a bad temper and are destined to be a princess, but they have princess diseases. In contrast, hard-working green tea characters like Lu Qingwu are actually not annoying because they understand themselves and the reality. Being around them makes you feel very comfortable. Often, they resemble the corrupt officials and favorites of ancient emperors. Do you think the emperor didn't know they were corrupt? It's because they provide the emperor with sufficient emotional value, unlike some loyal ministers who are stubborn. Ultimately, The essence of human nature remains unchanged. How many so-called sages have there been throughout history? In life, especially when you have wielded sufficient power, of course you should live as comfortably as you can. Otherwise, what use would I have for such power? The next day, Lu Qingwu took a bus back to her hometown, Qincheng County, early in the morning. Sanjiang wasn't far from Qincheng County, just over 200 kilometers, and Qincheng County was originally part of Sanjiang City. Rizhao Machinery Factory Family Quarters. Lu Qingwu's father had been an employee at the machinery factory, and the house they'd been given was a two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment of over 70 square meters. After her younger brother, Lu Xijie, was born, the family ran out of room, so they converted the balcony into a small room, and the neglected Lu Qingwu moved into that balcony. After Lu Qingwu started college, she rarely returned home, so her room became a storage room, filled with useless items. The bus journey took almost 3 hours. Lu Qingwu returned to the hometown she had always wanted to escape from. Entering the machinery factory family quarters, she felt an inexplicable heaviness. Because her family had always favored boys over girls, Lu Qingwu had never felt much parental love since childhood. Instead, she was constantly taught to give in to her younger brother and treat him well. When she was young, she didn't quite understand these things. It wasn't until 2 years of college that she gradually began to understand. Not every family is like this, and not all parents favor sons over daughters. Hence, her feelings towards this family are quite complex, a mixture of love and hate, resentment and longing. Qingwu is back. Is it vacation time? At the entrance of her apartment building, Lu Qingwu ran into her neighbor Zhang Yayan. No. Lu Qingwu shook her head. Didn't Xijie get into trouble? The machinery factory's residential compound wasn't large, so if someone's family didn't tell anyone about something, it was almost universally known. On the phone, Li Guilian told Lu Qingwu that even the neighbors had chipped in. Therefore, Lu Qingwu had already assumed that Zhang Yayu knew about her brother Lu Xijie's scam. Huh? What happened to Xijie? To Lu Qingwu's surprise, Zhang Yayu was shocked. I ran into your mother at the morning market. She said she was going to buy a house for Xijie today. Didn't you come back for this? To buy a house for Xijie? Lu Qingwu raised her eyebrows, a bad feeling forming in her mind. Before this, her brother Lu Xijie had scammed her once, claiming he'd been in a fight and injured someone, and that he needed to pay 50,000 yuan in compensation. If he didn't pay, he'd go to jail. As a newly employed intern, Lu Qingwu had no money to draw from, so she had to withdraw it from her credit card. She later learned that her brother Lu Xijie had never been in a fight, let alone injured anyone, and needed to pay compensation. After hearing Zhang Yayan's words, Lu Qingwu's bad memories suddenly surfaced. But this time, the situation was different. Her mother, Li Guilian, had also sent her a video of her brother, Lu Xijie, being abused. In the video, Lu Xijie was trapped in a large iron cage, looking utterly miserable. Don't you know? Your mother said you paid for it. Zhang Yayan said with a look of doubt. Oh, I know. But I didn't know we were going to buy a house today. Aunt Zhang, I'm going up first. Lu Qingwu was almost certain she'd been ripped off again. However, she still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing her mother wouldn't conspire with her brother to rip her off. That's 500,000 yuan, no small sum. They knew she couldn't come up with the money, so how could they use such despicable tactics to force her? Lu Qingwu dragged her heavy feet up the stairs. Their home was on the 4th floor. As she reached the landing leading from the 2nd to the 3rd, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from upstairs. Mom, hurry up. We've already made an appointment with the landlord. Wait a minute, it'll be there soon. You need to dress respectably when buying a house. You can't let people look down on you. The two people speaking were none other than her younger brother Lu Xijie and her mother, Li Guilian. The glimmer of hope Lu Qingwu had harbored was finally shattered. Yesterday, she'd been told that her younger brother Lu Xijie had been tricked into going to northern Myanmar and tortured beyond recognition. And now he was back home, even going to buy a house. It was obvious she'd been scammed. Lu Qingwu gritted her teeth and strode up the stairs. On the stairs leading from the 3rd to the 4th floor, she and her younger brother Lu Xijie practically bumped into each other. Blind? Lu Xijie, preoccupied with his phone, cursed unconsciously when he was bumped. But when he saw who he bumped into, he was completely stunned. After a long pause, he stammered, Sister Yu, why are you back? Weren't you tricked into going to northern Myanmar? Aren't you dying? Was I seeing a ghost? Was I seeing a ghost? Lu Qingwu demanded coldly. Lu Xijie was speechless, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Li Guilian, having finished applying her makeup, walked out of the house. She was also startled when she saw Lu Qingwu standing on the stairs. But she reacted much faster than Lu Xijie. The shock on her face flashed away, and then she smiled and said, "Qingwu, I was just about to tell you the good news that Xiujie has been released. I didn't expect you to be back." "That's great. I was just about to take Xijie out to dinner to celebrate his new life." "Are we going to celebrate, or to buy a house?" Lu Qingwu asked sternly. Buy a house? Buy what house? We don't have the money for one with our current situation." Li Guilian flatly denied it. Lu Qingwu couldn't help but sneer. "I heard what you just said. Xiujie being cheated is fake. I'm the real deal. And by you too, my closest relatives?" Lu Qingwu's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me back the money. I borrowed all that money." Seeing her pretense was failing, Li Guilian immediately dropped her smile and said sternly, "Qingwu, your brother is getting married, and the betrothal gifts and the house all require money. Isn't it normal for you, as his sister, to contribute a little? I paid for your college and graduate school, from childhood to adulthood. Wasn't that easy? Now that Xiujie needs money for his wedding, and you're working and earning money, isn't it only natural for you to help your brother? Your siblings. After your father and I are gone, he'd be your only family in this world." Li Guilian went right into the kinship blackmail game. But Lu Qingwu wasn't buying it. She held out her hand, gritted her teeth, and tried hard to hold back the tears. She spat out 4 words in a cold voice. "Give me back my money." "Lu Qingwu, don't you understand what I'm saying? Xiujie is getting married now, and the bride wants a dowry and a house. If you don't pay for it, how can your brother get married?" Li Guilian demanded with conviction. "If you don't have the ability, don't get married. If you have the money, pay it. I won't pay for this anyway." After confirming that her mother and brother had indeed conspired to defraud her, Lu Qingwu completely gave up. Now she just wanted her money back. Without family affection, she couldn't lose her money either. Chapter 245. The mother-daughter argument inevitably attracted the attention of the neighbors. The security door of room 301 opened, and a middle-aged woman poked her head out. "Guilian, why are you and Qingwu arguing again? What's going on?" The middle-aged woman's concern for the mother-daughter quarrel was fake. Her real concern was to gossip. She had already overheard the general situation at home, but from the words exchanged, she could only make out that Li Guilian seemed to be asking Lu Qingwu to pay for her brother Lu Xiujie's wedding, and there seemed to be some deception involved. If she didn't eat the whole thing, she might not be able to sleep well at night, so the middle-aged woman was eager to eat the whole thing. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Li Guilian immediately slapped her thigh and wailed, "Yufan, don't worry about your laughter. I've raised this daughter in vain. You watched Qingwu grow up. Tell me, I raised her with all my heart and soul, supporting her education, university, and postgraduate entrance exams. How easy is that? Now she's a university professor. She's accomplished. When I asked her to contribute to Xiujie's wedding, she refused. Don't you think I've raised an ungrateful person?" Li Guilian's acting skills exploded, sobbing as she spoke. Lu Yufan immediately looked at Lu Qingwu and advised, "Qingwu, if your brother gets married, it's only right for you, as his sister, to contribute some money. Auntie Lu, do you know how much they want? 500,000. How can I, a newly employed intern, even get 500,000 yuan? That's just the beginning. To get the money, they even lied to me, saying Xiujie had been taken to northern Myanmar and threatened to be killed if I didn't pay. I maxed out my credit card, took out online loans, and finally borrowed money from friends. I barely managed to scrape together a little over 400,000 yuan. What happened? They were scamming people to buy a house." Lu Qingwu naturally wouldn't let her mother distort the truth. If she didn't defend herself now, her reputation as an unfilial daughter would spread throughout the entire machinery factory's residential compound by the end of the day. Lu Yufan was stunned. In her room, she only heard Lu Qingwu talk about scams and such, but she hadn't expected such a big story. "Lu Qingwu, stop talking nonsense. When did Xiujie and I ever cheat you? It's obvious you've grown too powerful and won't help your brother. Yufan, what sin have I committed to raise such an ungrateful person?" Li Guilian sat down on the stairs, wailing and recounting the hardships she endured over the years. And as she threw a tantrum, Zhang Yayun, whom Lu Qingwu had met earlier, and the other neighbors at home were also alarmed. "We're all family, let's talk it over. Guilian, what's the big deal? Didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Qingwu, your brother's getting married. It's okay for you, as an older sister, to contribute a little. Qingwu, You've made your mark now, but don't forget your roots. Everyone was talking at once. The neighbors who had come in, unaware of the details, instinctively sided with Li Guilian as she sat on the ground, sobbing in tantrum. Just then, Lu Xiujia's phone rang. He glanced. It was his girlfriend, Su Huili, calling. Lu Xiujia was a typical dog who did everything his girlfriend said, at least for now. He quickly answered the call. Xijia, when will you arrive? The owner's already here. Lu Xijia had specially arranged to meet his girlfriend for today's house viewing, hoping to show off his wealth. By now, his girlfriend, Su Huili, had already arrived at the real estate agency. Lu Xiujia glanced at his mother, who was sitting on the stairs, throwing a tantrum, then at his sister, who stood nearby with a stern expression. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Speak up. So many people are waiting for you. Su Huili, on the other end of the line, was a little annoyed. Almost there, right away. Lu Xijia said perfunctorily before hanging up. He quickly scrambled over to Li Guilian and whispered, Mom, the owner and Lily are here, waiting for us. After hearing her son's words, Li Guilian's tears stopped. She glanced at her daughter, Lu Qingwu, and angrily demanded, Lu Qingwu, I just want to ask you, do you care about your brother's marriage or not? No. Lu Qingwu replied coldly. Yufan Yayun, you all heard that, didn't you? Oh, what a sin I've committed. I raised such an ungrateful child. Li Guilian launched into another round of outbursts. The neighbors, unaware of the truth, criticized Lu Qingwu's heartlessness. How does that saying go? Many loyal men are butchers, while many unfaithful men are scholars. She's so well-read that she's even neglected her parents and younger brother. Since she already explained the whole story, Lu Qingwu didn't bother to explain. She said coldly, I borrowed that money. Give it back. If you dare use the money I borrowed to buy a house, I call the police. Before this incident, Lu Qingwu had been deceiving herself. Although her mother favored her younger brother, she felt she still had some affection for her. Now she finally understood what kind of care was. They were just using her as a money-making tool, completely disregarding her life and death to buy a wedding house for their younger brother, Lu Xiujia. Forget about such care. She was determined to leave this family once and for all. Otherwise, her mother, her younger brother, and that unreliable father would just lie all over her, sucking her blood until she was completely drained. Is this family? Is there such a family? A self-deprecating sneer played on Lu Qingwu's face. She wondered what sin she had committed in her past life to have such a family in this one. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Lu Qingwu's phone rang. It was Shan. Teacher Lu, how's everything going? If you need any help, you're welcome. Shan didn't care about the 280,000 yuan he had lent. He simply inquired about the follow-up. After all, he had only heard of people being tricked into going to northern Myanmar on the news. Upon hearing Shan voice, Lu Qingwu, who had been fighting back tears, suddenly gave way. Her closest family members were supposedly concerned only about her money, but it was Shan, her friend, who cared for her. Lu Qingwu sobbed softly at first, then burst into tears. A simple phone call had become her refuge. Shan, on the other end of the line, was startled, thinking something had happened to Lu Qingwu's brother. However, knowing he wouldn't be able to get much out of her at this point, he could only offer comfort. Teacher Lu, no matter what happens, take care of yourself first. Hearing Shan words of comfort, Lu Qingwu cried even harder. Weeping, she parted ways with the crowd and went downstairs. Once, she was outside the apartment building, and in a quiet corner, she sobbed and recounted her story. Old Shan, you transferred the 280,000 yuan directly into my mother's bank account last night. You can sue to recover the loan. Oh, and we have to apply for property preservation in court first to prevent them from transferring the money. After crying, Lu Qingwu began to think about how to stop the loss. Based on her understanding of her mother, Li Guilian, it was impossible to get the other party to return the money voluntarily. She had no choice but to resort to legal means. If she couldn't get the money back, she would consider it a severance payment for this family relationship. But she really didn't want Shan 280,000 yuan to go to waste. Chapter 246. Shan, on the other side, was stunned by Lu Qingwu's story. He seemed to have only seen similar stories in social news reports. Some families have a strong preference for sons over daughters, as if daughters were born to be money-making tools, and only sons were truly their own children. Parents in such families often instill in their daughters the idea of brothers first, creating countless brother-supporting demons. Thus, when choosing a spouse, many men are reluctant to marry a woman with a younger brother. Because you can't be sure if you've married a brother-supporting demon. On the internet, news of women secretly using their entire savings to buy houses, cars, and betrothal gifts for their younger brothers is common. But news is still news, and Lu Qingwu was someone close to him, so it had a significant impact on Shin Qiushan. Thankfully, Lu Qingwu didn't choose to be a brother-supporting demon with no moral compunction. She bravely chose to draw a clear line with her family. The money's in my mom's account right now. I'm worried she might actually buy a house, so I need to calm her down first. Old Shin, I might need your help. Even if filing a lawsuit quickly, it would take time. Lu Qingwu decided to calm her mother and brother down first, and a plan quickly formed in her mind. After ending her call with Shin Qiushan, Lu Qingwu calmed down. At that moment, her mother, Li Guilian, her brother, Lu Xiujie, and several neighbors just walked out of the apartment building. Qingwu, your mom and brother just told us what happened. The approach they took was indeed somewhat inappropriate. But Xiujie also said he was desperate and had no other choice. After all, your family. Don't let this small amount of money ruin your relationship. Lu Yufan stepped in to mediate. Sister, every mistake is my fault. I came up with a solution, don't blame mom. Lu Xiujie apologized, taking all the blame on himself. What does your girlfriend do? When did you meet? Lu Qingwu stopped talking about money and pretended to be concerned about her brother's marriage. A friend introduced us. She used to work in Sanjiang, but it was almost Chinese New Year, so she came home early. We've been dating for 2 months, sister. I really like Lily. She's much better than all the other girlfriends I've dated. The mention of his girlfriend instantly perked up, his face beaming with joy as he began to describe his story. Qingwu, if you want to meet Xiujie's girlfriend, come with us to the agency. You can also help me look at that apartment. Li Guilian said. Okay, I go meet her. Lu Qingwu nodded, feigning a compromise. That's right. We're all family, there's nothing to get over. Lu Yufan tried to smooth things over. Besides, Xiujie's wedding is a happy occasion. If it really requires money, we old neighbors can help out. That's right. We can't let money ruin the relationship. The neighbors chimed in, seemingly warm-hearted and offering sweet words. But Lu Qingwu knew they were just talking nicely. If their own interests were truly at stake, they shout louder than anyone else. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhang, having neighbors like you is such a blessing to our family. I take your words seriously. Lu Qingwu responded with a fake smile, seemingly enthusiastic. We're speaking from the heart. We've been neighbors for so many years, so of course we all want everyone to live well. Lu Yufan immediately replied with a smile. Auntie Lu, I'd be more than welcome then. Xiujie wants to buy a house, but he's short on cash. Can you lend me 20,000? Lu Yufan had just said that if you need money, just ask, and everyone can chip in. Lu Qingwu spoke bluntly, her purpose simple, to expose these people's hypocrisy. Didn't you say you help? Now you have the chance. As expected, after hearing Lu Qingwu's words, the smile on Lu Yufan's face vanished, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. She paused for a moment before stammering, Oh, 20,000 isn't much, by any means. But unfortunately, my brother's child got married a few days ago, and I lent out all the money. Lu Qingwu had anticipated this outcome. She turned to look at Zhang Yayun, who was also among the first to watch the show, having just been the loudest in agreeing. Aunt Zhang, is it convenient for you? I just used 20,000. After Xiujie gets married and collects the wedding gifts, I pay you back. Well, your uncle hasn't had much work lately, so we're really low on money. Oh, I have to go get groceries. Zhang Yayun said perfunctorily and slipped away. With her leading the way, Lu Yufan and the others also dispersed, fearing that Lu Qingwu would ask them for money. The scene, which had been bustling just a moment ago, was suddenly reduced to Lu Qingwu, her mother, or her son, alone. This group of people just want to make fun of our family. None of them genuinely want to help. Having been neighbors for decades, Li Guilian naturally knew each of them well. They were all niceties, but when the real action came, they run away faster than anyone else. That's right. In critical moments, I still have to rely on my sister. Lu Xiujie immediately followed suit and flattered her. Lu Qingwu ignored the conversation and pointed in the direction of the community entrance. Let's go to the agency. The county town wasn't big. The three of them took a taxi and arrived in 10 minutes. Lu Xiujie's girlfriend, Su Huili, had been waiting impatiently. She was standing at the agency door, ready to call Lu Xiujie again, but just as she pulled out her phone, she saw him arrive. Su Huili had assumed that only Li Guilian, Lu Xiujie, and their son were there, but she hadn't expected a beautiful woman to join them. Su Huili knew Lu Xijia's family situation and immediately guessed Lu Qingwu's identity. This is my sister, right? I often hear Xijia mention you. I heard you're a professor at Sanjiang University. That's amazing. Su Huili was quite talkative, and upon meeting her, she immediately praised Lu Qingwu. Lu Qingwu, on the other hand, sized Su Huili up. She was a bit shorter than her, around 163 centimeters tall, and looked okay, though her makeup was a bit heavy. At first glance, her overall outfit seemed quite fashionable, but a closer look revealed that the clothes with big brand logos were all knockoffs, giving off a sense of needless effort. Hello. Lu Qingwu nodded politely, then casually asked, I heard from Xijia that you used to work in Sanjiang. What was your job? Sales. Su Huili replied simply, without going into detail about her job. From this, it was clear that her job in Sanjiang wasn't very prestigious. Excuse me, don't you plan to return to Sanjiang for development in the future? You probably know our family situation. If we bought a house in our hometown, buying one in Sanjiang would be nearly impossible. Lu Qingwu cast her prepared hook. As expected, after hearing Lu Qingwu's words, Su Huili's eyes suddenly lit up. She hadn't previously suggested buying a house in Sanjiang because she knew the housing prices there were too high and Lu Xijia likely couldn't afford it. But from what Lu Qingwu, her elder sister-in-law, suggested, it seemed that if the Lu family could buy a house in Sanjiang, that would be perfect. In an instant, Su Huili felt that the house she was about to negotiate for was no longer attractive. Chapter 247. With other thoughts in mind, Su Huili's mind naturally shifted away from the house in the county town. While Li Guilian was haggling with the landlord, she called her boyfriend, Lu Xiujia, aside and whispered, Xiujia, why don't we go to Sanjiang and buy a house? There's not much going on in this small county town. Let's go to Sanjiang to work together. Houses in Sanjiang are really expensive. Lu Xiujia looked embarrassed. Of course houses in big cities are more expensive, but the incomes are higher too. Once you work hard in Sanjiang, you'd definitely be able to do it. Don't you still believe in your own abilities? Su Huili began to pooh. Actually, she hadn't originally planned to stay in this small county town. This time, she returned home to avoid the spotlight after getting into some trouble while working in Sanjiang. A friend had introduced Lu Xiujia to her, and they had just started chatting for fun. Unexpectedly, he had the financial resources to buy a house in the small county town outright and pay a 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. Besides, your sister is a university professor. She must know a lot of powerful people. It shouldn't be difficult to get her to find you a job. Seeing Lu Xiujia still hesitate, Su Huili immediately spoke up. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I really like to go to Sanjiang to develop my career. Lu Xiujia had no strong opinions of his own, and he really wanted to see a big city like Sanjiang, so he was immediately persuaded. Since the two of them had reached an agreement, the house purchase naturally didn't go through. What? You're going to buy a house in Sanjiang? During dinner, at his girlfriend's suggestion, Lu Xiujia told his mother about their plans. Li Guilian frowned upon hearing this. Over 300,000 yuan could buy a 90 square meter house in a small county town, but in Sanjiang, it might only buy a toilet. I can put down a down payment first, and then I slowly pay off the mortgage with my earnings. Besides, Sanjiang has many development opportunities. Maybe I make a fortune there, and then I can bring you over to enjoy a good life. Lu Xijia naturally made a promise to his mother. Auntie, only big cities, like Sanjiang offer development opportunities. Xijia and I are still young, so we should go out and try our luck. Besides, my sister is in Sanjiang, and she take care of us. Su Huili immediately agreed. After hearing her words, Lu Qingwu was speechless. This sister-in-law was truly so familiar, even including herself in their development. But Lu Qingwu didn't feel like talking at the moment, she just ate her meal in silence. Her delaying tactics had already worked. Lu Xijia and Su Huili had decided to move to Sanjiang, so the money for the house wouldn't be touched for now. Li Guilian was of course against her son going to Sanjiang, but with the odds stacked against her at 2-1, she simply couldn't stand up to Lu Xiujia and Su Huili, so she had to compromise. Why don't you go to Sanjiang first and take a look at the prices of houses and see if there are any cheaper ones? Qingwu, you know a lot of people, and you can help Xijia and Lily find jobs. Li Guilian acted as if it was a matter of course. By the way, the person who transferred the money to me yesterday was the big boss, right? What's your relationship with him? The text message contained the transfer's name. Li Guilian knew her daughter couldn't come up with that much money, and since that Shin had transferred 280,000 yuan to her all at once, he must be quite wealthy. A friend. What friend? How could he transfer so much money all at once? A boyfriend? Li Guilian asked curiously. Her plan was for her daughter to marry a wealthy man and receive a generous dowry. Otherwise, wouldn't she have raised her daughter in vain? No. Lu Qingwu shook her head in denial. Li Guilian was somewhat disappointed by this answer, but she immediately tried to persuade him. A man who can give you so much money all at once should be cherished. He's just lending us the money out of kindness. Lu Qingwu rolled her eyes at Li Guilian. Li Guilian pretended not to hear and changed the subject. Xiaojia, Lily, if you really want to buy a house in Sanjiang, why not go there in the next 2 days? Yes, we go tomorrow. Lu Xiaojia nodded repeatedly, already eager to see what was happening. Qingwu, can you find them a place to stay? Or can you spare them a room in the school dormitories? Li Guilian began assigning tasks to Lu Qingwu again. How can we let outsiders stay in the school dormitories? Besides, I'm just an intern teacher, so my opinion doesn't count. Lu Qingwu was speechless again. We can find a place to stay ourselves. It won't cost much. Su Huili stepped in to smooth things over. Dinner was almost over, and Lu Qingwu left the restaurant first, using the excuse of a phone call. Li Guilian waited for a long time, but seeing her daughter still hadn't returned, she had to pay the bill herself. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Qingwu didn't go home. She boarded the return bus, citing work at school as an excuse, and didn't mention the money again. The next day, Lu Xiaojia and Su Huili also boarded the bus to Sanjiang. Since Su Huili had previously worked in Sanjiang and was quite familiar with the city, she arranged for the two of them to stay in a nice hotel, with Lu Xiaojia paying for the stay. Back home, Li Guilian happily played mahjong. She now had over 400,000 yuan in her bank account. She had never had so much money in her entire life, and she even felt a bit reluctant to buy a house for her son. The money in her bank account gave her an unprecedented sense of security. However, she had overlooked one thing. The money didn't originally belong to her. She had swindled it from her daughter. On the third day, Li Guilian arrived at the mahjong room on time, just like the previous day. Just after she had started playing for a while, she suddenly received several text messages. All her bank accounts had been frozen. Then came an electronic summons from the court. Seeing the text messages announcing the bank card freeze and the court summons, Li Guilian was stunned. Her eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Guilian, what cards did you get? Look how excited you are. Seeing Li Guilian hesitate to play, one of her friends teased her. I'm done. After a moment's pause, Li Guilian stood up and strode out of the mahjong room. Leaving now? What happened? Let's settle the accounts. The three friends exchanged bewilderment, and Li Guilian naturally had no desire to play mahjong anymore. This wasn't the first time she experienced something like this. Lu Qingwu's father was a compulsive gambler and investor. He had borrowed a considerable amount of money in the past few years, and his creditors subsequently sued him, and his wife, Li Guilian, was also sued. Li Guilian's bank card was frozen at the time, but after a court hearing, it was determined that she was unaware of her husband's borrowing and hadn't spent the money. The court ruled that she wasn't responsible for the debt. But Li Guilian had gone through the relevant procedures, so she had some experience dealing with this kind of situation. After leaving the mahjong room, Li Guilian immediately called her daughter Lu Qingwu, but no one answered. She quickly called her son Lu Xiaojia. Mom, how did you know Lily and I just found a house? I'm telling you, it's a bit out of the way, but it's close to the subway station, and most importantly, it's cheap. An 81 square meter house costs only 1.3 million yuan, so a down payment of 400,000 yuan is enough. As soon as the call connected, Lu Xiaojia said happily, Why buy a house? Your sister wants the money back. She's already sued me. Li Guilian cursed. I was wondering why she suddenly stopped talking about the money. It turns out she's holding back a big move. I really raised an ungrateful person. What? My sister sued you? That's impossible. Lu Xiaojia on the other end of the line was also shocked. What's impossible? My bank card is frozen. Xiaojia, go to Sanjiang University right now to find your sister. If she doesn't drop the lawsuit, make a scene at school. I don't believe the school will stop caring. Li Guilian said angrily. Lu Xiaojia was in a dilemma. It was fine for him to try to defraud his sister of the money, but he was the kind of person who cared too much about his reputation. He found it too embarrassing to make a scene at school. Stop that. Do you still want to buy a house? Without this money, how will you buy one? Li Guilian understood her son and directly explained the stakes. Okay. I go now. Lu Xiaojie gritted his teeth and agreed. He and Su Huili had just found a house, and if they couldn't buy it, his girlfriend, Su Huili, might break up with him. Red Rose Tavern. Lu Qingwu, the part-time marketing manager, had already started. During college, she often worked part-time to pay for her studies, working in bars and restaurants. Plus, she was quite smart, so she quickly took to the role. But for the past 2 days, she couldn't fully focus on work. After all, there was still the 500,000 yuan to worry about. While the salary at Sanjiang University was good, the salary for counselors wasn't high. Even if Lu Qingwu became a full-time employee, her salary was only a little over 7,000 yuan. Including bonuses, that would be around 90,000 yuan a year. In other words, she would have to go without food and drink for 5 years to earn 450,000 yuan. But this is a paradox. How could anyone live without food and drink? So, based on her current salary, if Lu Qingwu wanted to save 500,000 yuan, it would probably take her 10 years or even longer. Thus, of course, she had to get the money back, at least Shen Qiushan's share first. She had, of course, seen Li Guilian's call, but had deliberately ignored it. Old Shen, has your lawyer filed the complaint? Lu Qingwu quickly found Shen Qiushan, who was sitting at the bar listening to music. Yes, the court should be going through the process. Although 280,000 yuan was nothing to Shen Qiushan, the actions of Lu Qingwu's mother and brother were truly outrageous. Even cheating their own daughter and sister is completely inhumane. 280,000 yuan couldn't be given to such a person for nothing, so Shen Qiushan immediately hired a lawyer to file a lawsuit in Lu Qingwu's hometown. According to the law, a loan doesn't require an IOU, simply having a transfer record establishes the debt relationship. So, Shen Qiushan's chances of winning this lawsuit against Li Guilian are 100%. Property preservation measures should be implemented, freezing Li Guilian's bank card first. Once the court process is complete, he can directly apply for compulsory execution. My mom just called me. I think she received a court summons. Yes, the lawyer just sent me a WeChat message. Shen Qiushan hesitated for a moment, then confirmed, Are you sure you want the money back? Yes. I absolutely must. Lu Qingwu nodded confidently, then added gloomily, I had no choice about my birth, but I want my future in my own hands. Okay. Then I use my connections to expedite the process. Qincheng County is under the jurisdiction of Sanjiang City, and Shen Qiushan has Lin Mashuan, the newly appointed deputy mayor, as his father-in-law. Using him to get help is incredibly easy. Besides, it's not illegal, it just expedites the case process and shortens the waiting period. As the two spoke, Lu Qingwu's phone rang again. It was her younger brother, Lu Xiaojie. She frowned, knowing that Lu Xiaojie was calling to call her to accuse her of something. Another call from my family? Seeing Lu Qingwu's troubled expression, Shen Qiushan asked casually. My brother. Answer it. Let's hear what he has to say. Okay. Lu Qingwu responded, then immediately put the call on speakerphone. Sister, my mom said you sued her? All her bank accounts are frozen. How could you do that? You drive my mom to the hospital. As expected, Lu Xiaojie launched into a barrage of questions as the call connected. Lu Qingwu was about to speak when Shen Qiushan waved her off and took back over. I'm the one suing your mother. I paid for that money. If it's life-saving, fine, I can still lend it to you. But if it's for personal use, like buying a house, I'm sorry, but my money didn't just come from the wind. So, please return the money to me as soon as possible. Hearing a man's voice on the other end, Lu Xiaojie was stunned for a moment before realizing that his mother, Li Guilian, had previously said that the final 280,000 yuan had been transferred to her bank account by a man named Shen. Clearly, the person speaking must have been the man who had transferred the money. My sister borrowed the money. You should ask her for it. After a moment's silence, Lu Xiaojie brazenly retorted. Ms. Li Guilian borrowed the money, and I transferred my money to her bank account. So of course, I'm asking Ms. Li Guilian for the money. If you think you're right, that's fine. We're already going through the legal process, and I believe the court will give a fair verdict. Shen Qiushan replied calmly. His words immediately left Lu Xiaojie speechless. They were the ones who defrauded the money first, so they were already in the wrong. It's only natural for them to ask for it back now. Just a reminder to you and your mother. This money could be considered a loan, but it could also be considered stolen money from your fraud. If you're prosecuting a criminal offense, the amount of fraud exceeds 100,000 yuan, which is considered a significant amount. In your case, you'd probably be sentenced to a prison sentence of at least 3 years, but not more than 10 years. So, consider whether to return the money now or go back to work on a sewing machine. Shin Qiushan had already consulted a lawyer. The actions of Li Guilian and Lu Xijie constituted fraud. However, the victim was Lu Qingwu, not Shin Qiushan. But that didn't stop Shin Qiushan from using this rhetoric to intimidate Lu Xijie. After saying this, Shin Qiushan hung up the phone, leaving a strong impression of pressure. Chapter 248. On the other side, Lu Xijie was completely stunned when he heard the busy tone on the phone. He had no knowledge of the law and couldn't tell whether Shin Qiushan's words were true or false. What's going on? What do you mean by jail? Su Huili, who had only heard fragments of the conversation, asked nervously. She had been hoping Lu Xijie could buy a house in Sanjiang, but first Li Guilian said her bank account was frozen, and now she was saying he might go to jail. What kind of boyfriend did she have? She was already thinking of running away. It's about the money for the house. Lu Xijie had no choice but to confess the scheme he and his mother had set up to defraud his sister, Lu Qingwu. After hearing this, Su Huili was stunned. When they had dinner together before, she had noticed that her sister-in-law seemed unhappy. At the time, she had thought she was just aloof. It turned out to be because Li Guilian and Lu Xijie had ripped her off. Even Su Huili, a person with flawed character, felt that what Li Guilian and Lu Xijie had done was truly dishonest. Thinking of the possibility of facing a mother-in-law and husband with such character in the future, Su Huili felt a chill run down her spine. Lily, do you think we're really a scam? Lu Xijie asked with a mournful expression. How would I know? You have to ask a lawyer. Su Huili thought for a moment and said, Oh, I follow a celebrity lawyer online. He has over 1 million followers. He does a live stream every day. You could ask him. As she spoke, Su Huili immediately opened her Quine app. She had intended to share the celebrity lawyer's account with Lu Xijie, but she realized he was already live streaming. He's live streaming right now. You can connect and ask. Su Huili pointed to her phone screen. Okay. Lu Xijie immediately searched for the other party's nickname, unknown lawyer Lin Kaixian. Entering the livestream, he discovered over 3,000 viewers. For a lawyer's livestream to have over 3,000 people online is quite a lot. Lawyer Lin Kaixian, looking about 40 years old, wore gold-rimmed glasses, projecting a gentle, refined image. He was on a call with a woman whose husband had an affair. She was asking how to get money back from her husband's mistress. Lu Xijie listened for a moment, realizing that a simple sunglasses swipe was all he needed to connect. He immediately gifted the woman and joined the queue. After waiting for 2 more people, his turn finally arrived. Hello, Brother Jie. What's your question? After greeting her, Lin Kaixian took a sip of the tea beside him to moisten his throat. Hello, Lawyer Lin, here's a story. Lu Xijie immediately recounted how he and his mother, Li Guilian, had defrauded his sister of her money. After he finished, the live stream's public screen exploded. How dare you ask for advice? Having a mother and brother like this is sheer misfortune. This mother and son are worse than animals. I'm relieved to hear they be prosecuted. People like them deserve to be executed. As a seasoned lawyer, especially after starting live streams, Lin Kaixian has come across countless bizarre cases. So, after listening to Social Brother Jie's account, although he silently cursed the mother and son, he still analyzed the case with professionalism. You and your mother have committed fraud, but the victim is your sister. If she reports it to the police, there's no problem convicting you and your mother. Who came up with this idea? Lin Kaixian asked. I came up with it first. But how can I tell my sister that it was my mother who came up with it? In other words, you provided the idea, and my mother added the details. Lin Kaixian sarcastically said, in that case, both of you can be considered the principal offenders. But it seems my sister hasn't reported the case yet, Lu Xijie continued. It's her right to report it or not. The fact that she hasn't reported it yet shows that she still cares about family. Lawyer Lin, what should I do now? If I were you, I immediately return the money to your sister and sincerely apologize. How much can a trainee teacher who's only been working for a short time earn? The money she transferred to you must have been borrowed. You should cherish such a good sister, not exploit family ties to deceive her and kidnap her. Lin Kaixian pleaded sincerely. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. After the live call ended, Lu Xijie collapsed on the hotel sofa. Naturally, he felt a little guilty about having ripped his sister off. However, a few words from Lin Kaixian wouldn't change his deeply ingrained beliefs. He immediately called his mother, Li Guilian, and repeated the information he obtained from Lin Kaixian. I just can't believe Lu Qingwu would personally send her mother and brother to jail. Those lawyers online are just scaremongering. Don't listen to them. I won't return the money I've earned. Li Guilian had just finished speaking with a lawyer in the county town, who told her that the court might not support the plaintiff's claim. The reason was that the money was actually borrowed by Lu Qingwu, and if there was a lawsuit, she should be the one suing. With the lawyer's support, Li Guilian felt emboldened. What she didn't know was that the lawyer was simply trying to earn her agency fees. After all, regardless of whether the case wins or loses, the lawyer's fees must be paid, and they must be paid in advance. By the way, Xijia, I send you the lawyer's payment code. Scan it and give him 10,000 yuan. The lawyer collected 10,000 yuan in fees, but Li Guilian's own bank account was frozen, making it impossible to pay. When Lu Xijia went to Sanjiang, Li Guilian transferred 20,000 yuan to him, so Li Guilian believed that her son Lu Xijia could easily afford 10,000 yuan. However, after hearing Li Guilian's words, Lu Xijia hesitated. He had indeed brought 20,000 yuan to Sanjiang, but they already spent 13,000 yuan. First, they spent money on a hotel. Su Huili had booked a 5-star hotel for just over 700 yuan a night. While Lu Xijia thought it was a bit pricey, he kept quiet when he remembered that he'd gotten over 400,000 yuan from his sister, Lu Qingwu. He didn't want to lose face in front of his girlfriend. The hotel was booked for a week, costing over 5,000 yuan. After arriving in Sanjiang, Su Huili dragged Lu Xijia to the mall for most of the day, buying cosmetics, clothes, and other items, spending 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. At this point, Lu Xijia only had 6,000 to 7,000 yuan left. Oh, okay. Lu Xijia didn't dare tell his mother the truth, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. He hung up the phone. He looked at his girlfriend, Su Huili, and forced an awkward smile. Lily, my mom is going to sue Mr. Shen. The lawyer says she definitely win. But I have to pay 10,000 yuan in legal fees first. Can you lend me some money? We pay you back after we win the case. Su Huili had been listening to the mother-son conversation, so she knew what was going on. However, Su Huili was shrewd. She analyzed what Li Guilian and Lin Kaixian had said during the call. It was clear that lawyer Lin was right, and his arguments were well-founded. It was almost impossible for Li Guilian to win the case. In this situation, Su Huili certainly wouldn't throw her money away. She threw up her hands helplessly and said, I haven't worked in ages. Where would I get the money? And you can't even come up with 10,000 yuan? Su Huili asked disdainfully, the subtext implying, a grown man like you can't even come up with 10,000 yuan? How shameful. As expected, the face-conscious Lu Xijia blushed immediately and stammered, this isn't a special case. My mom's bank card is frozen. When we came to Sanjiang, she gave me 20,000 yuan, but didn't we spend it together? Lu Xijia, what do you mean? What's wrong with spending a little money shopping with your girlfriend? Who doesn't spend money in a relationship? Are you expecting to get it for free? Su Huili immediately turned hostile, her words sounding righteous and confident. Lu Xijia was speechless. He was a man who cared about face. If he was not really broke, he would not have asked Su Huili for help. More importantly, he was relatively simple-minded and easily fell into the trap Su Huili had set. After hearing Su Huili's words, Lu Xijia actually thought she made sense. How could a relationship not involve spending money? Buying a few clothes and cosmetics for a girlfriend seemed completely normal. Lu Xijia was definitely not the only one with this mindset. This group included millions of men. They had been manipulated for so long that spending money on women was a matter of course. However, the number of men in this group was actually decreasing year by year, as more and more men were awakening. Instead of trying too hard to please others, it's better to spend money to please yourself. If you spend 200 yuan on a girl's dinner, she might think you're being stingy, and that the restaurant isn't fancy enough. But if you spend 200 yuan on a meal yourself, it'd be incredibly filling and filling. I'm just asking casually. If you don't have the money, forget it. I ask other relatives. Lu Xijia immediately gave in. He still had some illusions, and didn't want to jeopardize his relationship with Su Huili. After all, she was his future wife, Xiangjiang City. Lin Kaixian, who usually broadcast live at night, deliberately changed his broadcast time to daytime. Tonight, he was treating his son-in-law, Xiao, to dinner. He'd been in Xiangjiang for a few days. But Lin Kaixian had been away on business, and hadn't been able to see Xiao. Now that he was back, he naturally wanted to see him. After the broadcast ended, leaving the study, he stretched and said, Honey, I've encountered another bizarre inquiry today. A mother and son teamed up to defraud their daughter of nearly 500,000 yuan. The world is truly full of wonders. Zhou Yaman was sitting on the sofa watching the news. After hearing her husband's words, she couldn't help but sigh. Some families simply favor sons over daughters, and it's a very distorted kind of favoritism. Do you think our great writers-in-laws also favor sons over daughters? Lin Kaixian asked with a smile. I think he favors daughters over sons, but that's a good thing. If Yufei does marry into their family, she'd be more respected. Zhou Yaman offered her opinion. By the way, where's Yufei? She was home before I went live. Lin Kaixian looked around the room, but couldn't see his daughter. She's out on a date with her boyfriend. Young people are just passionate, spending all day together. Zhou Yaman chuckled and shook her head. After hearing her words, Lin Kaixian frowned and said gravely, didn't Yufei go to Shanishia's hotel? She needs to be watched closely at her age, otherwise we'd be the ones to suffer. Zhou Yaman sighed, this kind of thing is beyond our control. After all, we can't control them 24/7. However, I've already had 2 in-depth discussions with Yufei, explaining the stakes involved in detail. Besides, I believe Yufei is a sensible child. Lin Kaixian nodded slightly. He understands his daughter well. She probably wouldn't do anything too extreme. At the same time, in the hotel where Shanishu was staying, a young man and a young woman lay on a soft, large bed. What era is this? How can there be so much pure love? If a relationship lasts a month and they haven't slept together, there's probably something wrong with it. Either the woman is keeping the man hanging for ulterior motives, or she simply isn't interested enough. The so-called slowness to warm up is just an excuse for not liking him enough. If she were in a relationship with a man she truly loved, she would be eager to give her everything immediately. Shen Yixio and Lin Yufei were in a mutually devoted relationship. When they chatted on the phone long distance, they would occasionally chat about sex. When they got together, the burning passion between the young man and the young woman inevitably burst forth, completing the emotional sublimation. I'm so unlucky. This isn't even your first time. Lin Yufei wrapped herself in the quilt, pouting. The day she met Shen Yixiao, she knew he had been intimate with his girlfriend. Because, while drinking, Shen Yixiao had complained, she even slept with me. At first, Lin Yufei didn't take it too seriously. College students in love, of course, sleep together. But she didn't take it too seriously because, at the time, Lin Yufei didn't have any other thoughts about Shen Yixiao. Things were different afterward. Every time she thought about it, she felt a surge of indignation. Think of it this way, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have gone to Beijing, and I wouldn't have met you. I can only say that fate has its own will. Shen Yixiao sighed. Humph. You're the only one who says that. Lin Yufei snorted coquettishly, but she also felt that Shen Yixiao's words made sense. If it weren't for Luo Yao, Shen Yixiao wouldn't have gone to Beijing, and the two of them wouldn't have met. So, Shen Yixiao and Luo Yao's relationship could be said to be paving the way for their own romance. Thinking this way, Lin Yufei felt much better. Just then, her phone rang. Lin Yufei picked it up, glanced at it, and suddenly felt a little nervous. It's my dad calling. Keep quiet for a while. Lin Yufei warned Shen Yixiao before answering the call. Yufei, where are you? Over here at Mayday Square. Mayday Square? Why is it so quiet? Well, there aren't many people here. Are you guys at the hotel? No. Lin Yufei flatly denied it. But awkwardly, the hotel doorbell rang. Chapter 249. Excuse me, does your room need cleaning? The cleaning lady's voice echoed outside the door. The cleaning lady, perhaps worried that the people in the room couldn't hear clearly, spoke loudly. Lin Yufei quickly hung up the phone and kicked Shen Yixiao on the butt with her white foot. It's over, my dad must have heard it. So what if he heard it? There's nothing we can do. Shen Yixiao jokingly said, don't worry, I take care of it. Is anyone there? Does it need cleaning? The cleaning lady was persistent, calling out again. No, thank you. Shen Yixiao replied at the top of her voice. On the other side, listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Kaixian was completely paralyzed. Although he didn't hear the cleaning lady's words clearly, he could tell from his daughter's frantic movements that his words had most likely come true. The cabbages he had raised for so many years were finally being eaten by pigs. What's wrong? She was fine just now. Seeing Lin Kaixian's face pale, Zhou Yaman hurriedly inquired. Yufei seems to be at the hotel. You even lied to me, and said she was at Mayday Square. Lin Kaixian slumped onto the sofa, exhausted. He had been so high-spirited during the live stream, but now he seemed to have aged several years. Every father with a daughter should go through this hurdle at least once. Of course, there are also fathers who can't wait for their daughters to get married. The more generous the bride price, the better, like Lu Qingwu's family. Children grow up, and they have to go through some things. You can't rely on her forever. I think Xiao Xiao is pretty good. She's a top student at Sanjiang University, and with a father like old Shen, Yufei will probably have a good life if she marries into the Shen family. Zhou Yamen offered some soothing words. Old Shen is a nice guy, but he doesn't really care about his son's relationship, and he even supports it financially. Lin Kaixian complained angrily. If he were an ordinary college student, how could he just come to Xiangjiang every day during his vacation? And he'd be here for so many days, wishing he could spend the entire vacation there. Doesn't old Shen have a daughter too? He have the same troubles. Zhou Yamen was a comforting person, and her words cheered Lin Kaixian up. Yes, old Shen has a daughter too. Thinking of this, Lin Kaixian felt a little more at ease. He even thought about chatting about his daughter's boyfriend hunting experience over drinks later. Sanjiang Airport. Shen Qiushan sneezed suddenly. He was about to go to Beijing with Zhao Ruihai and others to attend the award ceremony for the college students' electronics technology competition, and to take part in the chess and Go tournaments he signed up for to boost his academic stats. Are you cold? Zhao Ruihai, sitting next to Shen Qiushan, asked with concern. No, maybe someone missed me. Shen Qiushan jokingly teased, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Qingwu, urging her to keep an eye on their daughter, Shen Yanran. Since Xiao Xinyan was working at the tavern, Shen Yanran's enthusiasm for the job had recently surged, and she'd been there almost every day. It wasn't like this before. Except for the initial period of the tavern's opening, Shen Yanran often slacked off. After all, tavern work was quite tiring. This time, Shen Qiushan specifically asked Shen Yanran's opinion on his trip to Beijing, wanting to take her along. In the end, Shen Yanran flatly refused, saying she'd stay at the tavern to look after the family. This high level of awareness made Shen Qiushan uneasy. I shouldn't have agreed to let Xiao Xinyan work at the bar in the first place. That's like letting a wolf in the house, with a beep. Lu Qingwu's message came back quickly, with a photo she'd secretly taken. In it, Shen Yanran and Xiao Xinyan were chatting, a beaming smile on her face. Lu Qingwu, actually, they're quite a good match. Shen Qiushan was speechless, rubbing his temples in frustration. At this moment, he once again resonated with his father-in-law, Lin Moshuan. It's really unpleasant to have someone else covet your own cabbage. Shen Qiushan didn't dare to think whether his daughter and Xiao Xinyan would be dating by the time he returned from the capital. Lu Qingwu, don't worry, old Shen. I keep an eye on them for you and report any developments immediately. Shen Qiushan reluctantly sent back an OK emoji. At that moment, the old father suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He sent a message to Lin Xiaoma, hoping to chat, but received no reply. Presumably, they were still rehearsing. The Red Rose Band had been very busy lately, not only participating in a series of commercial performances, but also preparing for the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Xiaoma was a complete flyer. Just then, Shen Qiushan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced and saw it was his in-law, Lin Kaixian. Shen Qiushan was looking for someone to chat with, and he and his in-law, Lin Kaixian, seemed to get along quite well. He immediately answered the call with a smile. Brother Lin, why are you so free today? Shen Qiushan knew that Lin Kaixian was very busy with work. Besides his offline business, he also had to live stream online and run his own social media accounts. Just finished airing. Isn't Xiao Xiao in Xiangjiang? Take him out for dinner tonight. Brother Shen, if you're not busy, you can come to Xiangjiang and let me show you how to be your host. Lin Kaishuan's voice rang out over the phone. If I weren't flying to Beijing today, I'd be there right now. Shen Qiushan wasn't kidding. Sanjiang City is quite close to Xiangjiang City, less than 2 hours by high-speed rail. Are you going to Beijing for work? Lin Kaixian asked casually. To receive an award. Yes, the news about your award a few days ago was all the rage. Brother Shen, I really admire you. At your age, you can still compete with young people, and even win an award. The two old men chatted back and forth, moving from their recent days to their work. Shen Qiushan suddenly remembered Lu Qingwu and casually asked, by the way, Brother Lin, I have a case I'd like to consult you on. Shen Qiushan had already commissioned a lawyer to visit Lu Qingwu's hometown, so Lin Kaixian didn't need to do anything. Since the conversation had just gotten to that point, he recounted Lu Qingwu's story. However, before Shen Qiushan could finish his story, Lin Kaixian interrupted him. Brother Shen, let me guess what happened next. Did your friend's mother and brother collude to defraud her? Her brother wasn't tricked into going to northern Myanmar at all. He intended the money to buy a house and pay the bride price. Shin Xiushan was shocked. Brother Lin, are you a lawyer or a fortune teller? You can even guess that? Lin Kaixian on the other end of the line laughed. What a coincidence. Your friend's brother connected with me during my live broadcast about an hour ago. Wow. What a coincidence. Shin Xiushan couldn't help but sigh. When I heard your friend's brother tell me about this, I was wondering who was so generous. His friend's brother got into trouble, and he transferred 280,000 yuan without a second thought. It turned out to be you, Brother Shin. Excuse me, is your friend very beautiful? Lin Kaixian teased on the phone. She's really quite beautiful. Girlfriend? I heard Brother Shin has been single for a long time. Lin Kaixian took the opportunity to gossip. Not a girlfriend, just a friend. She's also our class counselor. Shin Xiushan explained. Counselor? It's not like it can't develop into something else. Lin Kaixian laughed. That's not going to work out. I have a girlfriend now. Shin Xiushan had no ulterior motive for helping Lu Qingwu. He simply wanted to help. After all, the news at the time was that Lu Qingwu's brother had been tricked into going to northern Myanmar, and even had a finger severed. His condition was extremely critical, and his life could have been in danger any later. Shin Xiushan then intervened. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingwu had been deceived by both her mother and brother. Even more dramatically, this incident connected Shin Xiushan and Lin Kaixian. Brother Shin, bring your girlfriend to Xiangjiang when you have time. Okay. Shin Xiushan agreed immediately. She's been busy lately, though. I definitely go when I'm free. The two old men chatted for a while longer before ending the call. After a few hours of flight, Shin Xiushan, Xiao Ruihai, and the others arrived in Beijing. After a night of rest at the hotel, Shin Xiushan and the team received their awards the next morning. This was only part of the event, with a series of sightseeing activities still to come. By the time the event was over, another day had flown by. The team had a day of fun, but Shin Xiushan didn't participate. Instead, he went to the preliminary rounds of the Qingyang Cup National Xiangqi Tournament. This tournament is a national amateur competition, open to players from across the country, but held in Beijing. This was the 10th edition, and it was called the Qingyang Cup because it was sponsored by the Qingyang Group and had been held for 10 years. The preliminary rounds took place in the gymnasium. Dozens of chess tables were set up in the open space. The preliminary rounds were a best-of-3 elimination format, with players randomly matched. The winners advanced, while the losers were eliminated. Shin Xiushan was already well known in China, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, he disguised himself. He wore a baseball cap when he left the house, along with a pair of brown glasses. The brim and large lenses obscured half his face. So, when he arrived, no one recognized him. The opening ceremony of the competition was quite grand, attended by representatives from the Sports Bureau, national chess players, and leaders from the Qingyang Group. What a fuss! All formalism. Shin Xiushan was watching the opening ceremony with great interest when the old man standing next to him pouted and started to complain. The old man's complaints were quite loud, heard by the surrounding players, and many looked over. Shin Xiushan also took a curious look. The man looked to be around 60 years old, draped in a dark green Jiangxioni coat. This kind of coat was very old-fashioned, and young people probably only saw it in movies and TV dramas. Old man, the grand opening ceremony shows the value of our competition. For an amateur competition, the total prize money is over 1 million. They have to make it a big deal. The Qingyang Group paid for it. This competition will be live-streamed, so the buzz will be even bigger than before. Several contestants chatted back and forth, probably thinking the old man was too talkative. The old man in the Jiangxioni coat snorted coldly, and said nothing more. Uncle, are you here to compete too? Shin Xiushan leaned over, and asked in a low voice. Since he wasn't interested in the fancy opening ceremony anyway, he decided to chat with the old man. What's the matter? There's no age limit for this competition. The old man's reply was quite aggressive. Haha, I'm just asking. Shin Xiushan, having hit a snag, gave an awkward laugh. Some elderly people have rather quirky personalities, always prone to sarcasm. Your question is flawed. Aren't we here to compete? Am I supposed to be a judge? The old man rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's right. Shin Xiushan nodded, grinning. I wish you the best. I can do well without your wishes. The old man curled his lips in disdain. Shin Xiushan's mouth twitched. He was simply being too eager for someone's good fortune. His original intention was to strike up a conversation with the old man, to ease the awkwardness of being surrounded by the other contestants. The old man didn't appreciate it at all. Not only that, he even scolded Shinchoshan. Shinchoshan got angry now. Fine, then I hope you don't run into me. Shinchoshan shrugged. Wow! You're quite arrogant. The old man looked at Shinchoshan. From what you're saying, if I run into you, how could I possibly lose? Then there's really no chance of winning. Shinchoshan spread his hands. Young man, don't be so confident. The old man curled his lips in disdain. I'm just stating the facts. Shinchoshan retorted sharply. Just as the two were arguing, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Wow, who's that celebrity? Oh my god! So beautiful! TSK TSK, what a stunning figure! The exclamations of a group of men drifted into Shinchoshan's ears, and he instinctively turned to look. Then he saw a woman wearing a cashmere coat and high heels walking towards him. The other men's reactions were enough to prove that this woman was indeed very beautiful. Her face was delicate, her skin fair, and a hint of crimson between her lips complemented her long, wavy chestnut hair, like a blooming red rose. But because he often spent time with Lin Xiaoma, even if she was beautiful, it didn't make much of a difference to Shinchoshan. He simply thought, this woman is pretty. Under the gaze of the men, the woman unexpectedly stopped beside Shinchoshan. Just as Shinchoshan was wondering if she recognized him, the woman suddenly said, Grandpa, the doctor told you not to participate in the competition. Grandpa? Shinchoshan was stunned. What was going on with this beautiful woman suddenly calling him Grandpa? But the next moment, he realized that she hadn't recognized him at all, and wasn't coming for him. As expected, the sharp-tongued old man retorted without even raising his eyelids. If you just listen to the doctor, what's the point of living? Chapter 250. Grandpa, the doctor is doing this for your own good. They're worried about your mood swings while playing chess. Besides, if you really want to play chess, just have someone accompany you to the hospital. There's no need to come to a tournament. The beautiful woman said earnestly. What's the point of having someone accompany me to the hospital? Those people have no sense of winning at all. They treat chess as a task. It's not fun at all, the old man said with a pout. Listening to the conversation between the two, Shinchoshan and the others had a preliminary understanding of the identity of the old man in the military uniform. If nothing unexpected happened, this old man must have been quite powerful, at least before he retired. And judging by the beautiful woman's attitude towards him, even now that he's retired, he must still have considerable influence. Beijing. It's always been a place where hidden talents abound. This seemingly unassuming old man might have once been a powerful tycoon. We go back after the competition, the old man said again. Okay, then I stay with you. The beautiful woman couldn't do anything about her grandfather, so she could only stand silently beside him. Almost immediately, her attention finally fell on Shinchoshan. After examining Shinchoshan, her slender eyebrows raised slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. It was unclear whether she recognized Shinchoshan or was simply attracted by his handsome appearance. But the woman didn't speak, and Shinchoshan naturally didn't approach to greet her. At this time, the results of the first round of the preliminaries were announced, and the large screen above the gymnasium displayed the numbers and names of the two teams. Table 1, 0725 Zhang Wei vs 1023 Zhao Jincheng. Table 2, 2080 Yang Jifeng vs 0125 Yin Fangyu. Table 25, 2049 Shinchoshan vs 0096 Luo Zhenyi. After seeing his name on the big screen, Shinchoshan quickly made his way to table 25. The old man in the military uniform followed closely behind him. I'm actually paired with you, kid. I want to see how you beat me. Luo Zhenyi glanced at Shinchoshan and curled his lips in disdain. He was quite confident in his chess skills, after all, with decades of experience. In his youth, he was one of the best chess players in the compound. By his teens, he could easily defeat every old man in the compound. After joining the company, he was the undisputed #1 chess player, aside from his superiors. When playing chess with his superiors, he was always evenly matched. Even when he lost, it was always by a modest amount. Anyone who knows the game knows that losing is harder than winning. Wait until retirement. Luo Zhenyi has participated in numerous chess tournaments and won numerous awards. Thus, among amateur chess players, his skill is undoubtedly among the best. It was precisely because of this impressive record that he didn't take Shinchoshan seriously. The preliminaries are a best-of-3 format. No regrets allowed. The thinking time for each move is no more than 60 seconds. If there are 3 timeouts, the game is automatically lost. Due to the large number of games in the preliminaries, the referees are mobile, with over 20 referees moving between the numerous games. If a player has any questions, they can immediately raise their hands to the referees. With a bell ringing in the gymnasium, the match officially began. Red team player Luo Jingyi opened with a common front cannon move. Shin Qiushan didn't adopt the usual defensive tactics, instead simply giving up his middle pawn. Luo Jingyi had naturally seen this kind of opening that left the middle pawn in the game before him. There were several so-called dead ends in chess records that started this way. So he was quite cautious. But even so, after 10 minutes, he was one rook and one knight behind Shin Qiushan, putting him at a complete disadvantage. After another 5 minutes of struggling, Luo Jingyi lost the first game, 1-0. Shin Qiushan was in the lead. In a best-of-3 match, Shin Qiushan only needed to win one more game to advance to the next round. Although he lost the first game, Luo Jingyi was deeply dissatisfied. I was careless. I didn't expect you to have such a knack. You're definitely going to lose this second game. In the first game, Luo Jingyi had indeed underestimated Shin Qiushan. By the time he realized what was happening, Shin Qiushan was already completely dominant, making the situation difficult to reverse. So, at the start of the second game, Luo Jingyi unleashed his most skilled tactics. He thought he'd win the first game, even the score, and then, in the final game, defeat Shin Qiushan. But Luo Jingyi's plan was clearly overblown. Despite unleashing his most skilled tactics, he was still completely defeated after several rounds of fighting. 2-0. Shin Qiushan won and advanced 2 games in less than half an hour. Thank you. Uncle Luo, please return to the hospital with your granddaughter. Shin Qiushan smiled and bowed. Whether I go back to the hospital or not is none of your business. Luo Jingyi rolled his eyes. Although he lost 2 games in a row, he remained unconvinced. Just now, he silently reviewed the situation in his mind. The first game was lost due to underestimating his opponent, the second due to being overly cautious. His moves were restrained, and his bold and aggressive style was completely absent. Do you dare to come back to the hospital with me and continue playing? Luo Jingyi's face was filled with indignation. Uncle Luo, I'm here to participate in the competition. And you've already been eliminated by me. Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged. If you want revenge, you have to leave it to fate. If fate allows, perhaps we meet again in future competitions. Luo Jingyi rolled his eyes. Don't dare forget it. Uncle Luo, provoking me won't work. Shin Qiushan spread his hands. You should go back to the hospital and recuperate. Okay. I remember you, kid. Luo Jingyi snorted coldly, left the competition area with a sullen face, and walked into the stands. By then, his granddaughter, Roman, had already watched the results of the first round of preliminaries on the big screen. Grandpa Luo Jingyi was the third player to be eliminated. Roman was quite surprised by this result. She knew her grandfather was a very skilled chess player. In an amateur competition like the Qingyang Cup, he would surely make it to the finals. He might even reach the quarterfinals or semifinals. This was why Roman didn't want her grandfather to participate. Because from the preliminaries to the finals, there were many games to play, which was very exhausting. Luo Jingyi had just recovered from a serious illness, and was in the perfect time to rest. The doctor had advised against excessive exertion. But the result of this match made Roman sigh with relief. Being eliminated in the first round was fantastic. Grandpa could return to the hospital with him, feeling at ease. No need to focus on the competition anymore. Entering the auditorium, Luo Jingyi sat down next to his granddaughter with a sullen face. I underestimated you. You actually lost to that kid. Grandpa, can we go home now? Roman asked with a smile. Wait a minute. I want to see if that kid can make it to the finals. Luo Jingyi waved his hand. Huh? Roman was shocked. There are 3 preliminaries, right? The third round will be over by the afternoon at the latest. Afternoon? It's afternoon. If you have work to do, go do it. Don't worry about me. Luo Jingyi waved his hand indifferently. That won't do. Roman shook his head. If you want to leave, let's go together. Then just sit here with me. Luo Jingyi patted his granddaughter's shoulder, his eyes fixed on Shin Qiushan, muttering softly, that kid seems to have some real skills. Whatever the reason, he lost 2 games. Grandpa, I have something to tell you. I think I know the guy who beat you. After a moment's silence, Roman pointed at Shin Qiushan. You know that guy? Hearing this, Luo Jingyi became immediately interested. He seems to be a writer. Writer? Luo Jingyi looked skeptical. A writer who plays chess so well? It should be him. Shin Qiushan's name shouldn't be a common one, and I just did a search online. It must be him. Roman analyzed, observing Shin Qiushan in the arena. After all this talk, Who is he exactly? What book has he written? Luo Xinyi asked, frowning. Xin Qiushan, the author of the Three-Body Civilization? You praised him before. You said the Three-Body Civilization is profound. Roman offered his guess. What? He's the author of the Three-Body Civilization? After hearing his granddaughter's words, Luo Xinyi was shocked, his eyes widening. He pointed incredulously at Xin Qiushan inside the competition venue. He's actually the author of the Three-Body Civilization? You mean the author of the Three-Body Civilization eliminated me in the Qingyang Cup? How could someone like him be able to write a book like the Three-Body Civilization, and also be such a great chess player? Roman nodded. When I first saw him, I thought he looked familiar. But I didn't realize who he was until the first round of the preliminaries appeared on the big screen. Luo Xinyi rubbed his brows. He glanced at Xin Qiushan again, grumbling, a writer competing in a chess tournament, that's not doing his job. Grandpa, you're right. Roman chuckled, continuing, Xin Qiushan is notoriously unemployed. Besides writing books, he also writes songs. He even appeared on a variety show not long ago. Oh, by the way, besides writing songs and appearing on variety shows, he also won an award a few days ago. Special prize in the National College Student Electronic Science and Technology Competition. News about Xin Qiushan had been all the rage, and as a young man who frequently surfed the internet, Roman was aware of it. After hearing his granddaughter's introduction, Luo Xinyi nodded and exclaimed, "This guy is truly quite interesting. It's amazing that one person can accomplish so many things, and achieve such impressive results." Yes, he was also the top scorer in the Zhejiang Province College entrance examination last year. And the oldest person to achieve this on record, Roman added. Luo Xinyi remembered this news and nodded, becoming even more interested in Xin Qiushan, his victor. The first round of matches concluded. The players rested for half an hour before the second round of preliminaries began. The rules of this second round were the same as the first. It was still a best-of-3 format. Xin Qiushan's opponent this time was a college student. He wore black-framed glasses and had the look of a top student. He looked like someone with excellent academic performance. And indeed, that was indeed the case. The opponent was a top student at Tsinghua University and the president of the chess club. He had come to compete specifically for the generous prize money, and he was very strong. Unfortunately, he met Xin Qiushan, who had cheats, in the second round. He lost without a doubt. 0-2, a complete defeat. Amazing. Defeated, he reached out to push his black-framed glasses up his nose, his gaze sweeping from top to bottom over Xin Qiushan, landing on the nameplate on the corner of the table. 2049 Xin Qiushan. Are you Xin Qiushan, the author of the Three-Body Civilization and the oldest college entrance examination champion in history? The bespectacled boy looked shocked. Xin Qiushan nodded with a smile. It's me. You're the one. Awesome. The bespectacled boy sighed and gave a thumbs up. Then he pulled his phone from his pocket. Can we take a picture? Of course. Xin Qiushan naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, and immediately agreed to take a photo. Their actions left the other contestants stunned. They were clearly opponents, yet they were taking a photo together. The second round of preliminaries ended. It was lunchtime. The third round of preliminaries began at 2 p.m. The organizers didn't provide meals, so Xin Qiushan stretched and left the competition venue, preparing to find a place to eat outside the gymnasium. However, before he could leave the gymnasium, Luo Xinyi and his grandson, Luo Man, caught up with him from behind. Teacher Xin, please stay. Roman smiled and waved. Xin Qiushan naturally had an impression of this beautiful woman. He stopped and gave her a puzzled look. What's going on? My grandfather admires your chess skills, and would like to invite you to lunch. Roman made a direct invitation. You guys are treating, right? No problem. Xin Qiushan was just thinking about what to eat, and since someone was offering, he didn't hesitate. I heard you're the author of the Three-Body Civilization? At this moment, Luo Xinyi spoke up. Yes, it's me. Xin Qiushan nodded with a smile. Mr. Luo, have you read my book? Yes, it's well written. Winning the Nebula Award is well deserved. Luo Xinyi nodded slightly, then curiously asked, who did you learn chess from? During your competition, I reviewed our 2 games. I don't think I've encountered your style before. Hearing this, Xin Qiushan laughed heartily. That's right, I haven't encountered it before. I've been studying it on my own. You mean, you're a master of your own? Luo Xinyi's mouth twitched slightly. When he was young, he'd knock on doors with his chessboard, challenging the chess masters in the compound. He thought he was already quite arrogant, but now, many years later, he run into an even more arrogant Shin Chioshan. This guy actually claimed to be a master of his own. Chapter 251. Shin Chioshan hadn't even considered forming his own school. He simply wanted to boost his academic stats. While playing Go with exchange students from Seoul University, Shin Chioshan had figured out the rule of awarding 10,000 academic stats for each game won. In today's 2 preliminary rounds, Shin Chioshan won 4 games, earning 40,000 academic stats. Based on his experience of boosting academic stats by placing high on the exam, Shin Chioshan speculated that if he won a national chess tournament like this, he'd likely also boost his academic stats. Of course, this was just speculation, as Shin Chioshan had never participated in such a competition before. Uncle Luo, I simply enjoy playing Go. I haven't considered forming my own school at all. Shin Chioshan replied with a smile. Don't call me Uncle Luo, call me Old Luo. Luo Xingyi waved his hand. Anyway, your chess skills are a bit strange. After you finish the competition, how about we find time to spar? No problem. Shin Chioshan agreed immediately. But I'd probably be in Beijing for another week. Did you come to Beijing specifically for the competition? Luo Xingyi looked at Shin Chioshan in surprise. Mainly to receive the award. And to participate in a competition. Luo Xingyi nodded. Yes, I just heard from Man that you won the special prize in the National College Student Electronic Science and Technology competition. Winning the special prize is not easy. The award is for the team. I'm just one of them. Online reports always tend to exaggerate. Shin Chioshan replied modestly. As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at the stadium parking lot. Roman stopped beside a black Maybach and considerately opened the back door for his grandfather. Shin Chioshan and Luo Xingyi sat in the back seat together. Judging from their demeanor and aura, they must be from a powerful family. So, Shin Chioshan wasn't surprised that Roman drove a luxury car like a Maybach. There was an exquisitely decorated private restaurant near the stadium. Roman must have been a regular, and the owner warmly invited the 3 of them into a private room. Shin Chioshan had come with the intention of enjoying a free meal, so he didn't hesitate when ordering a portion of everything on the restaurant's menu. After all, Old Luo and Roman, the grandparents, were definitely well off. By the end of the meal, Shin Chioshan had gotten to know the 2 quite well, and had a good idea of their situation. Luo Xingyi is a retired senior cadre. While he was still in office, he held a high position, so Shin Chioshan couldn't ask directly what his specific position was. Roman, on the other hand, is the president of a technology company. This company, called Spark Technology, has been established for just over 2 years and focuses on the application of AI in various fields. It's a company that's currently on the rise. Despite its recent history, its market capitalization has already reached over $1 billion. Roman, at such a young age, has become the president of a large company with a market capitalization of over $1 billion. To say that this isn't due to her background but solely due to her ability is nonsense. If she weren't Luo Xingyi's granddaughter, but a child from an ordinary family, at her age, she would probably be just an ordinary cowhorse at a large company like Spark Technology. Even if one's workability is outstanding, their rank won't be much higher. Roman, however, is the head of such a large company. It can only be said that Luo Xingyi's rank before retirement was definitely very high. Teacher Shin, I'm quite interested in some of the concepts you mentioned in the 3-body civilization, such as the curvature spacecraft. Do you think it's truly possible to manufacture in the future? After becoming more familiar with it, Roman asked curiously. It's definitely possible in the future. It's just a matter of time. Shin Chioshan gave a very positive answer. After entering university, he spent every spare moment in the library, both to improve his academic performance and to truly learn something. The more knowledge he gained, the more he believed that the aircraft and weapons mentioned in the 3-body civilization would one day become a reality. Some of the concepts in it are based on one or more proven principles, which is their greatest strength. Unlike some science fiction works, which are simply fabricated and unfounded, this type of work is more appropriately called fantasy. After dinner, Shin Chioshan and his grandson added each other as WeChat friends. Roman then escorted Shin Chioshan back to the stadium, where the competition was taking place. Luo Xingyi wanted to continue watching the match, but Roman took him back to the hospital under the pretext of a medical checkup. In the 3rd preliminaries, Shin Chioshan continued his steady performance, easily defeating his opponent. After 3 rounds of preliminaries, the 64-person roster for the finals was announced. Finals Day. Each round was played in a best-of-5 format. Shin Chioshan easily advanced to the quarterfinals. It wasn't until then that the organizers discovered that Shin Chioshan, a renowned writer, was hidden among the contestants. Although his name had appeared repeatedly on the competition list, the sheer number of contestants, especially the sheer number of people with the same name in China, meant no one would have connected Shin Qiushan with the 38-year-old top scorer in Gaokao, college entrance exam, and renowned writer. The organizers discovered Shin Qiushan because he was recognized by netizens during the live broadcast of the 16-8 match. To avoid attracting too much attention, Shin Qiushan had disguised himself. He wore brown glasses and hadn't shaved in recent days, deliberately creating the look of an older man. Even so, he was still recognized by eagle-eyed netizens. This discovery delighted the organizers. Shin Qiushan has been incredibly popular recently, with his personal Quine account surpassing 10 million followers. By internet celebrity standards, he's a true mega-celebrity. He brings his own traffic. Amateur chess tournaments, like the Qingyang Cup, naturally draw little attention. In fact, it's not just amateur chess tournaments, like the Qingyang Cup, that draw little attention. Professional tournaments aren't much higher either. Shin Qiushan's participation became the perfect way to boost traffic. The organizer's livestream title was simply changed from Qingyang Cup National Chess Tournament to Come Watch Teacher Shin Qiushan Play Chess. It was so simple and direct, but the effect was surprisingly good. Originally, there were only a little over 100 viewers in the livestream, and at its peak, it was just over 200. After Shin Qiushan's name was added, the number of viewers in the livestream began to soar, quickly increasing from over 100 to over 1,000, and it's still growing. Old Shin can play chess too? Teacher Shin is truly multi-talented. He even made it to the quarterfinals. Old Shin is so amazing. Teacher Shin, what a look. He's going to great lengths to avoid recognition. Ha! I guess Old Shin didn't expect that even with such a disguise like this, he'd still be exposed. Chapter 252. As netizens joked, the number of people in the livestream room rapidly increased. Soon, the number of online users increased from over 1,000 to over 10,000. Shin Qiushan naturally had no idea what was happening in the livestream room. He only knew that since being recognized by the organizers, the young woman in charge of the livestream had been constantly by his side, her camera never leaving his side. The results of the quarterfinals were in. Shin Qiushan's opponent was a portly, middle-aged man named Gui Xingwang. He was not only chubby, but also had a smiling face that gave off a smile no matter who he looked at. Shin Qiushan didn't know Gui Xingwang, but someone in the livestream room did recognize him. It's an amateur tournament, isn't it? Can retired pros participate? Smiling Buddha Lao Gua. It's a bit unfair for a national champion to compete in the Qingyang Cup. It looks like Lao Shin will be eliminated in the quarterfinals. The Smiling Buddha competing in an amateur tournament is a complete dimensionality reduction blow. The 500,000 yuan first prize is too tempting. Lao Gua is even losing his composure. Brothers, do you think Lao Shin can get away with winning a game? Winning? Using your hobby to challenge a professional player? There's no chance of winning, unless Lao Gua is deliberately giving up. The livestream already had over 20,000 people online. With such a large audience, it's no surprise that former pros, even Gui Xingwang, a national champion, were recognized. In fact, 5 of the top 8 players are retired pros. As netizens said, the 500,000 yuan first prize is too tempting. While these former professional players weren't exactly struggling financially after retirement, they certainly weren't well off. Aside from a few who managed to work at professional clubs, most found their livelihoods by starting their own classes or becoming chess instructors at training institutions. Since most parents know how to play chess, and the rules are relatively simple, not many children actually enroll in classes. It's a relatively niche market, and naturally the income isn't that high. Against this backdrop, retired professional players have found a way to make money by participating in high-prize amateur tournaments. The Qingyang Cup's total prize money is 1 million yuan, with the champion taking home 500,000 yuan, comparable to some professional tournaments. Naturally, this purse is attracting a large number of retired pros, like Gui Xingwang. Shin Qiushan had never paid attention to chess, and didn't know Gui Xingwang at all. He simply thought he looked kind, and always had a smile on his face. The quarterfinals were a best-of-7 format, with the first player to win 4 games advancing to the semifinals. The first game between the two began. As a former national champion, Gui Xingwang naturally didn't take Shin Qiushan seriously. He habitually stroked his chin with one hand, and made his moves almost without thinking. However, as the game unfolded, Gui Xingwang's previously nonchalant expression grew serious, his signature smile taking on a troubled look. Wow, Old Shin's skills are impressive. He can actually go back and forth with the smiling Buddha. Did Old Gua underestimate his opponent? Why does it feel like he's already at a disadvantage? Teacher Shin is quite capable of reaching the quarterfinals. It's hard to say who will win or lose this game. Teacher Shin is truly versatile. Not only can he write books, he can also compose songs, and surprisingly, he's also a fantastic chess player. The live stream was buzzing with activity. The chess game shifted even as everyone was discussing it. Shin Qiushan suddenly launched a series of fierce attacks. Guixingwang's chariot and horse were captured, completely tilting the game in Shin Qiushan's favor, and the outcome was quickly decided. Holy crap! Old Shin actually won. 1-0. Old Shin is awesome. He even beat retired professional players. He's worthy of being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. His brain is sharp. Who said Teacher Shin couldn't win? Why isn't Old Gua smiling anymore? Doesn't he like to laugh? It seems Old Gua underestimated his opponent in this round. He probably didn't expect Shin Qiushan to be so formidable. Amidst the netizens' chatter, the second round began. With the previous game as a lesson learned, Guixingwang made his moves more cautiously. He lost the first game because he underestimated his opponent. His original plan was to win quickly, defeating Shin Qiushan as quickly as possible, leaving time and energy to prepare for the semifinals. According to Guixingwang's plan, a pure amateur like Shin Qiushan wouldn't pose any threat to him. His real opponents were the retired professional players, like him. So, when he learned his opponent in the quarterfinals was Shin Qiushan, Guixingwang secretly rejoiced for a moment. He thought he had drawn a golden lot, believing he could easily defeat his opponent and focus more on the remaining matches. However, he never expected to lose in the first game. It seems reaching the quarterfinals depends on more than just luck. Guixingwang was fully prepared, hoping to win back a game first. To his shock, even after giving his all, he couldn't gain any advantage. The game was tense from the start. Guixingwang tried several traps, but Shin Qiushan easily parried them. Has this guy really never played professionally? Just as Shin Qiushan didn't recognize Guixingwang, he didn't recognize Shin Qiushan either. Although the name sounded familiar, he hadn't connected his opponent to the famous writer. He had no idea that over 20,000 people were watching his game with Shin Qiushan. Check! Shin Qiushan seized the opportunity and launched another series of attacks. Guixingwang couldn't withstand this wave of attacks and lost the second game. 2-0. Old Shin wins again. Teacher Shin is awesome. Didn't you say Teacher Shin's opponent was once a national champion? How could he be so weak? Is it possible that it's not Old Gua who's weak, but Teacher Shin who's just too strong? Wow, he's worthy of being the man I love. He's even so good at chess. Shin Qiushan won the second game, and the live stream was buzzing again. Guixingwang, on the other hand, frowned. He studied Shin Qiushan carefully, having no impression of him at all. Brother, which team are you from? I haven't seen you before. Before the third game began, Guixingwang couldn't help but ask. From the Sanjiang University Electronic Technology Competition team. Shin Qiushan replied with a smile. Who asked you to ask which team I'm from? This is the only team I'm from. What team? Guixingwang raised an eyebrow. He had never heard of the team Shin Qiushan had just mentioned. Does Sanjiang University have a chess team? Guixingwang was quite familiar with the name Sanjiang University, so he inquired curiously. Yes, of course. Shin Qiushan nodded gently. Of course Sanjiang University had a chess club. His answer was absolutely correct. So he was the elite of the university's chess team. Guixingwang nodded slightly. He had figured out his opponent's details. Even if he ultimately lost, he knew for sure. The third and fourth games followed a nearly identical scenario. At the beginning, the two sides were still in a stalemate, but as the game unfolded, Shin Qiushan always managed to seize Guixingwang's weaknesses, using them as a starting point to quickly win the game. 4-0. Old Shin is truly amazing. Keep going, Mr. Shin. I hope you win the championship. I thought 4-0, but I was expecting Old Gua to eliminate Shin Qiushan 4-0. But the result was the other way around. Old Gua was eliminated and swept out. He probably never dreamed he'd lose so badly in an amateur competition. Chapter 253. Best of 7 matches usually take quite a while. Shin Qiushan, who swept the tournament 4-0, became the first player to reach the semi-finals. The other 3 groups were still locked in a fierce battle. According to the schedule, today was only the semi-finals. Tomorrow was the championship match. So, having successfully advanced to the semi-finals, Shin Qiushan could have left the competition. But the organizers didn't want to let Shin Qiushan go. To ensure he got as much screen time as possible, they arranged a player interview segment. To make the interview less awkward, they not only called out Shin Qiushan, but also Guixingwang. Your amateur competition is really unnecessary to broadcast live. After all, it won't attract much attention. Guixingwang, feeling frustrated after failing to reach the semifinals, casually taunted the organizers. The livestream host, Shioka, glanced at Guixingwang and replied with a smile, Teacher Guo, although the Qingyang Cup is an amateur competition, it's still very popular. For example, during your match with Teacher Shen just now, the peak number of people online in the live stream was over 40,000. Shioka was a professional host hired by the organizers, and she was very skilled at creating live stream effects. When Guixingwang said the match wasn't popular, she didn't refute him, but simply presented the data to contradict him. After hearing her words, Guixingwang was completely stunned, and asked, how many people did you say were in the live stream? Over 40,000. I know Teacher Guo once won the National Xiangqi Championship. The attention back then must have been much higher than it is today. But 40,000 online viewers isn't a small number. Xiaoke said with a chuckle. Puff, after receiving the affirmative answer, Guixingwang nearly spat out blood. He was a former professional player and national champion. Competing in an amateur tournament like the Qingyang Cup was already embarrassing. He had originally planned to win the championship and collect the 500,000 yuan prize. That would have been wonderful. And compared to that 500,000 yuan prize, face wasn't particularly important. However, things went against his wishes. Guixingwang never expected that he wouldn't even make it to the semifinals. That was already bad enough, but now Xiaoke told him that over 40,000 people had witnessed his 4-0 elimination. The sky was falling. After all, he was a national champion. To lose so miserably in front of over 40,000 people, how could he face anyone again? At that moment, seeing Guixingwang's expression, the livestream room erupted in chaos. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I witnessed a massive social demise. I bet Loud would never dream that over 40,000 people were watching him play chess. When Loud won the national championship, only a handful of people knew about it, not even as many as the number of people watching him lose today. Let's do a live stream. It's already like this, why not let everyone have some fun? He was stunned for a moment. Guixingwang finally came to his senses. He smoothed his hair briefly, then cleared his throat before speaking again. As the largest amateur chess tournament in the country, the Qingyang Cup has a world of talented players. There are retired professional players like me, as well as elites from all walks of life. No matter who wins or loses in the quarterfinals, there's really no loser. He began to try to save his own face. As a former professional player and national champion, being swept 4-0 by an amateur was truly humiliating. So, he could only praise his opponent to make his loss seem justified. Our Qingyang Cup provides a platform for chess enthusiasts nationwide to compete and learn from each other. As the saying goes, friendship comes first, competition comes second. As Teacher Guo said, there are no losers here. Teacher Guo, welcome back to our Qingyang Cup next year. In reality, Shioka didn't want to talk much with Guixingwang and dismissed him with just a few words. Then, her live camera focused on Shen Qiushan. Teacher Shen, I really didn't expect you to participate in this competition. If we had known earlier, our organizers would have planned a welcome ceremony in advance. Not really. I'm just an ordinary contestant. Shen Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. Teacher Shen, you're so modest. Anyway, it's our honor to have you participate in our Qingyang Cup. Also, congratulations, Teacher Shen, on reaching the semifinals. At this point, Xiaoke actually gave a congratulatory bow. It's only the semifinals. My goal is to win the championship. Shen Qiushan made no secret of his ambition. Listening to the conversation, Guixingwang, who had been standing nearby, was bewildered. Teacher Shen? Which Teacher Shen? So impressive? As mentioned before, Guixingwang didn't recognize Shen Qiushan at all. He rarely paid attention to the cultural and entertainment industry, and had only heard of him. After all, Shen Qiushan had been in the news frequently in the past 6 months. Seeing Shioka's attentiveness to Shen Qiushan, Guixingwang naturally became curious about his identity. He quietly pulled out his phone and searched Shen Qiushan's name online. A slew of news links instantly popped up, and he immediately connected the man before him with a famous writer who had previously been in the spotlight. How could Shen Qiushan, a writer, be so skilled at chess? He could even defeat a former national champion. After chatting with Shioka for a while, she finally let him go. It wasn't that the program team had a change of heart, but rather that other teams had already decided their winners. As the host of this event, Shioka had no choice but to go over and have a chat. The next day, the championship match began. The top 4 contestants drew lots for a showdown. The winner advanced to the finals to compete for the championship. The loser would have to compete for 3rd place. Shin Qiushan, armed with cheats, easily defeated his opponent in the top 4-2. In the subsequent championship match, Shin Qiushan also easily won 4-0. He won the 12th Qingyang Cup National Amateur Chess Championship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 928 people in the competition. Achieved 928,000 points in the Academic Master Index. The system notification sounded as expected. Shin Qiushan snapped his fingers excitedly. Just as he had guessed, as long as he could win the championship in a certain event, he would be able to collect a huge amount of Academic Master Index. With this conclusion, Shin Qiushan no longer worried about not having enough Academic Master Index. More importantly, he could try to increase his high-level attributes. 100,000 Academic Master Index points. However, high-level attributes are extremely powerful: martial arts, medicine, and metaphysics. Each of these three high-level attributes holds great appeal for Shin Qiushan. Chapter 254. Shin Qiushan glanced at his attribute panel. High-level attributes. Lifespan, 84. Martial arts, 9. Medicine, 1. Metaphysics, 0. Shin Qiushan had long been curious about the possibility of using the Academic Master Index to increase lifespan. Although he was still a long way from 84, he still wanted to see if it would actually increase his lifespan. Ding! Warm reminder, for high-level attributes above 80 points, each increase requires 1 million Academic Master Index points. Yes or no? Continue to increase lifespan? Just as Shin Qiushan was trying to increase his lifespan, the system notification sounded. 1 million. Shin Qiushan took a deep breath. He only had 1.65 million Academic Master Index points. Spending a million at once was a bit much. Besides, increasing lifespan wasn't something he needed to rush. After a moment's thought, Shin Qiushan took out 1.1 million Academic Master Index points and added 5 points to medicine and 6 to metaphysics. Shin Qiushan was quite interested in both medicine and metaphysics. Especially metaphysics. Didn't a famous scientist once say that the end of science is metaphysics? Humanity's current understanding of the universe likely amounts to less than 1%. Many things that science can't explain can only be explained by metaphysics. Ding! Higher level attribute upgrade successful, after consuming 1.1 million points of the Academic Master Index. Both medicine and metaphysics have been upgraded to 6 points. Afterward, Shin Qiushan felt as if a chip had been implanted in his brain, and a flood of knowledge flooded in. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment, completely absorbing the new knowledge in his brain. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Someone nicknamed Lao Luo sent a voice message. Xiaoshan, do you have time to come to the hospital for a game of Go? This Lao Luo was, of course, Luo Xingyi, whom I had met during a previous tournament. The old man had recently undergone heart bypass surgery, and was still recovering in the hospital. Shin Qiushan and this old man struck up a good conversation, and he immediately agreed. Half an hour later, Shin Qiushan arrived at the hospital. Old Luo was staying in the high-ranking cadre ward, with excellent conditions. Especially to enter this area, one had to complete a detailed registration process. This further confirmed his extraordinary status before retirement. When they had met previously, Shin Qiushan had already guessed that Luo Xingyi had been a high-ranking official before his retirement. Now he was even more certain. Shin Qiushan? Are you the famous writer Mr. Shin? The registration nurse asked with surprise, after seeing Shin Qiushan's message. Hello, it's me. Shin Qiushan nodded with a smile. Wow, it's really you. I really love your book. I really don't want to be reborn, the young nurse said with a beaming smile. Shin Qiushan glanced at her in surprise. Lately, whenever someone recognized him, they always mentioned the three-body civilization, and almost no one mentioned the online novel. The young nurse before him was quite an anomaly. I spend my shifts listening to books. You could say Teacher Shin has been with me for many nights. Perhaps sensing Shin Qiushan's confusion, the young nurse said with a smile. Then she took out her phone. Can we take a picture? I love your songs too. By the way, you and Momo's song 90,000 Words, which I've been playing for a long time. It was clear that this young nurse was indeed a fan of Shin Qiushan. Shin Qiushan was quite polite to his fans. He posed for a photo with the young nurse, then carried the fruit basket he bought at the hospital entrance to Luo Xingyi's ward. The door was open. As Shin Qiushan approached, he heard Luo Xingyi yelling, Old Lu, this is unkind. Why are you regretting your move again? No regrets after a move. What are the rules? This isn't the time to regret your move. You just regretted it. I only regretted it once, and this is your second time. I make you regret it again later. The ward was much nicer than a regular one. Not only did it have a separate bed for accompanying patients, but there was even a coffee table and sofa near the window. At that moment, Luo Jingyi and an elderly man were sitting on either side of the sofa, playing chess. Luo Jingyi was facing the door, while the old man had his back to it. Shen Qiushan reached out and knocked on the open door. Luo Jingyi looked up, saw Shen Qiushan, and immediately stood up. "Xiaoshen, come in. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. You live quite close to here." Shen Qiushan entered the ward. The old man, whose back was to the door, turned to look at him and then stood up. "Old Lu, this is Xiaoshen, the champion of this Qingyang Cup. If I hadn't met him in the first round, I would have made it to the quarterfinals," Luo Jingyi said, pulling Shen Qiushan aside. He then introduced the old man, whose name was Lu Weiman. Luo Jingyi didn't reveal his specific identity, only saying he was his friend. "Qingyang Cup champion, come on, play with me. Let me see how worthy your title is." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Weiman gestured to the spot where Luo Jingyi had been sitting. "Little Shen, you're welcome. Don't give him a hand. Show him your strength." Luo Jingyi immediately sat down next to him. "Okay, I give it a try." Shen Qiushan didn't waste any time and sat down across from Lu Weiman. The game was already halfway through, and although both sides had lost a knight and a cannon, Lu Weiman had 2 pawns that had crossed the river, posing a significant threat and holding the upper hand. After Shen Qiushan took over, he reversed his disadvantage in less than 5 minutes, and in another 3, he won the game. As expected of the Qingyang Cup champion, he's quite skilled. The defeated Lu Weiman couldn't help but sigh. "You needn't even boast about that. There are so many former professional players in this year's Qingyang Cup," Luo Jingyi added triumphantly, as if he won the game. "One more game." Lu Weiman, unwilling to admit defeat, rearranged the chess pieces. For the next few minutes, the 2 old men took turns, and Shen Qiushan, upholding the principle of respecting his opponent, defeated them both. "Xiaoshen, do you have a girlfriend?" Another game ended, and the 2 old men, deciding to take a break, sat down on the sofa dejectedly. Lu Weiman, while sizing up Shen Qiushan, asked a rather personal question. "Yes," Shen Qiushan answered truthfully. "That's a shame. I was thinking of introducing my granddaughter to you." Lu Weiman sighed, but then added, "She'd be visiting me later. Even though you have a girlfriend, it's still nice to be friends." "Oh, okay." Shen Qiushan nodded, not wanting to offend this big boss. However, Luo Jingyi grumbled, "Old Lu, what are you thinking? Little Shen already said he has a girlfriend. What do you mean by acquaintance? Aren't you poaching her?" Immortal. Chapter 255. "Old Luo, you're exaggerating. They're just young people getting to know each other, so what? It doesn't mean they have to become friends. I just think Xiaoshen is a nice guy, worth getting to know." Lu Weiman pouted. "I don't know what you're up to. You just want Xiaoshen to be your grandson-in-law, so you can always play chess with him." Luo Jingyi rolled his eyes. He had already thought about this yesterday and, during dinner, had specifically asked about Shen Qiushan's marital status. After learning that Shen Qiushan had a stable girlfriend and plans to get married, he gave up and didn't bring it up again. However, Luo Jingyi felt quite a bit of regret. In his opinion, Shen Qiushan and his granddaughter Luo Man were a good match. Their family background was undoubtedly impressive, and Shen Qiushan was a renowned writer who had won a prestigious special prize in an electronic technology competition. Although his family background wasn't impressive, becoming the son-in-law of the Luo family would instantly make up for any shortcomings. But such a thing was just a thought. Shen Qiushan already had a girlfriend. Luo Jingyi would never do something like poaching someone else. Unexpectedly, the old man Lu Weiman actually considered poaching someone else, so Luo Jingyi naturally stood up and objected. He silently grumbled in his heart. Even if he was poaching someone else, our man should have been poached first. There has to be a first-come, first-served system. Just as the two were arguing, a beautiful young woman walked into the ward carrying a thermos lunch box. "I knew you were in Grandpa Luo's room." "Playing chess again, Grandpa Luo? Did you win?" As the woman spoke, she spotted Shen Qiushan in the ward. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Shen? Is that you, Teacher Shen?" Clearly, this beautiful young woman knew Shen Qiushan. "Hello, it's me." Shen Qiushan smiled and nodded, glancing her over. The woman was simply dressed, a gray hoodie and loose jeans. Her hair was casually tied back, and her face was bare, revealing a clean, neat appearance. Her eyes were exceptionally bright and clear, their piercing gaze seeming to see through everything. "Teacher Shen, I'm a fan. I really love the three-body civilization. I didn't expect to meet you here." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Huanhuan. The woman introduced herself enthusiastically. Xiaoshen, this is my granddaughter. I was just saying I wanted you to meet her. And here we go, Lu Weiman said with a beaming smile. Why are you talking about me? Lu Huanhuan placed her lunch box on the coffee table. There was no room left on the sofa, so she simply sat down next to the bed. You and Xiaoshen are about the same age, so I thought I'd introduce you too, Lu Weiman replied, then added, rather deliberately, there's no hidden agenda. Lu Huanhuan's personal relationships had always been a focus of family attention, so she naturally understood her grandfather's intentions. She subconsciously glanced at Shen Qiushan and then asked openly, Teacher Shen, there's talk online about you and Lin Xiaomao being a couple. Is that true? Or is it just a rumor? As a fan of Shen Qiushan, Lu Huanhuan had always followed his updates. She had even watched his previous performance on Yan Guijian, voice of the Yan Kingdom, multiple times. It was precisely because of their intimate collaboration at the Voice of the Yan Kingdom finals that countless netizens began to believe in the couple of Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomao. Some netizens even dug up their past. At the time, Lin Xiaomao was the vice principal of Sanjiang High School, and Shen Qiushan was a transfer student. At the time, public opinion was skeptical. Lin Xiaomao, as a school leader, spoke out in direct support of Shen Qiushan. Furthermore, their relative relationship was revealed. This relationship was originally quite sensitive, but after learning that Shen Qiushan's wife had passed away 18 years earlier, everyone seemed to think that Lin Xiaomao, his younger sister, was the most suitable candidate. As these clues came together, the rumors about the two of them grew more and more plausible among fans. Lu Huanhuan was already quite curious, and now that she had met him in person, she was immediately hooked. Shen Qiushan hadn't expected the girl to ask so directly, but he hadn't had any intention of hiding his relationship. If it weren't for Lin Maoxuan's feelings, he would have made it public long ago. Yes, that's right. Shen Qiushan nodded decisively, then added, with Mr. Lu and Mr. Lu present, I can't lie, but I hope Miss Lu won't spread the news. Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. I definitely won't tell anyone. Lu Huanhuan immediately held out her left hand and swore. Xiaoshen, don't worry about that. Our Huanhuan is a police officer. She's a law enforcement officer. Lu Weiman added. Police? Shen Qiushan looked at Lu Huanhuan in surprise. He hadn't expected this plainly dressed, strikingly beautiful woman in front of him to be a police officer. This was completely different from his impression of female police officers. Perhaps it was misleading from movies and TV dramas. On TV, female police officers are often portrayed as heroic and dashing. But Lu Huanhuan comes across as beautiful, intelligent, and gentle. I'm not only a police officer, I'm also a criminal police officer. Seeing Shen Qiushan's surprise, Lu Huanhuan laughed. Criminal police officer? Awesome. Shen Qiushan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Criminal police officers are very different from ordinary local police officers, and their work is relatively more dangerous. Shen Qiushan simply couldn't connect Lu Huanhuan, such a gentle and charming girl, with criminal police officers. My father is a police officer, so I've wanted to be a police officer since I was a child. Now my dream has come true, Lu Huanhuan explained. However, she didn't mention anything about her father or her current position. They chatted for a while. Lu Huanhuan opened the lunch box and placed the contents on the coffee table. Grandpa Luo, you should join us. For dishes? More than enough for you. Okay, then I join you for a meal. Luo Xingyi didn't hesitate, picking up his chopsticks and joining Lu Weiman in the meal. Huanhuan, why don't you treat Xiaoshen to a meal later? I pay. Lu Weiman continued to offer his instructions as they ate. Okay. Lu Huanhuan responded with a smile, then looked at Shen Qiushan and asked, Teacher Shen, if there's anything you'd like to eat, just let me know. Besides solving cases, I'm an expert at eating. Shen Qiushan shook his head. I already eaten when I got here, so I'm not hungry at all. Teacher Shen, that's not a very clever excuse. Lu Huanhuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, and said with a hint of pride, don't forget, I'm a criminal police officer. Since I opened the lunch box, you've unconsciously swallowed 4 times. That means you're very hungry. Shen Qiushan was stunned. What he had just said was indeed an excuse. He simply didn't want to eat with Lu Huanhuan, whom he had just met. First, they weren't familiar with each other, and eating together might be awkward. Second, Lu Weiman had other things on his mind, and it wouldn't be a good idea for them to eat alone. Shen Qiushan felt a little embarrassed after his lie was exposed, but he quickly adjusted his thinking and said with a smile, Ms. Lu has keen observation skills, and I have some knowledge of face reading, palmistry, and fortune-telling. From my observation, Miss Lu seems to have had a difficult matter to deal with recently. Am I right? Huh? Now it was Lu Huanhuan's turn to be surprised. She indeed had a very vexing case on hand. It had taken her a week-long interprovincial business trip to solve it, but nothing had been found. Teacher Shen, you're quite cunning. As a police officer, I naturally handle difficult cases. After a brief pause, Lu Huanhuan quickly realized what was happening. Shen Qiushan's analysis was based on the nature of his profession, and had nothing to do with face reading or palmistry. That's not true. Cases also have their priorities. Shen Qiushan grabbed a pen and paper from the bedside table and handed it to Lu Huanhuan. Here, write a random word. Then I tell you the answer. Really? That's too far-fetched. Lu Huanhuan was a staunch materialist, and she completely disbelieved Shen Qiushan's words. It was just a single word, so it was nothing. She immediately picked up the pen, thought for a moment, and wrote the word city on the paper. Finished? What's the answer? Lu Huanhuan handed the written word to Shen Qiushan. Do you want the answer to marriage or career? Shen Qiushan asked. Career. Lu Huanhuan blurted out. Shen Qiushan nodded, summoning his knowledge of metaphysics. After a moment's pause, he spoke. The person you're looking for is on a mountain. There's an ancient city at the foot of the mountain. Huh? On a mountain? That's impossible. Lu Huanhuan smiled and shook her head. Teacher Shen, to be honest, I'm indeed trying to catch a serial killer lately. According to the clues we have, he went to a coastal city. There are no mountains there. Have you found him? Shen Qiushan asked. Not yet. But based on my experience, it should be soon. Lu Huanhuan said confidently. Okay, I'm just saying that. Shen Qiushan spread his hands. This was the first time he used his metaphysical knowledge, so he wasn't sure. Since Lu Huanhuan seemed so determined, he said nothing more. Just then, Lu Huanhuan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hurried out of the ward to answer it. Captain Lu, a tip from the public says Wu Desheng was spotted in Shima Ancient Town. What? Shima Ancient Town? Lu Huanhuan was shocked. That's not right. He clearly went the opposite direction. Is this tip reliable? There's a photo. A tourist accidentally captured him while taking a photo. Send it to me right away. Okay. After ending the call, the other party immediately sent Lu Huanhuan a photo. In the corner of the photo, the wanted suspect actually appeared. Lu Huanhuan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but recall what Shen Qiushan had said. The person they were looking for was on a mountain, and there was an ancient city at the foot of the mountain. Lu Huanhuan immediately opened a map and located Shima Ancient Town. Surprisingly, there was a mountain next to the ancient town. This even worked. That guy couldn't really be on the mountain. Chapter 256. Grandpa, there's something going on with the team. I have to go back. Goodbye, Grandpa Luo. After answering the phone, Lu Huanhuan returned to the ward and greeted the two old men. Well, be careful when you're on a mission, Lu Weiman warned. Teacher Shen, can you add me on WeChat? Lu Huanhuan looked at Shen Qiushan again. Just now, she thought his so-called divination was nonsense, but judging by the clues, it seemed like he guessed right. Shen Qiushan had no reason to refuse, and the two immediately added each other as WeChat friends. Leaving the hospital, Lu Huanhuan quickly returned to the criminal investigation team and led his men straight to Shima Ancient Town. It was already evening when they arrived. Since they had contacted the local police in advance, they didn't rest and immediately held a meeting at the local criminal investigation team. Captain Lu, we've checked all the hotel and B&B check-in information and haven't found any matching information for the suspect. Captain Zhang, the local officer in charge of assisting with the arrest, said gravely. Is there a temple or something like that on Daqing Mountain next to Shima Ancient Town where we could stay overnight? Since there was no sign of the suspect in the ancient town, Lu Huanhuan decided to try some metaphysical methods. Shen Qiushan said the person she was looking for was on the mountain, so they decided to go and see. There's a Qingma temple on the mountain, but not many people know about it, said a local police officer. Captain Zhang, please take us there to have a look. Lu Huanhuan made a decisive decision. Go now. Captain Zhang frowned inadvertently. It was already time to get off work, and he had thought he could leave after meeting Lu Huanhuan and the others. After all, no one wanted to work overtime, and this wasn't their case. They were just assisting with the investigation. Well, based on the clues we have, the suspect was seen in Shima Ancient Town this morning. He's most likely in this area. It's hard to say tomorrow. Captain Zhang, everyone, we're in trouble. Lu Huanhuan, presumably guessing Captain Zhang's thoughts, spoke politely. We're all about solving the case. Then let's go! Seeing Lu Huanhuan, his colleague from Beijing, so polite, and even considering he'd gone straight to rest after a long journey, Captain Zhang couldn't find a reason to argue. Besides, it's good to make a good connection. If I need to go to Beijing to handle a case in the future, knowing someone there would make things easier. So, a group of people set out from the police station and headed straight for Qingma Temple. Captain Zhang, Lu Huanhuan, and several other officers from Beijing rode in one car, while several local police officers sat in the back. Arresting someone in a temple? These Beijing police officers have a different way of thinking. A woman actually managed to get the position of deputy captain. She must have quite a background. Of course. Otherwise, how could someone so young get a promotion? But didn't she come to the wrong department? It's not that easy to achieve success in the criminal police squad. I had a fishing trip planned with friends today, but it's ruined now. Several police officers in the car behind complained. Firstly, they were frustrated by the unexpected overtime, and secondly, they all thought Lu Huanhuan was giving blind orders. She had just arrived in Shima ancient town. How did she know the suspect would be in the temple? She was just playing it like she was playing the lottery. In fact, Lu Huanhuan's colleagues in the car ahead didn't quite agree with her theory, but they all knew Lu Huanhuan's background, and since they were superiors and subordinates, they couldn't say anything. Let this young lady go through all the trouble she wants. At worst, it'd be a wasted trip. In their line of work, wasted trips are rare. About half an hour later, 2 cars arrived at the entrance of Qingma Temple. Oldly, you and Dolly guard the back door. Xiaojiang, you and Bucktooth go to the side door. After exiting the car, Lu Huanhuan surveyed the temple structure and then signaled to his fellow subordinates. Although he wasn't sure if the suspect was there, since they were already there, they had to arrange things according to the suspect's location. The others took their orders and left, while Lu Huanhuan, accompanied by Captain Zhang and others, entered the temple through the main gate. After finding the temple's director, Lu Huanhuan showed him a photo of the suspect. Have you seen this man? The old monk examined the photo carefully and said sternly, he lives in the temple. He just arrived today. After receiving this response, Lu Huanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Captain Zhang and the others nearby were stunned. He asked incredulously, are you sure? Yes. The old monk nodded. I'm quite impressed with this man. He even asked if he could become a monk here. Where is he? In the dormitory on the right. Please take us there. The old monk led the way, with Lu Huanhuan, Captain Zhang, and the others following behind. When they arrived, Lu Huanhuan and Captain Zhang exchanged glances before pushing the door open and entering. This was a 4-person room, currently occupied by 3 people, all staring at the open window. Seeing this, Lu Huanhuan rushed to the window. Since it was already dark, she could only see a figure fleeing in panic. Hurry and chase him. She jumped out the window first, followed closely by Captain Zhang. At the same time, Xiaojiang and Bucktooth, who were guarding the side door, were chatting and smoking. Sister Huan, today's operation is a bit confusing. That's right. I don't know what possessed them to be so certain the suspect would be in this dilapidated temple. By the time we finish smoking, we'd probably be leaving. Where do you think he could be hiding? He must be hiding in town. There are a lot of tourists there, and they're all strangers. No one will notice him. Yeah, I think so. He must be using someone else's identity. As the two chatted, they saw a man sprint out the side door. At the same time, Lu Huanhuan's voice rang out, Xiaojiang, Bucktooth, catch him. At the shout, the two immediately dropped their cigarettes and rushed forward, quickly pinning the suspect to the ground. The man struggled a bit, but Xiaojiang and Bucktooth, both fresh out of the police academy, were incredibly strong and skilled, making it impossible for him to break free. Xiaojiang then took out handcuffs and handcuffed him. Name? At this moment, Lu Huanhuan caught up and immediately asked. Dong Miwei. The suspect gave the fraudulent information, clearly still hoping for a lucky break. Lu Huanhuan snorted coldly, do you know Lu Hui? The named suspect fell silent. Get him in the car. Lu Huanhuan winked at Xiaojiang and Bucktooth. The two immediately escorted suspect Lu Hui toward the approaching van. At this moment, Captain Zhang and his men arrived at the scene. Captain Lu, you're really fast. Captain Zhang sighed. He had originally thought Lu Huanhuan had risen to the top through connections, otherwise, how could such a young and beautiful woman become deputy captain? But now, his opinion of Lu Huanhuan had changed. From the pursuit just now, it was clear she had real skills. Did you catch him? Captain Zhang asked casually. Yes, I have to thank you, Captain Zhang, for your cooperation." Lu Huanhuan pointed to the suspect, Lu Hui, who was being held in front of him. "Captain Lu, you're too polite. We didn't help much." Captain Zhang waved his hand in shame. "I didn't expect the arrest to go so smoothly. Captain Lu, this is your first time in Shima Ancient Town, right? I'm curious. How did you know the suspect was hiding in the temple? Did you have an informant?" Captain Zhang had thought the arrest was a waste of time, but he actually did catch the suspect. Besides being shocked, he was also incredibly curious. How could there be an informant? This Lu Hui is a lone wolf. Lu Huanhuan shook her head. She was just as shocked as Captain Zhang and the others. She had come to the temple to arrest someone, just to make a quick guess. Since she didn't know the suspect's whereabouts, she just considered it an investigation. To her surprise, Lu Hui was actually there. This serial killer, who had been roaming around in 3 places, had been apprehended. At this moment, Lu Huanhuan couldn't help but think of Shinqiushan. She didn't know if it was a guess, or if there was some real basis for it. Does solving crimes now rely on metaphysics? Thinking of this, Lu Huanhuan smiled wryly and shook her head. "Captain Lu, you have some important clue, right?" Captain Zhang pressed on. "You might not believe this, but a friend told me the person I'm looking for is in the mountains. After arriving in Shima Ancient Town, I discovered there was actually a mountain nearby. I decided to give it a try, and surprisingly, I caught him." Lu Huanhuan told him truthfully. After hearing this answer, Captain Zhang laughed. "Captain Lu, you're such a joke. Who catches a criminal suspect based on fortune-telling?" Captain Zhang certainly didn't believe this, but he didn't press the issue. Different people have different approaches to handling cases, and perhaps someone has some secret they're unwilling to share, which is perfectly normal. "Captain Lu, have you caught him?" At this moment, Lao Li and Dolly, who had been guarding the back door, also rushed over. They had heard the noise and came to support. "Okay, let's go!" Lu Huanhuan waved his hand. The group got into the car, and Lu Huanhuan and the others didn't stop in Shima Ancient Town. They drove directly back to Beijing, escorting the suspect, Lu Hui. "Captain Zhang, these police officers from Beijing are some serious talent. They caught the man in no time." "Yeah, I thought we'd be out of luck this time. Why would a criminal suspect hide in a temple? Captain Lu is quite impressive. Even in such a large ancient town like Shima, she was able to pinpoint the suspect's location. I heard she asked a master to calculate the suspect's location. Are the police in Beijing now relying on metaphysics to solve cases?" After Lu Huanhuan and the others left, the local police all began to discuss the matter with a look of disbelief on their faces. On the way back to Beijing, Xiao Gang sighed, "Sister Huan, you're like Zhuge Liang in the flesh. How did you predict him in the temple?" "Yeah, Sister Huan, when will you learn how to tell fortunes? Can you help me predict my marriage?" Bucktooth chimed in. After hearing what the two were saying, Lu Hui, who had been stuck between them and remained silent, became interested. He looked up at Lu Huanhuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said, "Can you let me die knowingly? How did you find me?" "You were photographed by tourists in Shima Ancient Town this morning." Since they had arrested him, Lu Huanhuan didn't hide anything. "Then you should have thought I was in Shima Ancient Town. How did I end up in the temple? Did the monks recognize me? Impossible. I looked nothing like the one on the wanted poster." When the police issued the wanted poster, Lu Hui had semi-long hair dyed yellow. After seeing his wanted poster, Lu Hui decisively shaved his head, now sporting a buzz cut, and even plucked his eyebrows. "If you weren't familiar with him, you wouldn't recognize him. If I told you someone predicted you were in the mountains, would you believe me?" Lu Huanhuan turned and looked at Lu Hui. "Fortune-telling?" Lu Hui decisively shook his head. "I don't believe it. Those so-called fortune-tellers are all liars." Lu Huanhuan shrugged. "If you don't believe me, then there's nothing more to say." "Sister Huan, I do." Bucktooth chuckled. "Can you introduce me to that fortune-teller? I want him to tell me about my marriage, and when I find my soulmate." Buckteeth is just a nickname, not a real Bucktooth. His 2 protruding teeth are just slightly larger than normal, so his appearance isn't unattractive. He's 28 years old, but he's still single, so he's quite serious about finding a partner. "Let's talk about it after we get back to Beijing." Lu Huanhuan stretched. "I take a nap. You guys take turns driving." 3 days later. The finals of the National Amateur Go Tournament. Shinqiushan's opponent is former professional player Han Hongxiu. This Amateur Go Tournament is similar to the previous Qingyang Cup. Because of the generous prize money, it attracts many retired professional players. Han Hongxiu, the finals opponent, has not only won the national championship, but also the world championship. He was a player directly invited by the organizers. Having such a renowned player in attendance would give this amateur tournament a higher profile. Han Hongxiu also performed at a high level, facing no challenges along the way and advancing smoothly into the finals. He had thought the championship was already his, but then he encountered Shen Qiushan. In a best-of-3 match, Shen Qiushan had already won the first game, securing match point and cornering Han Hongxiu. A loss in the second game would have meant the championship, so Han Hongxiu played with extreme caution in this one. Even so, he was still defeated, losing to Shen Qiushan 0-2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 805 players in the competition. Achieved 805,000 points in the Academic Master Index. As Shen Qiushan won the championship, the system notification sounded as expected. Nice. As he received the trophy, Shen Qiushan silently sighed. In addition to the over 800,000 Academic Master Index points earned from defeating players, from the preliminaries to the finals, Shen Qiushan had won over a dozen games, earning 10,000 points for each victory, totaling nearly 1 million Academic Master Index points. Shen Qiushan directly invested 800,000 points, raising both medicine and metaphysics to 10 points. The previous 6 points of metaphysics had already enabled him to master a wealth of strange knowledge. Would 10 points bring another improvement? Chapter 257. Ding! Congratulations to the host on earning the title of Medical Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host on earning the title of Metaphysics Master. After the medical and metaphysics attribute points reached 10, the system notification sounded. Master at 10 points? Xiao Huang, can you explain what's going on? Shen Qiushan called out to the system assistant. Hello host. Every 10 points in a high-level attribute grants a title. Xiao Huang explained. Every 10 points grants a title. It seems spending more on the Academic Master Index is justified. Shen Qiushan remembered that his martial arts score was 9. He quickly opened the system page to check, and it was indeed true. He immediately spent another 100,000 Academic Master Index points, bringing his martial arts score to 10 as well. As expected, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host on earning the title of Martial Arts Master. Nice! Shen Qiushan was overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, he had 3 more titles. And even with only 10 points, it's already master level. I can't imagine how much more powerful it will be once I max out the attribute points. This life with cheats is truly different. Leaving the competition venue, Shen Qiushan went to the hospital again. After taking advantage of the competition, he prepared to return to Sanjiang. Before leaving, he thought about stopping by the hospital to say goodbye to the 2 elders, Luo Xingyi and Lu Weimin. He arrived at the ward with familiarity. Today, the ward was a bit crowded. The 2 elders' granddaughters, Luo Man and Lu Huanhuan, were there, along with a dark-skinned young man. Speak of the devil. Seeing Shen Qiushan enter the ward, Lu Weimin immediately waved with a broad smile. Little Shen, Huanhuan was just praising you. Really? What are you praising me for? Shen Qiushan looked at Lu Huanhuan curiously. They had met in the ward 2 days ago, and although they had added each other as WeChat friends, they hadn't communicated at all. Teacher Shen, do you remember that day when you did my fortune-telling? Yes, of course I do. Shen Qiushan nodded slightly. I didn't quite believe it at the time, but we actually caught the suspect in the mountains. He confessed to the crime. I've been busy helping him identify the crime scene these past 2 days. We just sent the materials for inspection this morning. If you hadn't said the person I was looking for was in the mountains, we might not have caught him. Lu Huanhuan recounted the past 2 days' experiences with great excitement. What a coincidence. I was just saying it. Shen Qiushan waved his hand modestly and added, Officer Lu, solving a case still relies on scientific methods. Metaphysics can only be used as a reference when you're desperate. Teacher Shen, I'm at my wit's end. Please help me. At that moment, the dark-skinned man suddenly approached, baring his buck teeth as he introduced himself. Teacher Shen, my name is Bao Yaming, and I'm Captain Lu's subordinate. I'm 28 years old, and still haven't had a girlfriend. When do you think I ever get one? Bao Yaming, nicknamed Bucktooth, was one of the officers, who went with Lu Huanhuan to Shima Ancient Town to arrest someone. On the way back to Beijing from Shima Ancient Town, Lu Huanhuan explained why he had gone to the mountains to arrest someone. Bao Yaming had expressed his hope that Lu Huanhuan could introduce him to Shen Qiushan, so he could ask the master about his relationship needs. Unexpectedly meeting him here today, he eagerly began to ask. Shen Qiushan glanced at Bao Yaming, who claimed to be desperate, and said with a smile, Tell me your birth date and 8 characters. Shin Qiushan had just earned the title of Master of Metaphysics, and was eager to give it a try. Yes, then I write it down. Bao Yaming nodded repeatedly, then found a pen and paper, and wrote down his birth date and 8 characters. Xiaoshan, you really can tell fortunes? Luo Xingyi asked curiously. I've been interested in studying the I Ching since I was a child, and I've learned a little bit. Shin Qiushan lied without hesitation. Then show it to Man too. Her birth date is. I write it down too. Luo Xingyi was naturally concerned about his granddaughter's marriage, so he immediately wrote down Luo Man's birth date and 8 characters on a piece of paper. Grandpa, there's no need for that. Luo Man was somewhat resistant to fortune-telling, especially when it came to predicting marriage. Xiaoshan, calculate Huanhuan's fortune as well. Lu Weiman joined in the fun, writing down Lu Huanhuan's birth date and time. Wow! If you guys do that, I have to charge. Shin Qiushan jokingly said. By then, Bao Yaming had already written down his own birth date and time and handed it to Shin Qiushan. Teacher Shin, feel free to charge. I'd be the first to support you. Haha, since you're so sincere, I give it a free pass. Shin Qiushan smiled, as he took the birth date and time from Bao Yaming and began to study it carefully. When his metaphysics attribute reached 6, he had mastered fortune-telling, face reading, and palmistry. Now that his metaphysics attribute had reached 10, having earned the title of Metaphysics Master, he had also mastered fortune-telling and hexagram divination. Shin Qiushan took a pen and circled and scribbled on the paper with Bao Yaming's birth date for a while, stopping after a few minutes. How's it going? Bao Yaming asked eagerly. I should actively participate in the blind dates before the new year. I'm sure you find something fruitful. Shin Qiushan offered advice. Teacher Shin, are you saying that I met my future girlfriend through a blind date? Bao Yaming pressed on. Very likely. Shin Qiushan nodded, but quickly added, again, I was just saying that. By the way, my second aunt actually said she wanted to set me up on a blind date yesterday, but I didn't think blind dates were reliable, so I didn't pursue it. Bao Yaming muttered softly. Teacher Shin, what about me? Seeing that Shin Qiushan actually offered advice, Lu Huanhuan immediately piqued her interest. Although she was focusing more on her career, she was still young and couldn't ignore her personal concerns. Wait a moment, let me check on Miss Luo first. At this moment, Luo Xingyi had already handed the completed birth chart to Shin Qiushan. Luo Man curled her lips slightly, feigning indifference, but she was secretly observing Shin Qiushan's expression from the corner of her eye. And she actually made a discovery, for she saw a look of shock on Shin Qiushan's face. Luo Man subconsciously frowned, wondering, what does this expression mean? It's just a marriage prediction. Is there any need to be so shocked? Xiaoshan, how is it? When will Man's marriage be settled? Seeing Shin Qiushan silence for a while, Luo Xingyi pressed the issue. I'm a little confused about Miss Luo's birth chart. Shin Qiushan shook his head slightly. How could you possibly not understand it? Luo Xingyi looked skeptical, somewhat unconvinced by Shin Qiushan's explanation. Mr. Luo, my knowledge is limited, so it's normal that I can't understand it. Shin Qiushan shrugged with feigned helplessness. Then let's take a look at Huanhuan's. Lu Weiman took the opportunity to hand over his granddaughter Lu Huanhuan's birth date and time. Chapter 258. Officer Lu's marriage is coming. Pay more attention to the people around you. Reading one's horoscope is a bit like solving a puzzle. Some people's horoscopes are difficult to interpret, while others are easily understood. Lu Huanhuan's was one of those whose horoscopes were easily understood, so Shin Qiushan quickly provided an answer. People around you? Lu Huanhuan's mind raced, going through all the men of the right age she knew, but to no avail. Due to her work, she was surrounded by quite a few men of the right age. After all, the public security system is more male than female. Furthermore, young police officers under the age of 35 made up almost half of the total force. And because mid and senior level leaders were almost all over the age limit, the proportion of young people in the lower and middle levels even exceeded half. By that calculation, there are naturally quite a few men of Lu Huanhuan's age who are eligible for marriage. Mr. Lu, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I'll be flying back to Sanjiang in a little while. Shin Qiushan wasn't here for fortune-telling. After this little interlude, he explained the main reason for his visit. Back now? Spend a few more days in Beijing. Luo Xingyi tried to persuade him. That's right. There's so much fun to do in Beijing. You've only been here a few days, you can't see it all. Lu Weiman immediately agreed. He and Luo Xingyi had a simple idea. If Shin Qiushan left, they would be without such a formidable chess friend. It's almost Chinese New Year, and I'm quite busy. I come visit you too after? Shin Qiushan made up a casual excuse. Don't just say it. You have to come. If you don't come to Beijing, we chase you to Sanjiang. The two old men echoed. Of course. Shin Qiushan nodded repeatedly. He then played 2 more games of chess with the 2 old men, then said goodbye and prepared to go to the airport. Teacher Shin, I take you there. Luo Man offered. Okay, thank you for your help, Miss Luo. Shin Qiushan didn't hesitate and immediately left the hospital with Luo Man. As the car drove out of the city and onto the highway, Luo Man, who had been concentrating on the road conditions, suddenly asked, Does my birth date have any meaning? Why do you ask? Shin Qiushan gave him a puzzled look. After you looked at my birth chart, your expression looked a little off, but you didn't say anything. So, I don't believe you didn't understand. Miss Luo really has a keen eye. Shin Qiushan sighed, no longer trying to hide it. I did see something, and it's negative. Are you sure you want to hear it? I'm a staunch materialist. I don't actually believe in fortune-telling or anything like that. I'm just simply curious, so it won't affect me if you tell me. Luo Man acted nonchalant. Hearing her say this, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but laugh. Since you're a materialist, let's not talk about this. After saying that, Shin Qiushan leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Huh? Luo Man was bewildered, gritting her teeth in frustration. But she had said it herself, and it was difficult to change her mind immediately. She could only vent her anger on the accelerator. The speed, originally around 100 kilometers per hour, soared to 130 kilometers per hour, a bit faster than the 120 kilometers per hour limit, but not enough to get a speeding ticket, so it was a safe bet. The two of them didn't exchange much along the way. After arriving at the airport, Shin Qiushan got out of the car and took his luggage out of the trunk. Thank you for your hard work, and for asking Miss Luo to give me a ride. If you have a chance to visit Sanjiang, let me show my hospitality. While thanking him, Shin Qiushan added another polite remark. Well, have a good trip. Luo Man waved. Although Shin Qiushan's behavior in the car had somewhat irritated her, she still had to be polite, especially since she herself claimed to be a materialist. By the way, the reason I didn't mention your relationship issues in front of Mr. Luo is because you don't have the right one. Before leaving, Shin Qiushan finally revealed the answer. No right one. What does that mean? Luo Man asked, puzzled. Simply put, you might become someone's lover in the future. You can't officially get married, and you won't have a formal status. Shin Qiushan spread his hands, with a look of regret. Huh? How could that be possible? Luo Man's eyes widened. She had already guessed from Shin Qiushan's expression that he must have seen something fishy. But she hadn't expected it to be so outrageous. Luo Man considered herself a conservative person. She had only had one boyfriend since childhood, and they had never had a real relationship. How could someone like her become someone's mistress? Besides, with her family background and status, how could she not even be worthy of being the legal wife? It's metaphysics. It's very metaphysical. Don't take it to heart. I was just saying it casually. Bye, drive slowly on your way back. Shin Qiushan knew Roman wouldn't accept this, so he smiled and offered a soothing reassurance, then strode into the terminal, dragging his suitcase. Roman stood there for a moment, recovering from his shock. Nonsense. Fortune tellers are truly unreliable. She stamped her foot vigorously, and angrily got into the car. Time is like a wild donkey, running without stopping. New Year's Eve arrived quickly. This year's New Year's Eve was particularly lively at the Shin family's home. Since Shin Qingju and Lin Xiaomo were participating in the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala, Shin Qiushan had brought his father-in-law, Lin Maxuan, and his sister-in-law, Lin Jiaoyu, to his home. In addition to the two of them, their father, Old Man Shin, and their sister Shin Dahua and her family were also there. The entire family enjoyed New Year's Eve dinner while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Although the Spring Festival Gala has become increasingly dwindling in recent years, it's still an annual grand event and attracts considerable attention. It's here, it's here. Grandma and second aunt are coming. A little after 9 o'clock, it was finally Shin Qingju and the Red Rose Band's turn. Shin Yanran yelled as she grabbed the remote and turned up the TV volume. Let's watch it in the living room. The TV in the dining room was small, so Shin Qiushan simply got up and went to the living room. Lin Maxuan, Old Shin, and the others followed him out. Old Lin, your wife is truly amazing. At this age, she still manages to make an appearance on the Spring Festival Gala. That's incredible. Old Shin, a little tipsy after 2 glasses of wine, praised with a flushed face. Watching his wife on TV, Lin Maxuan nodded with deep emotion. Finally, my dream has come true. This life hasn't been lived in vain. Having lived together for most of their lives, Lin Moshwan naturally knew that performing on the Spring Festival Gala stage was his wife Chen Qingju's ultimate dream. Now it had finally been accomplished. Chapter 259. Second Aunt is so beautiful. This dress is so ethereal. Looking at Lin Xiaomo on the TV screen, Shen Yanran couldn't help but sigh. Today, Lin Xiaomo wore a long white dress with a distinctly ethnic feel. The floral prints on it resembled flowing clouds, and the vine-like silver embroidery snaked up the hem, gleaming brightly under the light. Old Lin, Momo doesn't have a boyfriend yet, right? Old Shen, standing next to Lin Moshwan, asked. No. Lin Moshwan nodded gently. I wonder which brat will marry her in the future. Whoever marries Momo will be truly blessed. Old Shen sighed again. After hearing his words, Shen Yixia subconsciously glanced at his father. He was the first person to know that his father and second aunt were together, and he had even benefited greatly from it. So, after hearing his grandfather's sentimental lament, he couldn't help but silently grumble. It's our Shen family's ancestral graves that are smoking. Shen Dehua, unaware of the situation, echoed old man Shen's words. A girl as outstanding as Momo will surely marry the very best of the best. Amidst the chorus of praise, Chen Qingju and Lin Xiaomo's performance concluded. A short while later, Chen Qingju's video call came through. She and Lin Xiaomo were already backstage at the Spring Festival Gala, alongside the other members of the Red Rose Band. Everyone was clearly pleased with the performance, their faces beaming with joy. However, due to the late hour, they wouldn't be able to return to Sanjiang until tomorrow. After the video call with Chen Qingju and Lin Xiaomo, the family went on to eat their New Year's Eve dinner. At almost the same time, inside a bungalow in the urban village, the Spring Festival Gala was playing on an old, oversized TV. Su Pihua sat alone at the 8-person table in front of the TV, making dumplings and watching the program. Her grandmother was from the north, so the family had a long tradition of making dumplings during the Lunar New Year. When her grandmother was still alive, she'd done the chopping and kneading, and Su Pihua would occasionally help out. Now that she was gone, she did all the work herself. In fact, Shen Qiushan had already invited her to celebrate the Lunar New Year at his home. But Su Pihua had declined. Because her grandmother had told her, when she was very young, that the Lunar New Year was a time for family reunions, and the whole family should be together. Now she was alone at home. She had to protect this family. Su Pihua also wanted to make some dumplings herself, and send them to her father tomorrow. She also wanted to let Uncle Shen taste her cooking skills. Thinking of Uncle Shen, the man who had brightened her bleak life, the little girl's dumplings suddenly slowed down. Just now, Lin Xiaomo had delivered a brilliant performance on the Spring Festival Gala stage. She had transformed from Principal Lin into a dazzling superstar. She had become a better version of herself. A man as outstanding as this was a perfect match for Uncle Shen. The girl's heart was filled with a strange feeling, which she could only hide even more deeply. This New Year's Eve, Su Pihua wasn't the only one making dumplings herself. In the staff dormitory of Sanjiang University, Lu Qingwu was also clumsily experimenting. After the scandal of her mother and brother scamming her out of money, she was left homeless. While wrapping dumplings, she wondered if her decision was wrong. Should she continue lying there, being sucked dry by her family? After all, they were her family. In the end, she came to the same conclusion as before. The person who could so brazenly and unscrupulously suck her blood was not a family member. If the other party treated her like a family member, they would never have done such a thing. Thankfully, after the lawsuit, her mother, Li Guilian, had already passively returned 400,000 yuan. Besides paying back Shen Qiushan, she was also able to repay the money she had borrowed online. Although her credit card debt still amounted to tens of thousands, she was finally able to get by. Although her salary as a school counselor wasn't much, Shen Qiushan had paid her 15,000 yuan for her part-time job at the Red Rose Tavern during the holidays, and even gave her a 5,000 yuan red envelope for the new year. The 20,000 yuan helped stabilize her credit card debt. Furthermore, the experience of working at the tavern for over a month had also made her reevaluate her career plans. Lu Qingwu's original plan was to quickly secure a permanent position as a counselor at Sanjiang University, or perhaps pass the civil service exam. Being a university teacher or a civil servant would be a better option for her to marry into a wealthy family. At the very least, it would allow her to find a well-off man. However, her experience working at the Red Rose Tavern for over a month had somewhat shaken her resolve. She unexpectedly discovered that she seemed well-suited for similar management work. She was able to maintain excellent rapport with guests, both during the process of welcoming and seeing them off. She also gained a sense of accomplishment from running the tavern successfully. Of course, there was another, more important point. The tavern was Shin Qiushan's property. When she needed money before, Shin Qiushan had helped her without hesitation, even though he later revealed it was a scam. Yet, she was still deeply grateful for Shin Qiushan's brave act at that moment, and it even made Lu Qingwu reevaluate her relationship with him. Previously, she had simply approached him for the money, but after spending time together, she realized that Shin Qiushan was truly a very charming man, one in a million in terms of personality, appearance, and financial resources. She felt fortunate to have met such a man. If she could continue working for him, it would be a form of companionship in disguise. Thinking of this, Lu Qingwu took a long sip from the beer at hand, the aroma and bitter taste of malt beginning to spread in her mouth, by the Xiangjiang River. Lin Kaixian unloaded 3 boxes of fireworks from the trunk. Then, at the direction of his wife and daughter, he arranged the fireworks in a row. "Step back, I'm going to light something." Lin Kaixian asked his wife and daughter to stand back as he lit the first box of fireworks with his lighter. The fuse ignited a string of sparks, and then the first firework soared with a bang, exploding into the night sky like a cascading river, illuminating the river and bringing smiles to the faces of Lin Yufei and her mother, Zhou Yamen. A second, a third, and another firework launched into the sky one after another. Lin Yufei quickly took out her phone to record the scene, which reminded her of the Christmas night she confessed her love for her. The fireworks that night were just as dazzling and colorful as today's. After filming the video, she sent it directly to Shinichio. "Yufei, come on, let's take a family photo of the 3 of us." At this moment, Lin Kaixian walked over to his daughter with a smile on his face. He raised his phone and took a photo of the 3 of them with the fireworks in the background. In the photo, all 3 of them were smiling brightly, revealing a harmonious and happy family. Chapter 260. New Year's Day. "Dad, Happy New Year." Shin Qiushan had just gotten up when his son, Shinichio, came running over enthusiastically to wish him a Happy New Year. "Yes." Shin Qiushan nodded slightly. He certainly understood his son's intentions. Such enthusiastic New Year's greetings were simply to get a red envelope. This was Shin Qiushan's first year of success, and he had been well prepared. He immediately took out the large red envelope he had prepared and handed it to his son. "By the way, when will Yufei come?" "Probably on the 6th. Before the Lunar New Year, Shinichio had spent 2 weeks in Xiangjiang. Now it was Lin Yufei's turn to come to Sanjiang. Then, you go to Xiangjiang on the 4th, and then visit Yufei's home on the 5th to bring some gifts to her parents." "Yes, I prepare the gifts. You drive." Shin Qiushan thought that since the 2 children had a stable relationship, Shinichio should pay a more formal visit to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Another year had passed, and Shinichio was already 19, considered an adult. "Dad, Happy New Year. I wish you abundant inspiration and prosperity in the new year." As the father and son were talking, Shin Yanren came over with a smile to wish him a Happy New Year. Listening to his daughter's greetings, Shin Qiushan smiled and handed over the red envelope. "Buy whatever you want. If you don't have enough money, tell me." "Hee, thanks, Dad." Shin Yanren happily accepted the red envelope. Shinichio, standing by, curled his lips slightly. His father had never told him to spend money freely, or to say things like that if he didn't have enough. "All right, hurry up and get washed up. We have to go to the airport to pick up your grandma and second aunt." Shin Qiushan smiled and waved, then went to the bathroom to wash up. After leaving, Shin Qiushan didn't go to the airport immediately. Instead, he went to the Lin family's house to pay New Year's greetings to his father-in-law, Lin Moshwan. Then he picked up Lin Jiayu and went to the airport together. Shin Qiushan's M9 was a 6-seater, and with Chen Qingju and Lin Xiaoma, the car was completely full. However, this one car alone would be difficult to meet the family's travel needs. For example, if Shinichio wanted to go to Xiangjiang in a few days, and he drove himself, the family would be left without a car, and would have to borrow Lin Xiaoma's Audi. So, buying a new car was on the agenda. At 10:30 a.m., Chen Qingju, Lin Xiaoma, and the other members of the Red Rose Band emerged from the arrival's exit together. "Grandma, second aunt," Shin Yanren called out, waving vigorously. She and Lin Jiayu then presented the flowers they had prepared to the 2 big stars, who had returned triumphantly from the Spring Festival Gala. After the 2 sides reunited, Shin Qiushan first greeted his mother-in-law, Chen Qingju, and then embraced Lin Xiaoma. "I missed you," he whispered in Lin Xiaoma's ear. Due to the intense rehearsals the week before the Spring Festival Gala, Lin Xiaoma had to stay at the hotel arranged by the gala production team. The two hadn't seen each other for 10 days. Lin Xiaoma didn't say anything, but she hugged him a little harder. Brother Shen, Happy New Year. Teacher Shen, Happy New Year. Remember to write more songs in the new year. Brother Shen, the continued success of our Red Rose Band depends entirely on you. At this moment, Hu Tingting, Zhu Xinyue, and Fang Di also came over to greet Shen Qiushan. The families of the three girls also came to greet them at the airport. Hu Tingting's husband held their child, and her mother-in-law's face was beaming. Ever since the Red Rose Band became popular, Hu Tingting's husband and mother-in-law have become much more patient. They no longer nag her about forming a band, but instead are full of support. The reason, of course, is that Hu Tingting can earn money. Currently, the Red Rose Band's commercial performance offer is 1.5 million yuan. According to the previous agreement, if Shen Qiushan and the other 5 share equally, Hu Tingting will receive 300,000 yuan per performance. That's equivalent to her husband's annual income. The saying that economic foundation determines family status is absolutely true. Now, Hu Tingting is the sole preserve of her family. Not only do her husband and mother-in-law never provoke her, they even go out of their way to please her. Zhu Xinyue's parents originally didn't value her as a daughter. Her previous situation was actually somewhat similar to Lu Qingwu's. Her parents simply hoped she could earn money to supplement the family income. However, Zhu Xinyue's parents weren't exactly going too far, nor did they truly see her as a money-making tool. They simply favored sons over daughters. After learning their daughter would be performing on the Spring Festival Gala, Zhu Xinyue's parents were naturally overjoyed. They rushed from their rural hometown to Sanjiang early in the morning. The driver was Zhu Xinyue's third uncle. Despite the 300-mile journey and the early morning rush hour on New Year's Day, he had no complaints. If his niece had achieved success, perhaps he, as her uncle, would also benefit from it. In her 30 years, Zhu Xinyue had never received such attention from her family, and she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. But society is such a reality. If you don't achieve anything, not only will your relatives and friends look down on you, but even your parents might consider you worthless. On the contrary, once you've achieved something, your friends, relatives, and even your parents will see you in a completely different light. Fang Di's parents had both passed away, and it was her sister's family who came to pick her up. Her little nephew even presented her with a large bouquet of flowers, making for a truly joyful family gathering. Leaving the arrival hall, everyone returned home, but it was clear that every family was delighted. The return trip to the M9 was filled with laughter and joy. Chen Qingyu excitedly recounted her experiences backstage at the Spring Festival Gala. She would occasionally show photos of herself with various celebrities. After all, it was the Spring Festival Gala, and there were countless celebrities backstage. Lin Xiaoma, sitting in the passenger seat, looked unwell. She held her forehead with one hand, looking drowsy. What's wrong? A headache? Shen Qiushan, noticing Lin Xiaoma's abnormality, asked with concern. Maybe I'm carsick. I feel a little dizzy, Lin Xiaoma replied weakly. Trains are quite prone to motion sickness. Why don't you roll down the window? With that, Shen Qiushan lowered the passenger window. It would have been fine if the window hadn't been lowered. Once it did, Lin Xiaoma's expression suddenly became even more painful. She covered her mouth with her hand and mumbled, "Stop!" Huh? Seeing Lin Xiaoma's pained expression, Shen Qiushan was immediately alarmed and quickly pulled the car over. Lin Xiaoma quickly got out of the car and, holding onto a streetlight, began to vomit. Seeing this, Shen Qiushan quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water and followed suit. Rinse your mouth. When Lin Xiaoma had almost finished vomiting, Shen Qiushan offered the mineral water to her lips. But before Lin Xiaoma could even drink the water, she started vomiting again. Seeing this scene, Chen Qingju, who had been spending time with her daughter Lin Xiaoma, suddenly had her eyes light up. She vomited yesterday too. Could Momo be pregnant? Chapter 261. Aunt, are you carsick? I've never seen you get carsick before. Shen Yanran muttered softly. Maybe it's from the long flight. Lin Jiaoyu, who was playing with her phone, casually replied. Yeah, maybe. Shen Yanran thought it made sense. She also felt uncomfortable on long flights. Roadside. After vomiting, Lin Xiaoma finally felt a little better. She rinsed her mouth with a bottle of mineral water Shen Qiushan handed her and whispered, I think I'm pregnant. Huh? Shen Qiushan was stunned at first, then burst into ecstasy, hugging Lin Xiaoma excitedly. Really? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup? Shen Qiushan asked excitedly. He finally empathized with those men who had children in their old age. I haven't checked yet. I've been busy with the Spring Festival Gala production crew lately, and haven't had time to go to the hospital. But I looked up early pregnancy symptoms online, and they match. Also, I took a pregnancy test, and it showed 2 lines. But pregnancy tests have a certain error rate, so we still have to rely on the hospital's test. Lin Xiaomao whispered. Yes, 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 then let's go to the hospital now, Shen Qiushan said repeatedly. Today is New Year's Day. Let's go in 2 days. There's no rush. Besides, my dad's waiting for us at home. He hasn't passed that test yet. Lin Xiaomao whispered again. Okay, okay. All your advice. Shen Qiushan nodded. In the car, Lin Jiaoyu, who had been playing with her phone, glanced out the window. Her mouth opened into an O shape, and she nudged Shen Yanran, who was standing next to her, with her arm. Yanran, look. Your dad's hugging my sister? What's going on with them? They're not really together, are they? So, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. In the car, Lin Jiaoyu was probably the only one who didn't know Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomao were together. Why did she say probably? Because Shen Yanran wasn't completely sure. She just thought her father and second aunt were close, and Shanixia seemed to have hinted at it a few times. And now, the truth is finally out. They're together. How else could they be hugging each other? But she couldn't understand why they were hugging each other all of a sudden. Oh my god! Could second aunt be pregnant? Shen Yanran explained subconsciously. Her reasoning skills were quite strong, and she quickly deduced the consequences from the preceding. Huh? Pregnant? Lin Jiaoyu's eyes widened. No way. My sister's pregnant? And the baby's your father's? Aunt, Shen Yanran, you're so late with the news. I knew they were together a long time ago. Shanixiao, finally able to reveal the mystery without restraint, said smugly. You knew all along? Shen Yanran and Lin Jiaoyu looked at him. Of course. For a long time. But this is a secret between Dad and me. Shanishi curled his lips in a smug manner. Good of you, Shanishiu. You didn't even tell me about something so serious. Shen Yanran glared at her younger brother angrily. Dad won't let me tell you. What can I do? Shanishiu shrugged in mock frustration. At this moment, Chen Qingju interrupted them. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell your grandfather yet. We need to talk about this slowly. Yeah. I see. The siblings nodded repeatedly. Lin Jiaoyu couldn't help but mutter. No wonder my dad is always wary of my brother-in-law. So this is why. As they spoke, Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomao got into the car, and the topic wasn't continued. On the way, no one brought up the topic. When they got home, Chen Qingyu spotted Lin Xiaomao on the empty balcony. Momo, are you pregnant? It seems so, but I haven't been to the hospital yet, Lin Xiaomao told him truthfully. I just feel like something's wrong. You vomited yesterday. Chen Qingju had an expression that said, I knew it all, and then whispered, now that you're pregnant, you can't hide your relationship with Qiushan anymore. You can't just give up the baby. So, you have to find a chance to confess to your father. Yeah. Lin Xiaomao nodded, then said with embarrassment, I just don't know how to start. If Dad gets to know, he'd probably beat Qiushan up. I take care of it. We just have to infiltrate slowly. Chen Qingju added softly, being pregnant now is a good thing. You're just the right age. If you wait any longer, you'll be pregnant later. And I've observed that Qiushan has a lot of women with ulterior motives. Once you've established your relationship with him, those women will probably be more restrained. Even if they're still shameless, you're the wife, so you can legitimately chase those little bitches away. Chen Qingju was thinking long-term, primarily because she understood her son-in-law's exceptional qualities. In today's society, men like Shen Qiushan are very popular. It's no exaggeration to say that for anyone from 18 to 60, he's the ideal. Young girls these days are all about dating older men, and some older women also dream of a domineering CEO falling in love with me, like in the popular online skits, many of which feature a CEO falling in love with me, a nanny. After watching so many of them, some older women actually identify with the characters, believing they one day actually meet the CEOs in those skits. In Lin Jiaoyu's room, she was gossiping with Shen Yanran. Yanran, if my sister is really pregnant, you have a new brother or sister. I have a new nephew or niece too. This seems so unreal. My eldest sister married your father first, and now it's my second sister's turn. I'm trembling with fear now. Hearing this, Shen Yanran curled her lips. What are you talking about? That's a dangerous statement. Haha, just kidding. I don't have any feelings towards your father. Lin Jiaoyu smiled and shook her head, then added, but I think Loquat is a little unusual. Huh? What's unusual about Loquat? Shen Yanran looked suspicious. I feel like she's way too good to your dad, a bit too good for her. But she's always been so discreet. If I hadn't been helping out at the tavern and spending time with her every day, I wouldn't have noticed. By the way, she even knitted your dad a scarf for Christmas. Lin Jiaoyu, acting like a detective, analyzed, I think Loquat must have some special feelings for your dad, but she's been trying to control them. She knows it's not realistic for them to be together. Shen Yanran rubbed her forehead gently. No way. Even Loquat is after my dad. I thought it was just Sister Xiuya and Teacher Lu. Yeah, my dad is just too cool. Lin Jiaoyu nodded. Your dad is the type many girls would like. Well, let's not talk about your dad anymore. How are you and Xiao Xinyan doing? Hasn't he confessed yet? Lin Jiaoyu shifted the topic back to Shen Yanran herself. No. He's just a blockhead. Or maybe he's just playing dumb. He always evades the crucial moment. Shen Yanran snorted coldly and said angrily, if he doesn't confess, then forget it. Maybe one day I come to my senses and accept someone else. Then he regret it. Don't be angry. Lin Jiaoyu chuckled. If he doesn't confess, you can take the initiative. I take the initiative? That would be too embarrassing. Shen Yanran shook her head repeatedly. What era are we in? What's so shameful about pursuing happiness? If I were you, I'd send him a WeChat message right now. Lin Jiaoyu, eager to watch the fun, egged him on. Shen Yanran shook her head in defiance. I'm not sending it to him. Let's wait until school starts. TSK? So cowardly. I just haven't met someone I really like, otherwise I'd definitely pursue them. Lin Jiaoyu pouted and began to daydream. Just then, Shen Yanran's WeChat buzzed. It was Xiao Xinyan sending a New Year's greeting. However, it looked like a group message. It lacked sincerity. Shen Yanran had been quite happy to receive Xiao Xinyan's message, but when she saw it was a group message, she couldn't help but snort. I'm not even worthy of a single message. What did I do to offend you? He sent a group message with New Year's greetings. That's his fault. He should have at least made one for Yanran. Lin Jiaoyu jokingly said. As the two chatted. In the study, Lin Maxuan and Shen Qiushan sat across from each other. They were discussing work. Qiushan, can you expand your lab a bit? Besides, your lab has R&D capabilities. You could actually open a factory to produce products that ordinary people can use, creating value at the same time. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Lin Maxuan was now in charge of investment promotion, so he even mobilized his son-in-law, Shen Qiushan, to discuss the possibility of establishing a downstream enterprise with the lab as the core. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Shen Qiushan feigned surprise and slapped his thigh. Such a great resource must be utilized. Not only will it benefit the people, but it will also increase income. It's truly a win-win situation. Dad, I now truly understand what it means to have an elder in the family, like a treasure. With you at the helm, our family's life will only get better and better. Shen Qiushan's flattery was resounding. And the reason he worked so hard was, of course, to pave the way for the answer. First, he had to appease his father-in-law, Lin Maxuan. Otherwise, if he told him directly about Lin Xiaomo's pregnancy, he would definitely be furious. However, now was not the time to reveal the answer, as Lin Xiaomo had not yet gone to the hospital for a formal examination. While the possibility was very high, it was not 100% certain. He had to wait for the results from the hospital before telling Lin Maxuan the news. Oh, one more thing. Isn't today New Year's Day? I'm planning to visit my boss. Do you have any extra of those little blue bottles? After a moment's silence, Lin Maxuan changed the subject. The little blue bottle played a significant role in his promotion before retirement. He was planning to bring 2 bottles with him when he visited his boss during the Lunar New Year holiday. That would surely please him. However, he didn't have any left. Yes. Yes. Shen Qiushan nodded repeatedly. I get them from the car. With that, he turned and left the study, then walked around the parking lot. When he returned to the study, he had 4 more little blue bottles. Lately, Shen Qiushan had been frantically increasing his academic aptitude. As his academic aptitude increased, he also tried the lottery several times, but they were always commemorative prizes, never anything of value. Dad, take them first. That's all I have for now. Shen Qiushan handed the 4 small blue bottles to Lin Maxuan, whose serious face suddenly lit up with a bright smile. His plan was to give 2 bottles to his boss, so that he would still have 2 bottles left. This thing was priceless to him. The next day, Lin Maxuan took the gift to his boss to wish him a happy new year. Shen Qiushan took Lin Xiaomo to the best private hospital in Sanjiang. Although it was the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, the hospital was already open. Because it was a private hospital, the fees were very high, and there was no reimbursement, so the number of patients was still very small. Shin Qiushan had made an appointment in advance for an obstetrics and gynecology exam. After they arrived, Lin Xiaomo was immediately sent for an ultrasound, waiting for about half an hour. The results were in. Congratulations, both of you. Miss Lin is indeed pregnant, and she's probably 6 weeks along. The female doctor said with a smile, as she handed over the results. Great, that's great. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Shin Qiushan was overjoyed, thanking her profusely. Beside him, Lin Xiaomo's face also broke into a smile, and she instinctively reached out to touch her belly. She hadn't expected to become a mother so soon. Before this, she hadn't been mentally prepared at all. But the fact that she was pregnant wasn't too surprising, since they hadn't used any safety precautions in their previous interactions. Mr. Shin, I've sent you some pregnancy tips, and the date of your next prenatal checkup. At this point, Dr. Zhang spoke again. Yes, thank you. Shin Qiushan thanked her again, then carefully took Lin Xiaomo's arm. Momo, let's walk slowly. Yes, let's go to the mall and buy some flat shoes later. Shin Qiushan quickly got into the mood. I'm not that delicate. I'm in good shape when I'm not vomiting. Lin Xiaomo had never been the delicate type, so Shin Qiushan's cautiousness seemed a little amusing to her. The two left the obstetrics and gynecology department. A young female doctor immediately approached Dr. Zhang. Sister Zhang, those two people were Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo, right? Yes, do you know them? Lin Xiaomo is the lead singer of the Red Rose Band, and even performed on this year's Spring Festival Gala. Shin Qiushan is a famous writer. But he also writes songs. He wrote the Red Rose Band songs. Netizens are crazy about their pairing. I didn't expect it to be true. The young doctor spoke with a gossipy look on her face. Dr. Zhang, of course, knew the identities of Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo. Many of the guests at their private hospital were celebrities. She immediately warned with a serious face, "You know our hospital's rules and regulations. Patient privacy must be strictly confidential." Chapter 262. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Shinichia headed for Xiangjiang with the gifts his father had prepared. He was driving the Audi A4L that belonged to his second aunt, now his future stepmother, Lin Xiaomo. The trunk was packed to the brim with cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, sea cucumbers, birds' nests, and other essentials. However, compared to these ordinary gifts, one item stood out: 2 small blue bottles. Shin Qiushan repeatedly warned him not to lose the 2 small blue bottles, and to personally hand them over to Lin Kaixian upon arriving at Lin Yufei's house. Shinichi was quite curious about the 2 small blue bottles. He couldn't understand why his father attached so much importance to them. From the outside, they looked like 2 bottles of oral solution, nothing special. But he had heard that his father had set up a laboratory, and seemed to be researching many strange and bizarre things. It was almost noon. Shinichi arrived at Lin Yufei's house. Because there were so many gifts, he couldn't carry them all by himself, so Lin Kaixian had to help. Soon, the gifts Shinichi brought piled up like a small mountain at the Lin family's entrance. Xiao, you're here, so why are you bringing so many gifts? My dad told me to, Shinichi said truthfully. After hearing this, Lin Kaixian and Zhou Yamen understood. Shin Qiushan gave Shinichi's visit the significance of a new son-in-law's first visit. Uncle Lin, my dad prepared a special gift for you. Here, this. Shinichi pulled 2 small blue bottles from his pocket and handed them to Lin Kaixian. Huh? What are these? Lin Kaixian was bewildered after receiving the small blue bottle. Zhou Yamen also looked at it curiously, asking, oral liquid? Shinichi shook his head. I don't know what it is, but my dad said he must personally hand it to Uncle Lin. Brother Shin, if you think so highly of it, it must be something good. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Come in, sit down, and get some rest. The family warmly welcomed Shinichi into the living room. Knowing he was coming, Zhou Yamen had already prepared a sumptuous meal. After a short rest in the living room, they started eating. During the meal, Shinichi shared 2 drinks with his future father-in-law, Lin Kaixian. Because they had been drinking, Lin Kaixian didn't let Shinichi leave, and instead stayed the night. Lin Kaixian's family lived in a spacious, over 200 square meter apartment, with plenty of rooms. After arranging Shinichi in the guest room, Lin Kaixian went to the study to livestream. Lawyer Lin was a true professional. He took 3 days off for the Lunar New Year holiday, and resumed live streaming on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. By the time he finished his live stream, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Kaixian didn't immediately return to the master bedroom. Instead, He sat in the living room for a while, making sure that Shinichio hadn't sneaked into his daughter's room from the guest room. Only then did he return to the master bedroom. His wife, Jo Yaman, had just finished a shower and was wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. "Mr. Lin, what are these little blue bottles?" Although the gifts Shinichio had brought were quite expensive, they were readily available in stores. Jo Yaman, however, had never seen these two little blue bottles before. While Lin Kaixian was live streaming, she had even searched online, but couldn't find any similar products. "How would I know what it is?" "But just ask, brother, and you find out. He's probably still awake at this hour." With that, Lin Kaixian called Shin Qiushan directly. "Brother Shin, I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "No, it's only late, I'm still full of energy." Shin Qiushan's voice came from the line. "I've received all the gifts you asked Xiao Xiao to bring, Brother Shin. You're so polite. It's New Year's, so I need everything. Especially those two little blue bottles. Brother Lin, they definitely be useful." "I was just about to ask, what are those two little blue bottles? What are their benefits?" Hearing this question, Shin Qiushan on the other end of the line chuckled. "Brother Lin, all I can say is that only those who use them will know. If you want to know, drink one now, and you find out." Lin Kaixian vaguely guessed the purpose of this thing and laughed. "Okay, then thank you, Brother Shin." After ending the call, Lin Kaixian shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother Shin is really interesting. He actually gave me this thing as a gift." Jo Yaman asked curiously, "What is it?" "Something like Viagra." "Huh?" Jo Yaman was shocked. She hadn't expected her future in-law to be so unreliable, giving her such a gift on New Year's Eve. However, upon closer inspection, while this thing was for her husband, it was still her beneficiary. As the saying goes, a kiss between a middle-aged couple can cause nightmares for several nights. Older couples rarely have burning passion. Relying on external forces is not a bad idea. Teacher Shin means well. Try a bottle. Maybe it's not what you think. Jo Yaman offered her advice. Alright. Lin Kaixian hesitated for a moment, then opened the bottle and drank it. It doesn't seem to have any effect, and it doesn't taste anything. After finishing, Lin Kaixian sked his lips. If it's really medication, it take time for it to work. Let's wait a little longer, Jo Yaman said. Okay, get some rest. Tomorrow I go to the mall and buy some gifts. I have Xiao Xiao and Yufei take them to Sanjiang as a return gift. Lin Kaixian waved his hand and lay down on the bed. Jo Yaman was a little disappointed, but she didn't say anything and quietly lay down beside him. With a click, Lin Kaixian turned off the bedside lamp. The room was pitch black. About 5 minutes later, Lin Kaixian, who had been planning to sleep, suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as if he had endless energy. Then, the double bed in the room began to rock. And it rocked for a whopping 40 minutes. The wind and rain subsided. Lin Kaixian went to take a shower. He expected to be exhausted, but instead of feeling exhausted, he felt incredibly refreshed. He could even fight one more time. It felt like he was 20 years old again. What a great thing. No wonder Brother Shin valued it so much. Jo Yaman, lying in bed, exclaimed happily, Brother Shin, it's so kind of you to give me this. It's a shame there are only 2 bottles, old Lin. Ask Brother Shin for a few more when you get a chance, or ask him where he bought it. Lin Kaixian cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, it's just SOSO. Besides, there's no telling if long-term use will have any negative effects on your health. That's right. Jo Yaman nodded. Every medicine has its side effects. We need to observe. After a short rest, Lin Kaixian, feeling like he was 20 years old again, couldn't hide his restlessness and took the initiative to start a second round of battle. At the same time, in the guest room, Shinichia's WeChat rang. It was Lin Yufei. I'm coming to see you. Don't lock the door. Seeing this message, Shinichia was both excited and a little nervous. That's not good. What if your parents find out? Lin Yufei, they're already asleep at this time. Shinichia, that's right. Smirk emoji. After the two agreed, Shinichia quickly opened the door a crack. After waiting for a while, Lin Yufei quietly entered the room and locked it. The young couple, who hadn't seen each other for many days, immediately embraced each other. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Yufei drowsily opened her eyes, and when she realized she was still in the guest room, her brain, which had been a bit stagnant, suddenly started to work. She nudged the still sleeping Shinichia, who rubbed his eyes and asked drowsily, What's wrong? It's already past 9. Lin Yufei picked up her phone and shook it. It's all over. It's already this late. My mom must have noticed I wasn't in my room. Hearing this, Shinichia instantly perked up. Didn't we agree to go back to bed last night? I was so tired I just fell asleep. It's okay, we're getting married anyway. At worst, I admit my mistake. Shinichia said solemnly. Who said we were getting married? Lin Yufei snorted, quickly put on her pajamas, and tiptoed to the door. I'd take a look. As she spoke, she opened the door a crack and peeked outside, only to find the living room completely silent. A complete silence. Huh? They don't seem to be awake yet? That's not their style. Lin Yufei looked suspicious. Did they go out? Shinichia stretched. Never mind. I go first. Lin Yufei tiptoed through the living room and returned to her room. After safely entering her room, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was already past 9 o'clock, and it was a miracle that she hadn't been spotted by her parents while she was in Shinichia's room. She yawned. Lin Yufei lay back on her bed and sent Shinichia another WeChat message. Arrived safely. Shinichia replied with an OK emoji. The two were still congratulating themselves on their suspicion of getting away with it, but what they didn't know was that Lin Kaixian and Zhou Yamen were still asleep and had no energy to bother with them. Until 10:30 in the morning. Zhou Yamen was the first to wake up, her cheeks rosy and full of energy. A moment later, Lin Kaixian also opened his eyes. He yawned, then checked the time. He was startled. He had slept until 10:30. The last time he had slept this well was over a decade ago. Lin Kaixian stretched his limbs. He had assumed the potent effects of the drug were a price to pay for overexerting himself. In reality, he found nothing unusual. Not only that, his energy seemed even greater. The little blue bottle Brother Shen had given him was truly a good thing. Lin Kaixian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What man could resist an oral solution that boosted his abilities without side effects? I really need to ask Brother Shen where he bought this stuff sometime. It's a miracle drug. We've slept till this hour. The kids must be starving. Zhou Yamen sat up from her bed, quickly put on her pajamas, and left the room. At that moment, Shinichia and her daughter were sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Mom, why are you up so late today? I thought you and Dad were already out. Lin Yufei asked. I had some work to do. I slept in too late last night. You haven't eaten yet, right? What do you want? Zhou Yamen changed the subject. We ordered takeout. It'd be here soon. Lin Yufei replied, then teased. Shinichia can only eat takeout when he comes to our house. I'd be too embarrassed to tell Uncle Shen when we get back to Sanjiang. Simultaneously. Sanjiang City. The Lin family. Lin Moshwan was in a good mood today, because he had just played 2 games of chess with Shin Qiushan and actually won one. The game he lost was evenly matched, and he felt he was in excellent form. Qiushan, another game. Best of 3 decider. Lin Moshwan, in high spirits, took the initiative to set up his chess pieces. Okay. Shin Qiushan nodded, then said with a smile, Dad, you're in fantastic form today. You're simply unstoppable. Even the national champion might not be able to defeat you. Lin Moshwan nodded proudly. If anyone else said that, they'd be complimenting me, but you just won the Qingyang Cup, so I believe you. Of course. I never lie. Shin Qiushan nodded solemnly. As the third game began, Shin Qiushan, as expected, fell behind, ultimately losing by a narrow margin. Ah, it was so close. Shin Qiushan scratched his head in regret after losing. Lin Moshwan, gloating, said, I gave you that knight on purpose. Young people, sometimes it's easy to be greedy. Shin Qiushan nodded in agreement. I was just fooled by that knight. Lin Moshwan laughed heartily. Be more careful next time. After their game, it was lunchtime. Chen Qingju was in the kitchen today, preparing a sumptuous meal. Lin Moshwan, in a good mood, had 2 more drinks. A little tipsy, he reached out and patted Shin Qiushan on the shoulder. Qiushan, didn't I tell you about building a factory before? The city has a policy now. Free land for factories, plus tax incentives. Lin Moshwan had always been a principled cadre, but today he took the initiative to talk to Shin Qiushan about work, even offering to use his connections. It was clear that Lin Moshwan was in a very good mood today. Shin Qiushan quickly stated, Dad, I listened to you. Your decision is absolutely correct. I prepare the relevant materials tomorrow. Shin Qiushan, who was primarily a cooperative person, suddenly changed the subject after the work discussion. Dad, I have some good news for you. What good news? Lin Moshwan asked casually. You're going to be a grandfather again, Shin Qiushan said with a smile. What? Lin Moshwan's newly picked piece of meat dangled in midair. He looked at Shin Qiushan in shock. Say it again. Dad, you're going to have another grandson or granddaughter. Shin Qiushan changed his tone. Wait. Lin Moshwan waved his hand. I don't understand. Are you getting remarried? At this point, Lin Moshwan hadn't yet thought of his own daughter. Yes. Shin Qiushan nodded solemnly, then looked at Lin Xiaomo. Dad, don't worry. I definitely treat Momo well. Chapter 263. Plop. Lin Moshwan's chopsticks fell directly onto the table. He looked at Shin Qiushan in shock. Say that again? Who are you supposed to take care of? Dad, Momo's pregnant. The baby's mine. In fact, we've been together for a long time. Shin Qiushan laid it all out. You too. He pointed at Shin Qiushan, then looked back at his daughter. Lin Moshwan had always suspected something was off between them, and had been on guard against such a possibility. The old saying had truly come true. Even if you're on guard, you can't guard against a thief in your own home. After all, his second daughter had been deceived by that yellow-haired Shin Qiushan. With a thud, Lin Moshwan slapped the table and stormed out of the restaurant. Jiayu, stop your dad. Is he going to get a knife? Chen Qingyu shouted at Lin Jiayu, who was sitting at the door. Hey! Lin Jiayu responded and quickly chased after him. Dad, don't be impulsive. Although I was quite surprised when I heard the news, but after thinking about it, this outcome is quite good. It's good for Xiao Xiao and Yanran. We're still family, and even closer than that. When did you find out? When did you find out? Lin Moshwan, grasping the key to his daughter's words, asked with a frown. On the day I went to pick you up at the airport. Lin Jiayu answered truthfully. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me? Lin Jiayu scratched his head and whispered. Mom said she was worried you'd get upset if you found out, so she wanted to tell you later. Yanran thinks so too. So all of you know. I'm the only one who doesn't know. Lin Moshwan's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt betrayed by his entire family. Alright, you're all in this together. Don't follow me. With that, Lin Moshwan went straight into the study and locked the door. Dad, calm down. It's a happy occasion after all. Lin Jiayu could only try to persuade him through the door, but no sound came from inside. At this moment, Chen Qingju and Shin Yanran also caught up. Alright, let's go back and eat. Chen Qingju understood his wife. If Lin Moshwan had gone and grabbed a kitchen knife or a baseball bat, there was no guarantee he'd actually attack. But now that he locked himself in the study, there was a good chance nothing would happen. Once he figured things out, everything would be fine. Besides being relatively familiar with Lin Moshwan's personality, Chen Qingju, having lived together for so many years, was even more familiar with the Mayor Lin's approach to things. Having spent his entire life within the system, he constantly weighed the pros and cons. This tendency was ingrained in him, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Moshwan locking himself in his study to think, but he was afraid of him suddenly losing his temper. And in this situation, weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moshwan ultimately had no choice but to compromise. After all, his daughter was pregnant and old enough, he couldn't force Lin Xiaomo to have an abortion. Besides, the Shin Qiushan of today was a completely different person from the yellow-haired one of 20 years ago. Back then, Shin Qiushan was practically worthless, but the Shin Qiushan of today is completely different. He's already a renowned writer, with assets worth hundreds of millions. Just 2 songs he casually wrote became viral hits, becoming the epitome of a midlife comeback in countless people's minds. Shin Qiushan was perfectly worthy of Lin Moshwan's daughter. Grandma, is this okay? Shin Yanran asked worriedly, glancing at the closed door. Let your grandfather calm down. If he truly disagrees, let Momo have an abortion. The worst that can happen is the risk of infertility. Chen Qingju spoke loudly, winking at Lin Jiayu, who was studying medicine. The latter immediately understood and chimed in, saying, Mom, I'm a medical student. My second sister is already approaching advanced maternal age. If she undergoes a curettage, it will be very difficult for her to conceive again, or she might even have recurrent miscarriages. Shin Yanran then joined in the performance. I've always wanted a little brother or sister. Now that I'm in college, it's perfect timing. I can even help with childcare. The 3 of them perfectly embodied the concept of 3 women, 1 drama. Just as they were acting, the study door was roughly opened. Lin Moshwan said with a sullen face, send Shin Qiushan over. I get him. Shin Yanran immediately ran back to the dining room to call her father. Soon, Shin Qiushan arrived. The father-in-law and son-in-law sat opposite each other. Shin Qiushan spoke first. Dad, don't worry, leave Momo to me. I promise I won't let Chushua's tragedy happen again. What promises? Lin Moshwan snorted coldly. I promise with my life. If something like that happens again, I won't live anymore. Xiao Xiao and Yanran are grown up anyway. They don't need my worries anymore. The money left behind will be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Shin Qiushan said seriously. Lin Moshwan remained silent. He could sense Shin Qiushan's sincerity. What promises? That's all bullshit. Lin Moshwan curled his lips. First, tell me, what are your plans? Momo and I have already discussed it. If you and Mom don't object, we get the marriage certificate first. As for whether or not to have a wedding, that's entirely up to Dad. Why not a wedding? I, Lin Moshwan's daughter, cannot just give birth to a child without a clear conscience. At this point, Lin Moshwan glared at Shin Qiushan fiercely. Then I listened to Dad. Shin Qiushan nodded quickly. Actually, I also want to give Momo a grand wedding. After all, it only happens once in a lifetime. All the procedures must be followed, according to our Sanjiang customs. Lin Moshwan said sullenly, first, propose, then get engaged, and then have the wedding. Okay. I listened to Dad. Shin Qiushan naturally agreed. Since we're following customs, we need to discuss the bride price. Lin Moshwan spoke again. A bride price is a must. Respect customs. Shin Qiushan smiled. Dad, then you tell me the amount. How much you want to give is up to you. It doesn't matter if it's too much or too little. At this point, Lin Moshwan changed the subject. But the bride price must also include 20 small blue bottles, and 20 bottles of that spray. Shin Qiushan was speechless. Who would give that kind of thing as a bride price? Are you having trouble? Seeing Shin Qiushan didn't respond, Lin Moshwan snorted again. Even if there are difficulties, we must overcome them. Since it's Dad's request, I do my best to fulfill it. Shin Qiushan immediately stated his willingness. He'd been winning a lot of prizes recently, and he could definitely provide whatever Lin Moshwan wanted. However, Shin Qiushan was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected his father-in-law, Lin Moshwan, to make such a request for something as serious as marriage. As a man with a cheat, Shin Qiushan certainly couldn't understand the dependence that ordinary people like Lin Moshwan felt after using the little blue bottle. To put it another way, this stuff is definitely as addictive as white powder. Especially for powerful men, it holds a fatal allure. Alright, then you can go back. As for preparing for the marriage proposal, I don't need to explain the specific process. Seeing that Shin Qiushan had agreed to his core request, Lin Moshwan immediately ordered him to leave. According to Sanjiang customs. I understand. Shin Qiushan nodded, then added, Dad, I go back and prepare. Momo's pregnant. If you're angry with me, don't make things difficult for her. You're not even saying that. Let's go! Lin Moshwan waved his hand impatiently. Qiushan, how's it going? Qin Qinju and the others were waiting in the living room. When they saw Shin Qiushan emerge from the study, they quickly gathered around him. I'm going home to propose. Dad said, we have to follow Sanjiang customs. Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged. So, he agrees to your marriage with Momo? Qin Qinju was overjoyed. Although she expected Lin Moshwan to compromise, she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The speed with which she weighed the pros and cons exceeded her expectations. Lin Xiaoma, standing by, also had a delighted look on her face. Ever since she'd been with Shin Qiushan, she'd been hesitant to face her father, Lin Moshwan, fearing he'd bring up her affairs with him. And since she couldn't lie, it would be easy for her to expose their relationship. Of course, her biggest fear was Lin Moshwan's staunch opposition. There was no telling how it would end. Now, all her worries were gone, and Lin Xiaoma was naturally in a good mood. Wait for me to be back soon. Before leaving, Shin Qiushan smiled at Lin Xiaoma. Okay. Lin Xiaoma nodded solemnly. After leaving the Lin residence, Shin Qiushan drove directly back to his home, the old house where old man Shin still lived. Shin Qiushan had repeatedly urged his father to move to his own mansion, but old man Shin simply wouldn't agree, preferring a more comfortable old house. That is, he would visit Shin Qiushan during the holidays. On New Year's Eve, old man Shin stayed overnight in Shin Qiushan's mansion, and returned to his old house on New Year's Day. Thankfully, his sister, Shin Dahua, lived downstairs, so Shin Qiushan wasn't too worried. Back at his old house, no one was home. He went to his sister's house downstairs, and sure enough, old man Shin was there. Brother, you're back. Uncle. Shin Dahua and Little Potato both looked at Shin Qiushan with surprise. Qiushan, you're back just in time. I had something to tell you. Old man Shin waved at Shin Qiushan. Dad, what's up? Shin Qiushan sat down next to old man Shin. Do you remember your Aunt Wang? Old Man Shen asked. The Aunt Wang who sells hand-pulled pancakes? Yes, that's her. Well, what's wrong? I'm planning to marry her. Old Man Shen's words startled him. Huh? Marrying? Shen Qiushan was shocked. He had never heard his father mention this before. What's the big deal? Your Aunt Wang and I have been together for a while. Yinran and Xiao Xiao are grown up now, and you're capable enough. You don't need my financial support anymore. I'm getting older, and I need someone by my side. Your Aunt Wang is 50 years old this year, and in good health. She can take care of me, and she'd probably be my successor in the future, so I'm thinking of getting a marriage certificate with her. Old Man Shen expressed his thoughts. Dad, as long as you're happy, you can marry anyone. I wholeheartedly agree. Shen Qiushan was quite open-minded. Dad was old, and having someone around was always better than having no one. As for the old house, it wasn't worth much at all. Even if it was given to Aunt Wang after Dad passed away, it wouldn't matter. After all, she was with Dad on his final journey. Of course, his open-minded attitude was mainly due to Shen Qiushan's current financial security. If it were the old Shen Qiushan, he would never have agreed. He had finally bought a house, so how could he give it to an outsider? Qiushan is really reasonable. Dahua, learn from your brother. Old Shen glared at his daughter. It was clear that Shen Dahua didn't approve of Dad remarrying. The reason was simple. In Shen Dahua's view, Aunt Wang, the hand-pulled pancake seller, was after the house. Brother, you don't understand Aunt Wang. I think she's after the house. Shen Dahua frowned, surprised that Shen Qiushan would actually agree to his father's remarriage. Dahua, I agree with you. But it's normal for someone to be motivated by something. After all, at Dad's age, do you think she's taking advantage of him because he's old, or because he doesn't like to bathe? People always have ulterior motives. As long as it's worth it, it's fine. Ever since getting the cheat, Shen Qiushan's perspective on things has changed. In the final analysis, having money makes him more open-minded. As some wealthy people often say, anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Brother, you're really rich now. Forget it, I don't care. The house is yours anyway. Shen Dahua pouted, no longer trying to be the bad guy. Since you all agree, then it's settled. Old Man Shen beamed. He hadn't expected to get married twice in his old age. Qiushan, you said you had something to say. What was it? After explaining his own situation, Old Man Shen turned his attention to his son. Shen Dahua also looked at his brother curiously. Dad, I have the same thing to say as you. I'm getting married too. Shen Qiushan said bluntly. Huh? Brother, you're getting married? Who are you getting married with? And do Xiao Xiao and Yanran know about it? Do they both agree? Brother, you're not the same as you were before. You still have to be cautious about things like getting married, Shen Dahua asked rapidly. Yes, who are you getting married with? Old Man Shen pressed on. With Momo. That's Yanran and Shishio's second aunt. Shen Qiushan didn't hold back and revealed the answer directly. Is that even possible? Old Man Shen and Shen Dahua and his daughter glanced at each other subconsciously. Qiushan, you're kidding. You want to marry the second son of the Lin family? If Old Man Lin knew about this, he'd chop you up. Chapter 264. He already knows. Shen Qiushan spread his hands. He already knows? Did Old Lin agree? Old Shen was shocked. On New Year's Eve, they had both been having dinner at Shen Qiushan's mansion, and Lin Moshwan had been tactfully complaining to Old Shen about his daughter, and Shen Qiushan being too close. From Lin Moshwan's attitude, it was clear that he was very opposed to Lin Xiaomo and Shen Qiushan being together. He agreed. However, he made one request. The wedding must follow our local Sanjiang customs, starting with the proposal. And according to our Sanjiang customs, when proposing, the groom's parents and representatives of the elders must come together. So, Dad, you have to work hard. Shen Qiushan explained Lin Moshwan's request. What's so hard about that? It's just a proposal, I go there myself. By the way, I call your second uncle, and see if he and your second aunt are available. We're not without people in the Shen family, and the elders have to contribute 2 gifts. According to custom, a betrothal gift is also required, as well as hardware. How much are you planning to give, Qiushan? Old Shen was a native of Sanjiang and well-versed in wedding customs and etiquette. Let's give 8.88 million yuan. Shen Qiushan had pondered this question on the way home. He knew Lin Xiaomao didn't care about the betrothal gift at all. Lin Moshwan and Chen Qingju wouldn't care either. After all, the Lin family wasn't short of money. But the betrothal gift was also a matter of face, and the Lin family's relatives would take it into account. Shen Qiushan wasn't short of money these days, and a betrothal gift of 100 million yuan was certainly within his means, but it wasn't necessary. After careful consideration, he chose an auspicious number, 8.88 million. Of course, that wasn't all. Besides the 8.88 million betrothal gift, he also planned to give a house in his neighborhood. Shin Qiushan's idea was for Lin Maoxuan and Shin Qingzhu to move in and help look after their grandchildren. When he married Lin Qiushua, Shin Qiushan had nothing. Now that he was wealthy, he had to make amends. That's an auspicious number. Old Shin knew his son was now wealthy and well off. Additionally, he felt a sense of guilt towards the Lin family for what happened to Lin Qiushua earlier. Now that he had the opportunity and the means to make amends, a higher betrothal gift seemed reasonable. Brother, I'm curious. Why did Mayor Lin agree to this? If we had dinner at your house on the 30th, he seemed very opposed to you being together. At this point, Shin Dehua asked curiously. Momo is pregnant. He couldn't help but agree. Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged. Really? So, I'm going to be a grandfather again? Old Man Shin was overjoyed, his wrinkles practically opening with laughter. Of course it's true. Otherwise, my father-in-law might not agree. Shin Qiushan shrugged lightly. There was another reason he didn't mention, the little blue bottles. The betrothal gift included 20 little blue bottles and 20 sprays, both good stuff. Great. This is a triple blessing for our Shin family. Old Man Shin's face was beaming. Qiushan, I have something else to discuss with you. Since you don't object to my marrying your Aunt Wang, can she move in? Old Man Shin rubbed his hands as he spoke, his face beaming with anticipation. A man, after all, is only as good as a wall. Besides, Old Man Shin, who's been posting pictures of white legs on short videos all day, has long been itching to make a move. I have no objection. You two can discuss it. Shin Qiushan naturally wouldn't stop his father from pursuing his own happiness. As long as you're okay with it. Then I go tell her. Dehua, I'm going upstairs first. Old Man Shin stood up, preparing to go upstairs to call his wife and tell her the good news. Dad, I'm going up with you. Shin Qiushan followed his father upstairs and handed him 2 small blue bottles. Qiushan, what are these? Old Man Shin looked at his son suspiciously. Good stuff. You need it when Aunt Wang moves in. Shin Qiushan chuckled. You kid. Old Man Shin immediately guessed the purpose of the item and happily put it away. Dad, I transfer 300,000 yuan to your card later. Since we're getting married, let's do some simple house cleanup and buy Aunt Wang some jewelry, clothes, and stuff. Don't treat her badly. Shin Qiushan was wealthy enough at the moment to not care about such a small amount of money. Okay. Old Man Shin nodded repeatedly, beaming. They say raising a son is a way to prepare for old age, but this isn't just about preparing for old age, he's even arranged for a partner. He truly is a son. For the next 2 days, Shin Qiushan went on a shopping spree. He bought 2 248 square meter houses in Jinjiang Bay, where he lived, leaving one as part of the betrothal gift to Lin Maoxuan and Shin Qingzhu. The other house was reserved for his father. Although Old Man Shin had clearly stated his unwillingness to live in such a large house, as his son, Shin Qiushan still had to treat them fairly. Buy the house first, and decide whether to live in it later. After all, he had the money. In addition to the 2 houses, Shin Qiushan also bought 2 cars, a Grand S800 and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in lava red. Knowing Lin Xiaomao liked SUVs, he simply bought the top-of-the-line SUV, making him a distinguished Rolls-Royce owner. Besides spending money, Shin Qiushan withdrew another 10 million in cash, 8.88 million of which was neatly placed in the trunk of the Cullinan. The piles of red bills almost filled the trunk, a truly impressive sight. In Sanjiang, there's a saying that marriages shouldn't be proposed before the 15th day of the first lunar month. So, Shin Qiushan set the date for the marriage proposal for the 16th day of the first lunar month. Early in the morning, the Shin family set out in a grand procession. In addition to Shin Qiushan and his 2 children, Old Man Shin and Shin Dehua's family were also in the marriage proposal procession. Also, there was his second uncle's family, who had come from out of town. Old Man Shin's full name was Shin Guiqiang. He had 2 younger brothers, Shin Juanqiang and Shin Jiaqiang. When Shin Juanqiang was young, he served in the army in another province and later remained in the local area. Shin Jiaqiang had a falling out with his eldest brother, Old Man Shin, in his early years, and the 2 brothers never spoke to each other. The reason for the falling out was actually quite dramatic. It was a dispute over the previous generation's family property. Similar cases were common among the people. As the eldest son, Old Man Shin ultimately compromised. Adhering to the principle that family disgrace should not be made public, He did not take the case to court and ultimately received no compensation. But the two brothers hadn't been in touch for decades, effectively severing ties. In fact, Old Man Shin and his second brother, Shin Juexiang's family, didn't have much contact before. After all, they were over 1,000 miles apart, a vast distance, and both had their own lives. However, after Shin Qiushan became famous, they began to contact each other more frequently. The poor in the city are ignored, but the rich in the mountains have distant relatives. That's human nature. A convoy consisting of a Cullinan, a Xuanjia S-800, and a Wenjia M9 arrived at the Lin family's residence. Knowing that Shin Qiushan was coming to propose marriage, many relatives from the Lin family also showed up, including Lin Moxuan's younger brother's family, and Qin Qingju's older sister and younger sister's family. All three families had 3 generations, totaling over 20 people. The reason for such a large gathering was, of course, because the Lin family enjoyed the best life among the relatives. Even when Lin Moxuan was still director, the Lin family was already better off than their relatives. Now, things are even more remarkable. Lin Moxuan has taken a step forward and become deputy mayor. Qin Qingju, the retired old lady, unexpectedly became a star, becoming a renowned singer. Lin Xiaoma, not to mention Lin Xiaoma, whose Red Rose band became a nationwide sensation, became the lead singer of the hottest band of the moment. After performing on the Spring Festival Gala, the band's appearance fee soared to over 2 million yuan. However, due to health reasons, the band only accepted 2 large-scale performances, both after March. At that time, Lin Xiaoma was already 4 months pregnant and had entered a stable period, so some exercise was beneficial. The meeting of the two families was a lively occasion. Because of the marriage proposal process, both sides had bosses. On the Shin side was Shin Qiushan's second aunt, Feng Yulan. She was from northeast China, eloquent, and owned a restaurant. On the Lin side was Lin Xiaomo's third aunt, Qin Qingya, who had spent her entire life working in the Women's Federation and had experienced countless such situations. The two sides chatted for a while, then turned to the issue of betrothal gifts. Feng Yulan's voice rose considerably when the topic came up. She had acted as a matchmaker and assisted in marriage proposals. But such a generous betrothal gift had only been encountered once in her life. In the words of Old Li, he had never seen such a lavish battle in his entire life. Our family's betrothal gift is 8.88 million yuan in cash. Huh? How much? Lin Moxuan and Qin Qingju didn't react to this figure. They all knew Shin Qiushan was wealthy. But Qin Qingya and the others were surprised. They knew Shin Qiushan was a famous writer, and online rumors suggested he was quite wealthy. But hearsay was just hearsay. They had no idea. Things are different now. The betrothal gift is 8.88 million. Although Lin Moxuan is the powerful deputy mayor, everyone knows he's not a corrupt official and doesn't make a lot of money. Shin Qiushan's betrothal gift is likely more than he ever earned in his entire life. Feng Yulan was pleased with Qin Qingya and the others' reactions. She continued, and there's a car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wow! There's another car. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That must be worth 10 million. As expected of a famous writer, he's truly wealthy. The Lin family's relatives couldn't help but murmur in admiration. And there's a 248 square meter house in Jinjiang Bay. Feng Yulan dropped another bombshell. Who could afford a 248 square meter house as a dowry? And she asked, and this house was worth tens of millions. That meant the total value of the dowry Shin Qiushan had prepared was nearly 30 million. And there's even a house in Jinjiang Bay. I've never seen such a large dowry. Writers really make a lot of money. Everyone sighed again. This time, even Lin Moxuan and Qin Qingju were surprised. They expected Shin Qiushan to give a large dowry, but they hadn't expected a house in Jinjiang Bay. Aunt Momo, everyone, the car and the dowry are at the door. Let's go take a look and take a photo. Feng Yulan said with a smile. Okay. Let's go take a look outside. Everyone moved. The Lin residence was on the first floor, and the Cullinan was parked outside the unit. After everyone emerged, he opened the trunk. A sudden burst of wows. The impact of 8.88 million yuan in cash was truly immense. Everyone present, including Lin Moxuan, had only ever seen such a large amount of cash on television. Many people pulled out their phones to take pictures. Lin Jiayu even rushed to the trunk, stretched out her arms, and lay directly on the pile of cash. Yinran, take a picture for me. This is too happy. I wonder if I got so much in gifts when I got married. Lin Xiaoma, who was at the back of the group, tugged at Shin Qiushan's arm and whispered, Isn't such a grand gesture necessary? It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary. Shin Qiushan replied with a smile. Look how happy they are. A wedding is supposed to be lively and exciting. Then why did you buy a house? Lin Xiaomo asked again. I thought it would be easier for my parents to take care of the baby after it's born. Of course, if they don't want to live there, they can always come back. Shin Qiushan explained. Yeah, that's true. Lin Xiaomo thought that made sense. While a confinement nanny could be hired to take care of the baby, the parents would surely want to be involved. The idea of grandparents being close to each other is not just talk. When Shin Yanran and Shin Yixia were young, Lin Moxuan and Shin Qingzhu took extra care of them. Even though Lin Moxuan disliked Shin Qiushan at the time, he was completely generous with the children, giving them the very best. Besides, their relationship has been restored now, and Lin Moxuan and Shin Qingzhu are older, so they should be even more fond of children. Qiushan, come here. As the two were whispering, Lin Moxuan waved to Shin Qiushan. Dad, is there something wrong? Shin Qiushan hurried over and asked quietly. Your betrothal gift is quite generous. Lin Moxuan sighed, then changed the subject. But isn't there something missing? Shin Qiushan chuckled. Dad, I've already put the things in your study, along with the cigarettes and alcohol. Really? Hearing this, Lin Moxuan's face immediately broke into a smile, and he patted Shin Qiushan's shoulder appreciatively. Qiushan, you're acting more and more like someone who works within the system. Would you consider taking a temporary position? With your influence, it shouldn't be difficult. Lin Moxuan said casually. Forget it. I'm used to being idle. Shin Qiushan waved his hand gently. He knew himself too well. He wasn't cut out for the system. Seeing him say this, Lin Moxuan didn't pursue the topic further. He had only asked casually, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Moxuan made an excuse and returned inside, heading straight to the study. Luxury cars and mansions held no appeal to him. These mundane things were only of interest to the ordinary variety. What he cared about was the hidden gift. Chapter 265. In the afternoon, the two families had an engagement dinner together. During the dinner, the wedding date was set. March 11th. At this time, Lin Xiaomo was over 4 months pregnant, still unable to show her pregnancy, and had entered the stable period. After confirming the wedding date, a series of wedding preparations began. For his first wedding, Shin Qiushan had no experience and didn't have the means to fully celebrate it. This time, he tried his best to perfect every detail, striving to give Lin Xiaomo a perfect wedding. On the last day of February, after taking their wedding photos, Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo arrived at a Ning garden. This was Lin Qiushua's final resting place. Shin Qiushan came several times a year, but this time had a completely different meaning. Qiushan, I need a private chat with you. After the memorial service, Lin Xiaomo stayed behind. Sister, I don't know if you'd be angry with me. I never imagined that Qiushan and I would end up together one day. Just like Dad said, he probably saved our entire family's lives in a past life, and now we sisters have to pay him back. Don't worry, I take good care of Qiushan Yanran and Xiao Xiao for you. For many years, I couldn't understand your choices. I always believed your tragic life stemmed from choosing the wrong man, so I was extremely cautious about relationships. But I never imagined I would end up like you. It seems like God played a joke on us sisters, making us fall in love with the same man at different times. But I have to admit, Qiushan does have many strengths. He's accomplished what many would consider unreliable. Now he's a successful and well-known figure, a man who can provide for our family. Xiao Xiao has a girlfriend. She's smart and pretty. They've already met each other's parents. If nothing goes wrong, she'd be your daughter-in-law. Yanran has a lot of admirers at school, and is very popular. I heard she seems to have a crush on someone, but they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. I'll let you know if there's any new developments. By the way, our mom finally realized her dream. She performed on the Spring Festival Gala stage, and became the famous singer she always wanted to be. Now she's constantly receiving performance invitations. A live broadcast of hers can attract 5,000 or even 6,000 viewers online. 10,000 people. Our official obsessed dad miraculously got a promotion before retirement, extending his career by at least 3 more years. It seems like everyone in our family has fulfilled their dreams, except Jiayu. She's still as carefree as she was when she was little, her greatest joys being eating and playing games. But she's very happy, and I hope she stays that way. Qiushan and I are getting married next month. I save a seat for you. If you can't make it, please bless us from heaven. Next time you come, I bring you your favorite chicken cutlet rice. 3 days later. Sanjiang High School. Xiaoshan, don't worry, I definitely be there. Principal Wang Guangqing, receiving the invitation, beamed. Brother Shin, congratulations. I'm definitely going to drink to your and Vice Principal Lin's wedding. Dean of Studies Su Desai added. Then I'd be waiting for you both. Shin Qiushan smiled and asked, by the way, is teacher Chen in class? Yes, she's teaching class 3, grade 1 now, Su Desai replied. Then I go say hello to her. After saying goodbye to the two, Shin Qiushan found the grade 1, grade 3 classroom with ease. Chen Xiangyu, dressed in a black suit, was standing at the podium, lecturing. Shin Qiushan didn't interrupt her, but quietly listened to the lecture from the doorway. It was only then that Chen Xiangyu accidentally caught sight of Shin Qiushan. She was stunned for a moment, then told the students to study on their own, and quickly left the classroom. Why are you so free today? Old lovers, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were inevitably a little unfamiliar. Especially after Shin Qiushan's success, his demeanor had completely changed. Just looking at him gave people an air of being out of their league. Chen Xiangyu knew that as a divorced woman, she was no match for Shin Qiushan, so she chose not to bother him. Just take a walk. Shin Qiushan pointed towards the playground. The grade 1 classrooms were on the first floor, making it very convenient to get to the playground. A moment later, the two appeared on the playground. Looking back on the past year, it feels like a dream. Shin Qiushan was the first to sigh. Yes. I feel the same way. It's so dreamy. It's only been a year, and you're already a famous writer, oh, and a famous musician, while I'm still just an ordinary, unknown teacher. Chen Xiangyu sighed softly. Teachers are never unknown. You've illuminated the lives of so many students. In my opinion, teaching is one of the most meaningful professions. Of course, there are some bad apples among teachers, but Xiangyu, you're clearly not one of them. Shin Qiushan said with a smile. You're a comforting person. Chen Xiangyu smiled and asked, what brings you here today? Well, this is for you. Shin Qiushan held out the invitation. I'm getting married. If you have time, come for a drink. Getting married? Chen Xiangyu paused, clearly startled, but she quickly recovered. As she took the invitation, she smiled and said, congratulations. I definitely go. She had expected their relationship to eventually come to an end. But she had never imagined it would be this way. March 11th. Banquet Hall 1 of the Tianpeng Hotel. Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo's wedding took place as scheduled. The venue was packed with distinguished guests and friends. Witnessed by hundreds of friends and family, the couple completed the most important ceremony of their lives. Bride Lin Xiaomo burst into tears, and her fellow Red Rose Band members were equally thrilled. Hu Tingting and Zhu Xinyue were both wiping tears away, and the usually cool Fang Di also had tears welling up in her eyes. The family section was also bustling with activity. Lin Jiayu buried her head in her food, sauce smearing the corners of her mouth. Shin Yinran gently patted Shinixiao's shoulder and asked, Shinixiao, should we call you second aunt or mom from now on? Mom when I need to get some gold coins. After a moment's thought, Shinixiao offered her answer. Shin Yinran rolled her eyes in response. I'm not as realistic as you. As soon as she finished her words, Lin Xiaomo and Shin Qiushan, who had begun their toasts, arrived at the family section. Yinran, Xiao, you two go offer tea first and change your words. Momo, here's the money for changing your words. Hu Tingting was busy, then casually handed 2 extra thick red envelopes to Lin Xiaomo. Seeing this, Shin Yanran, who had been a little hesitant, immediately followed Hu Tingting's instructions and offered tea, then sweetly called out Mom. Shinichia he. Despite the sarcasm, he didn't want to be outdone and shouted Mom, much louder than Shin Yanran's. The two shouts erupted in laughter. Guest seats. Su Loquat, with her mushroom-shaped hair, looked at the beaming Shin Qiushan from afar. The corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily, and she silently opened the writer's assistant app and wrote at the end of the last chapter of her work A Ray of Light in Life. I thought I would be very sad, but I was wrong. It turns out that when you love someone very much, when he is someone to care for him and love him, you will sincerely wish him happiness forever.